Good morning, hello, welcome, Mahaban. This is finals day, the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals at the beautiful Bahrain International Kart Circuit. My name's Henry Baudet, with me as always, Jen Wade. Jen, 2 years since we were last here, not here, in Sarno. The road has been long, there's been ups and downs, but we are here and today is the day.
Today's the day, it's finals day, we're excited. I know there's a lot of nerves in the paddock. We've been out there in the driver's tent talking to some of the drivers and the mechanics. They're double checking everything. They've had the warm up. Beautiful day, bit of a breeze. So now we're going to see who's going to be our new champion. But I think before that, we're going to have some fantastic racing. Really.
Yes, indeed. The pre-finals yesterday under the beautiful Arabian night sky. The sun shines. Who's it going to shine brightest on? 7 races, 7 champions. Potential history in the making. Our first race is going to be a bit of history. The first ever E20 Grand Finals winner. Fantastic racing all day yesterday. You're going to be speaking to the winners, so we're going to get the real emotion from our drivers. Not everyone from 61 countries has made it, but we got some real surprise packages. I think there's a couple of classes that could really shock us today.
We might even find that we've got our first woman standing up on the podium here at the Grand Finals as well. So fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. You can watch everything all day here live on the Rotax Karting live stream. Please stay with us. Thank you for joining us so far. I think we've saved the best till last.
We have. We've saved the best till last. Follow us also on Facebook. Send your messages, support your team, and look forward to the racing. I'm nervous.
Let's go racing. On the way to you. Well, good morning everybody. Welcome to the live stream here at the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. You are watching drivers for the very first time in E20 coming out onto the dummy grid. My name's Henry Baudet. We have got 7 fantastic races for you today to crown the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champions. We're at Bahrain. First up, E20, 18 drivers. We've got a host of special guests for you today to bring extra colour to the proceedings. But there's the view of the drivers coming out onto the circuit for the very first time. This will be the longest race for the E20 drivers of the weekend. And well, France and the United Arab Emirates have been dominant, and as always appear in the commentary box today for the E20 class. I've been joined by Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, the adrenaline is going on the circuit. It's pumping away up here as well. Boom, boom, there we are. Yes, the starting grid is assembling, and we will be going through the drivers on the grid very, very soon. So yes, Alex, welcome to the commentary box.
Good to be back. Good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be alongside you as always. It's been an absolute hoot as ever whenever we're working side by side. I still remember the first time we worked together, Kart Masters, PF International 2019, and here we are now amidst the sands of the Persian Gulf, and 13 laps to await us. And morning warm-up, very interesting. Had a chat with Elish Spiezia's family this morning after his the incident that caused him to have a 10-second time penalty post-race.
Where his photographer walked across the track?
Yeah.
That incident?
No.
Sorry, another incident.
No. It was to do with yesterday's pre-final. He got a 10-second time penalty. And Ellis's mentality was just simply this: just let's get the kart back together, let's get ready to race, and just go for broke and see what happens. And that's the best mentality you can have, because it's all guns blazing, it's all go for broke, and we see exactly what happens today. And you know, it's pretty proud to be able to be part of a team for the very first time, being part of Team USA, who were sporting their brand new this year's Grand Finals race suits, which looked absolutely wonderful. But yeah, it's going to be interesting in terms of how the strategy is going to evolve.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about the boost situation. But,
well, the boost is still going to be quite paramount here, but also the tyre conservation is the strategy that the drivers have been using. I mean, Elish Spezia went out this morning just to do some system checks and make sure that everything's up to ship-shape and Bristol fashion, crossing the T's, dotting the I's. But Henry, I think we've got the grid in front of us. We do have
a grid. So here are your starting drivers for the 2021 E20 Grand Final. Pole position, driving kart 01, Oscar Palamel, 18 years old, from Saint-Douré in France, this year's DEKM champion. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, driver number 708, Theo Kakati from the United Arab Emirates. Theo's best Grand Final finish previously, 4th as a Minimax driver in 2017. Hannes Morin from Sweden starts 702 from 3rd position. Hannes Morris was 3rd as a senior Rotax driver back in 2018. He won the Wackersdorf DEKM event and has been racing touring cars. David Aulashner is on 4th position on the grid. He is from Merthyr Tydfil in South Wales, but representing Poland, which is where he's born. It's his first Grand Final. Alongside, on the inside of row number 3 is Alexei Yalava from Finland, 47th as a junior last year. He was 10th, however, as a Minimax driver in the 2017 event. Malte Ebdrup from Denmark. He starts on the outside of row 3 in kart 713, a second in the second heat from North Jutland, Danish champion. He's 15 years old. Then it's Matilda Olsen, a double European senior Rotax kart champion in 705 from Sweden. However, her best result in the Grand Finals, only 22nd. Teddy Sin from Canada, a debutant in E20 this year. He is from Vancouver. He's 32 years old. Victor Nielsen in kart 703 starts on the inside of row number 5. He is 14 years old from Aalborg in Denmark. It's his first Grand Finals, but he was third at Wackersdorf earlier this year. Mats van Overhoff, a real character from Germany. Best result this year in E20 is 5th, but he's the Danish champion, and he is from Marl in Germany. And he's great at buying me donuts. Good lad. Frederico Peters starts on the inside of row number 6 in kart 711. The Portuguese driver is 17 years old. It's his invite first race here. He's from Evora. Nicolas Pacheco is the first of our 4 Chilean drivers in kart number 717. He is the younger of the 2 Pacheco brothers in this race, from last minute invites here at the behest of the Chilean importer. Ellis Spezia from United States, originally from Hoboken, New Jersey in kart 704, now resides in Germany. It's his first Grand Finals. On the outside of row number 7 is Thierry de Jong from the Netherlands, normally a DD2 driver, but he is loving this. It's his first Grand Finals, but his brother raced here some time ago. Back 2 rows of the grid, you're looking now at kart 707. That is Karina Kamper from Austria. Karina has been out of karting for 11 years. She's 27 years old, from Graz. She is an Austrian TV Formula 1 presenter. Jose Hurtado Vidal in kart 710 starts on the outside of row number 8. Jose is 62 years young, from Santiago in Chile. Then in kart 709 on your screen, that is Hector Ramirez. Hector, the oldest driver in the field. He is 66 years old. He is the Chilean Rotax distributor, and he also raced in the Dakar Rally. Rounding out the field, 718 in 18th position, 20-year-old Matis Pacheco. He is from Concepcion in Chile. He also was a last-minute invite. There are your complete starting lineup. 18 drivers. It says on our screens 12 laps. Alex, there's no history in this class. It is a brand new class. I will, however, tell you that in the overall Rotax Grand Final Challenge medal table, South Africa have 14 wins. They lead the way. Great Britain with 9, France with 7, the Netherlands, Australia and Canada with 6, Estonia with 4, Belgium, the USA, Japan and Spain have 3. This, Alex, is going to be very special indeed.
Yes, because obviously back in 2018 at Conde Pareba in Brazil, we had the first running of the E-Kart America's Cup, if memory serves me correctly, and I think a Brazilian won that one as well.
Yes, that's right. The son of the circuit owner,
exactly,
or the nephew of the circuit owner, if I remember correctly. Funny that.
Yeah, and then also when we returned to Sarno for the second time in the Grand Finals history, the illustrious now 21 events that the Rotax has held, we had Jazin Ferrati from Switzerland, formerly used to run back in the day with Dan Holland Racing, a former haunt of Hannes Morin and Matilda Olsson.
Yeah, you've just seen on your screen Steve Chapman from Rotax. Steve has been working incredibly hard, as have the entire Rotax team, it must be said, but Steve especially, he's been very, very proud of all these drivers. What do we have in store? France have been extremely successful in recent years in the Grand Finals. The UAE, memory serves me correctly, the last time the UAE won a Grand Finals with Sean Babington back in 2014. How about Sweden? Potentially Hannes Morin could have a chance be there. There we go. On board, that's our the cameraman. Scuttling off the side of the circuit. This will be a standing start, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk you round this fantastic circuit. Turn 1, flat out right-hander. You're now looking at turn 2 to the left, up over the crest at turn 3, and then downhill in turn 4, a part of the track we call the roller coaster. Up towards turn 5, the top of the first of 2 hills here, we call that turn Mossport. Then they head downhill, flat out, right through turn 6. They set themselves up. There's a very fast flat out kink left-handed at turn 7, but then it's downhill, Alex, turn 8, double apex left-hander, very tight first apex. The circuit folds out on itself, so track limits are key, and then you go up the hill towards turn 9, 10, a spectacular part.
Yeah, down to turn 11, then you've got a real good shot as they're actually heading towards through turn 9 and into turn 10. It literally comes back on itself 270 degrees, and then it's that fast downhill slant down through turn 11. Then you've got that great, as you said, the kink going through into turn 12. Drivers weaving from side to side to get some extra bit of temperature, as if it wasn't hot enough already in the surrounding area.
Absolutely roasting.
Yeah, and then coming through turn 12, if you get the cut back, like we saw with the likes of Theo Cacati and Hannes Morin and Elis Spiezia getting their elbows out a bit, the final couple of corners is a bit like Hockenheim, the double right-hander, and onto the start-finish straights as the drivers now make their way down onto the starting grid formation. I mean, one of the key points here, I think that if you have a couple of drivers that work together, the two that I'm going to talk about here, Theo Cacati alongside Oscar Pellemele and Hannes Morin, if they put the pressure on, Oscar Pellemele could be under some severe heat.
Yep, there we go, lights out, we're racing in the finals here in Bahrain. It's a great start from 7:01, Oscar Pellemele into the other problem. What was that?
No, Hannes Morin went round the outside of Theo Cacati, I believe, and he tried to get the job done, but Cacati's got second, Yalava's in third, so it might have been Yalava actually that tried to go round the outside.
I think that onboard camera is with Alexei Yalava there in the blue and white race suit of Finland. Almost called him Swedish, then that would be a terrible insult. Pellemele having to defend, so Pellemele under pressure. I think Cacati realises Pellemele may have the pace, so you've got to draw him into a battle. No, it's Morin in second, Cacati third, and then it's the first of, or is that Oleshna in fourth position. Let's watch them as they accelerate down the corkscrew. I say up to the gears, no, the power, instant application down the hill, side by side, towards turn 12, and on the brakes that was 7:04. Elis Spiezia getting a little bit weary under braking. The complete lap 1 of 12, and it's Pellemele, but the move. Third place is Cacati defending from Oleshna, side by side. The third between Cacati and Oleshna. They've got to be careful, Alex, because if they allow Pellemele and Morin to get away, then that could be game over for their chances.
Well, the thing is, Hannes Morin already fastest in the first sector on the previous lap, and Theo Cacati, when I spoke to all the drivers this morning, said, you know what, I'm out here to win. Hannes Morin, he said, look, we're going to try and put him under pressure, see if Oscar cracks. And at the moment, it's looking pretty good for Oscar Pellemele, but Hannes Morin and Theo Cacati are the danger drivers. David Outlander could be second yesterday.
Ooh, move there. I think that's Yalava passing Multi-Edrup. No, was it Edrup passing Oleshna? I think it was Adrev passing Oleshna, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so with 190 Newton meters of torque coming in through these rear axles, it's not about sort of rotate the cart and point the squirt, it's about breaking a straight line, nail the apex and get through.
But you can see, look at that there, you can see Adrev saying, right, push, 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 and they're not playing ball.
No,
because that's Yalava and Olsen. Matilda's been on commentary with me for the juniors, and she's always said that she's a very aggressive driver.
Yeah.
She ain't Brian, boys and girls. Pellemele, Morin and Cacati building up nicely. Now, can Adrev catch him? Because, okay, he's trying to get people to push him. You saw this hand signal. They're not playing. Has he got the pace on his own?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Pellemele has been showing that all the way through the qualifying heat stages, all the free practice sessions, putting it on pole. Cacati look right up the back bumper of Hannes Morin. Elis Spiezia, in the meantime, is made up from 13th to 10th. I know his grandmother, currently in Arizona, 1 a.m. in the morning, and she is glued to the goggle box as we speak.
Bet she's on the gin as well. Pellemele, Morin, Cacati, Adrev, Oleshna, Yalava, Olsen, Peters, Nielsen, Spiezia, Sin, De Jong, Camper, Nicolas, Pacheco, Hector Ramirez, then Jose Vidal. We've got Max van Overhoff there, sorry, in 12th position. Pellemele last time by, new fastest lap, 55.399. The gap between him and Hannes Morin growing. The key player in this battle is now Theo Cacati. Cacati's got a decision to make. You can see Pellemele pulling away. Cacati must think to himself, is Morin quick enough to catch him, or will I have to pass him? And if I have to pass him, how much speed will I lose? And do I have enough time to then make it up and catch Pellemele? What will Cacati do at the moment? He is shoveling along Hannes Morin like an electric wheelbarrow.
Indeed, but the good thing is that Cacati and Morin are both at the same pace, and they're less than a tenth off of Pellemele. So there is an opportunity here. This boost button is going to be crucial. The fact that other drivers are really trying to push the envelope as Pellemele gets his head down after 4 laps, and he's put in a 55.196. That is nearly 2 tenths quicker than Hannes Morin in second. Theo Cacati running on a 55.365. I think now they've got to...
Cacati's got to go. Cacati's got to go. He's got to make the move. He's not... If Cacati's got any pace, Morin not quick enough. Morin is not quick enough to catch Palomele. If Kakati thinks he's got pace, now's the time to go. Look for turn 12, on board with Yalava, and he is catching Oleshna. This is 6th and 7th, but this is a key moment in the race, Alex. We're approaching half distance. Palomele is just inching away, and you're saying that they're close in lap times, but over a race, a 10th here, a 10th there, a 10th there, suddenly you're up the road and in the distance.
I think the thing is also having the right setup. That's going to really help with regards to the degradation of the Mojo Racing tyres, because over a course of a race, I mean, this is the longest race we're having in the grand finals. You know, we had 10 yesterday, we've got 12 today. The boost button is quite crucial, but it's about how you keep the longevity of the Mojo D5s on these karts as well. And the thing is that Palomele was running on Vega tyres this year in the DD2 and Morin was using Mojos. Kakati has used both, so he's got the best of both worlds, whereas Palomele is coming quite fresh here at the grand finals, but him and his mechanic have made it very much man and machine in harmony.
And look at this, another new fast lap, 55.053, and he's going even quicker, and that's Oscar Palomele on this lap into turn number 9, the corkscrew. Kakati obviously hasn't got the juice to get past Morin, but for both Morin, whose best result in the grand finals is 3rd, this is better. For Kakati, whose best result in the grand finals is 4th, this is better. It's a first podium. At the moment, Palomele it's his race to lose. Ebdrup not able to close in. Then a gap back to Oleshna, Yalava, Olsen, Peters, Nielsen, Spiezza on board with Yalava. Up and down through turns 2, 3, 4. I love that sort of positive camber, almost a corkscrew at the Nürburgring, and then up here to Moss Sports. But watch this over the curbs, flat out. You position the kart there, you've got to get round the apex of turn 7, automatically straighten the kart up. Now on the brakes, watch have you noticed on the onboard camera there's one of the higher kart circuits, the smaller version of the track here, and there's a little bit of extra tarmac on the right at the outside of the track, and I've seen some drivers just kink onto that to give a wide entrance to the corner. Sneaky.
Yes, indeed. Oh, I have to say something here. Talking about, you know, with the fact that Hannes Morin.
Ooh, what was that?
Something just flew off the back of somebody's cart, so I'm not too sure. Because the way it's not operated in a traditional chain drive system.
Yeah, I mean, was that something on the track that Palomele was the first man past and hit, or was that something off the leader's cart? Well, if there's something off the leader's cart, we're going to find out pretty soon. And Morin now beginning to pull away. The man on the move is Ebdrup. Now, Ebdrup trying to make a bid for the podium. All 18 drivers are still in the race, and no one's had an off for it. No one's significantly going slower. In fact, Oleshna has now set a 54.953 from David Oleshna. But 4 laps to go. He's not close enough to make a move, and it could obviously Palomele's car is okay because he is still motoring serenely onwards.
Very silently as well, I must say, Henry, but Malte Ebdrup has been quicker than Theo Kakati on the previous lap by over 3.5 tenths of a second. So Malte Ebdrup was 5.6 tenths of a second behind. He's now closed it to about half a second, but Kakati's done a personal best in sector 3, Morin fastest in sector 1, and it's like literally thousands of a second between the two in first and second. But look at Malte Ebdrup. He's bringing the tyres into the zone, and the kart's now working with him.
And Hannes Morin just made a mistake at turn 5. He missed the apex at Mosport completely, and he's now under pressure from Kakati. He just outbraked himself ever so slightly, and now Kakati looking up the inside, going through the corkscrew. They come out over the crest. There's a great view of the topography of the circuit. The elevation changes down the hill. Here comes Palomele. This is lap 9 out of 12. Morin having to defend from Kakati. The Al Ain Raceway team, Guy Sheffield, Theo's dad, Tony Kakati, watching from the VIP area. It is still Morin in second and Kakati in third, but Ebdrup, you were saying, Alex, was catching them, and also David Oleshna. With 2 laps to go, we're on lap 10 or 12, with 2 and a bit laps to go. It's going to be a 3-kart, possibly a 4-kart battle for the final 2 podium places. And do you know what? Morin took a wide entrance in there again. I think that Hannes Morin might be in tyre trouble.
Yes, indeed. I mean, if he's overcooked them a little bit earlier on in the race. Kakati sends it. Morin comes back at him, and there goes Malte Ebdrup, and he's side by side with Theo Kakati going down. And oh, what a move from Theo Kakati going into the far part of the circuit. Turn 9.
A little bit of rubbing his racing. Is it? Who comes out in front?
Kakati.
Kakati into P2.
And here's Aus Leichner. Oh, it was nearly 3-1 going into turn 12 there. Aus Leichner going towards the outside, coming out of turn 12, looking into turn 13. We've got 2 exciting electric laps to go.
Exactly, and our camera car, Alexia Lava, has caught this group and is already picking them off. He's passed Aulashner going into turn number 1. Now, with the momentum, because of course all these cars are now fighting, Yalava has got the momentum, the blue and white race suit of Finland, and Morin, wide. Morin's in tyre trouble. No, it's Kakati. Kakati went off. Oh, he just stopped. There was an issue with the car. Kakati out of the race. Oh, that's devastating. Devastating for Theo Kakati. And there goes Aulashner across the front of our camera car. He runs wide. Yalava, I think, is going to be in 4th place.
Yeah, he's right behind Malte Ebdrup. What I saw earlier on, Hannes Morin took back 2nd position from Theo Kakati, and Theo Kakati just absolutely went exit stage left. As it's on the dusty green stuff there.
Yalava went in very, very deep, and I think if we have a replay from the camera on Yalava's kart, you will see a very, very, very big picture of the rear bumper of that would have been Malte Ebdrup. And look at Federico Peters and Ellis Pietza now in the mix. Last lap goes out. Oscar Pellemele is en route to victory, but who is going to be second? Well, Morin is cleared off in second. David Aulashner, Arkadiusz Aulashner, his father. Well, they started racing in the UK. They raced for the 303 Squadron Polish team, named after the famous Flying Aces.
Oh, another Sen going into...
And Aulashner could be on the podium. So that was Yalava sending it at the inside, or was that Teddy Sin?
Maybe even Elish Spiezia, because it's a different race suit that he's wearing now. He's wearing the 2021 version rather than the all nicely Tron-esque blue that he was wearing the other day.
But when they write the history books, they will see that France's Oscar Pellemele was the first electric Rotax Grand Finals winner from France. It was his birthday this week. What a birthday present. He wins by 5 seconds, and in years to come, Alex, when we're long gone and everything is electric, they'll say, who won the first sort of global electric championship kart race?
Yep.
And Oscar Pellemele will have put his name in the history books. Behind them, though, it was a very, very different story.
Yes, it was indeed. Hannes Morin gets his best ever Grand Finals finish here. It looks like we're going to go to a bit
highlights of the race. Yeah.
Highlights of the race. So
the move. Talk about the move, Alex. We're going to see Hannes Morin third on the grid, 7:02. Let's see if we catch this move in the highlights package, because it was a whopper.
Yeah. So they're primed and ready to hit the accelerators, so they get away, and you can see the field starting to span out a little bit here. But you've got Aulashner on the outside of Hannes Morin, so Theo Kakati slots in behind, and then Morin literally plants the car. He could have even have gotten the lead in front of Oscar Pellemele, so he was looking to put the pressure on early, but the Frenchman, who turned 19 years old I think yesterday, ended up, and there's a little bit of a bit of rubbing, bit of bumper kissing courtesy of Alexia Lava, but
Pellemele pulling away.
Yes.
Like that bit, it was obviously from another kart. It was from Matilda Olsen's kart.
Right.
Matilda Olsen retired. Then business started to pick up. Kakati and Morin chopping and changing for second, leaving Mr. Pellemele to exit stage left and wave goodbye. But look at Kakati now. This was a physical move, but he had to do it.
Yes.
He had to do it.
He had to get aggressive, and then sideways between the pair of them, on board with Alexei Lava, and a little bit of a touch.
That's where Kakati went out to the race.
Yes, it was. And then Malte Ebdrup, really having a great amount of purchase, but then this send here, that was like literally on the limit, and then all of a sudden you get 3 wide coming out of turn 12, and Ebdrup goes a little bit sideways. He runs off onto the green part of the track, but Oscar Pellemele, félicitations Oscar, well done. Team France get another top step of the podium. but it was like Hannes Morin, David Outleitner rounding out the top 3. I mean, you have to give credit, you know, 2 Danes in the top 5, Victor Nielsen actually finishing ahead of Malte Ebdrup. What a run by both Portugal's Frederico Peters and the United States' Elish Biezia. Both started 11th and 13th, finished 6th and 7th respectively.
Yep, so the first podium of the day, France, Sweden and Poland, but Poland with a splash of Welsh. Not a bad start for them. Then Denmark 4th and 5th, Finland in 6th. You know, 4 Scandinavian drivers in the top 6. Then Portugal, the United States, Canada, the Netherlands, Mats Overhoff 11th. I think he'll be pleased with that because, you know, considering his lack of experience at this level, he'll be well happy. Then Karina Kamper, welcome back to Karina, 11th after an 11-year layoff. That's poetic.
Yep.
The Battle of Chile. Nicolas Pacheco beats Hector Ramirez, the oldest driver in the race. Hector Ramirez, 66 years young. He finishes 13th, ahead of Vidal, Matias Pacheco, Yalava. We saw go out at the end. Theo Gacati. Oh, devastation for Theo. And then Matilda Olsen, also devastation for the double senior Rotax European champion. That concludes E20 for the first time here at the Grand Finals. Alex, thank you very much as always.
I do have a bit of a passing note before I leave your good office here at the... now, your traditional Norwegian helmets.
Pardon? Yes.
Yes, that we do have to talk about here. Why are the horns on them getting smaller and smaller every year? And there was no blonde mane like there was in Brazil.
Alex, when you get older, then horns do get smaller and smaller. But that's not a discussion we're having on air.
No.
It's because the Mr. Stiem can only find that one in the shop the day before he left for the Grand Final. Well, thank you very much.
No.
Now we're going to speak to Jen Wade, who has got a very, very happy Frenchman.
Well, Oscar, first ever Rotax Project E20 champion at the Grand Finals. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling now? It was a really, really close race behind you, but you got away.
Yeah, it's an amazing week in general and all the races.
Tell us, did you expect when you told me, when you won the DKM, this is a dream to be here, racing for your country with Team France? Did you expect you were going to be number 1 today?
Yeah, it's a dream we realized, and I'm really, really happy.
Anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Thank you for all people who support me and.
About your good mechanic.
Yeah.
Your dad. Congratulations. We're going to see you on the podium soon. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, that's great to hear from Jen and Oscar. Joined now in the commentary box as we look at the Micromax drivers. And of course, Micromax on the Birrell ART chassis, and Birrell ART's Marion Kremers is here with me. Marion, welcome to the commentary box. You've been overseeing these young drivers with Birrell ART. Have you enjoyed this Grand Finals experience so far?
Definitely. Seeing the young Micromax drivers on our product is very nice to see. Obviously, they're still very young, so lots of nerves coming into their races, but yeah, they've been behaving very well. So
really,
to see. Yeah,
you've obviously not been in the driver's tent very much. No, this great atmosphere. The thing is that we're hyping this up, and of course, you know, as a driver, as you get older, you've run world level events. They're just starting out in their careers, so they're excited, but they don't quite get it, which is a good thing. They're not feeling the pressure.
Yeah. I
was in the tent this morning, and there's a couple of them. Yeah, they're just on their phones, laughing and joking. They're aware that in 2 hours they're in a global final, and that's a nice thing.
Obviously, yeah. I don't think they're aware of how big an event this is, but I think the nerves are starting to set in now.
Oh yeah.
Obviously,
yes.
They'll feel some nerves going into the race, especially the kids that are starting up front. They always want to perform. So.
And I mean, you can see. I mean, there's our driver from Russia, number 14, and that's Kenzo Craigie, the Russian driver with the Cossack Russian headgear, even though it's like 30 degrees outside. 36 drivers. a quick history lesson on Micromax. First joined the grand finals in 2016 at Sarno. Diego Larocque won that year for the United States. Luis Iglesias for France won in 2017. Brent Cruz from the United States won in 2018. Jay Irwin was the winner last time for New Zealand. And big say hello to all the drivers and their families. The Rotax family from New Zealand not here with us this year. I'm sure they'll be back next year. So the medal table is USA 2 wins, France 1 win, New Zealand 1 win, and then second places for the Netherlands, Croatia, Leon Zelenko, Robert de Haan from the Netherlands, Doye de Decker from Belgium, and Macaulay Bishop from Team GB. Third place finishes in the grand finals, Chris Hannon from the Netherlands, Ryuichi Hiracha from Japan, Mitchell van Dijk from the Netherlands, and Salvador Trinidadi. He is going to be out in Minimax next. He was third 2 years ago. But we've got Estonia, Czech Republic, the UK, Spain, Poland, Austria, Lithuania, all at front, and this is good. So this is Ramiro Brito giving the front row drivers a bit of a pep talk, just explaining what he wants from them, and you've got the translator there because Nikita Lubimov, our pole sitter, they speak no English, a bit like me. So this is going to be another 12-lap race, and we're going to go down the grid. Again, though, they look so relaxed.
Yeah.
Some of them, anyway.
Some of them, most of them look quite relaxed, to be honest. I think little Danny Babicek, he's really cool. He's always just funny to be around. He doesn't really care until the helmet, until he closes down his visor. He's always laughing about.
He's already insisted that I give him the Viking helmet that I wear during practice around the paddock to get drivers in the sort of a relaxed mode. He's already said, I'm having that. When I said, well, if you get a podium, then you can have it, because I've got 4 of them, because they bring me the Norwegians bring me a new Viking helmet every year. And again, ladies and gentlemen, that's the type of atmosphere. This is nation against nation, but here is your starting lineup on the left hand side of your grid. Pole position, driver number 30, Nikita Lubimov from Estonia. He is his first grand final, as are all these drivers. Then it's Zdeněk Babicek, driver number 25. He's 9 years old, the Slovakian champion. He's the younger brother of the 3 Babicekova sisters who are also racing this year. Kenzo Craigie is third in kart number 14 from Great Britain. He is 11 years old, and he had a really strong run in the pre-final. Then it's Albie Friend in kart number 6 on the outside of row number 2, 9 years old, second in this year's British qualifier. He's from Hertfordshire. He finished 6th in the Golden Trophy. Row number 3, Manuel Miguez Galloso from Spain, driver number 20, just 10 years old, Spanish champion from Santiago de Compostela. His favourite driver is Sebastian Vettel. Then it's Antoni Ociepa from Poland. His older brother Julius Ociepa raced in this event 2 years ago, driver number 24. He is from Chestova. Then it is Dragos Avrasaquite from Austria in kart number 10. Dragos, living in Romania. He is 11 years old, was this year's Austrian and Central European champion. From Lithuania, number 29, Ainis Bibrianatis is on the outside of row number 4, and Ainis is 8 years old, one of the youngest drivers, Latvian champion. Even though he is from Lithuania, Alexis Bayerjon from Canada on the inside of row number 5 in kart number 8. He is 10 years old from Lefine. Then is Paul Schan from Switzerland in kart number 1 on the outside of row 5 from Rian, this year's Rotax International Trophy winner. Daniel Voinov from Russia is on the inside of row number 6, and on the outside of row number 6, it's Japan's Harukaze Suzuki. Harukaze is from Nagoya and is the Japanese champion. Tom Pappenberg, driver number 2 from the Netherlands, 10 years old, the Dutch champion from Laren. And then João Barros in kart 22 from Portugal. He lives in Porto. Then it's David Matlak, driver number 16 from Serbia. Matlak, 9 years old, it was this year's Sport Still Cup champion from Belgrade. Boaz Maximov from the Netherlands in kart number 9 starts on the outside of row number 8. He was 10 years old. It was his birthday earlier this week. Noah Janssen from Germany starts on the inside of kart row 9 in kart number 31. Noah from Goch was second in the Golden Trophy again to get the last ticket here. Santiago Perez Granados in kart number 27 is on the outside of row number 9. He is from Colombia. Then we have Batista Panetta Nimrod Nogradi, Oiva Venturata, who was pole position in qualifying, and Shonal Kunimal from Oman, a last-minute replacement. William Strup Nielsen and Uros Bogdanic are on row number 12. Then it's Adam Awan from Muscat in Oman and Branislav Rentka from Slovakia. Sebastian Rist from the United States of America starts at the inside of row 14 alongside Jacobo Alexander Vega Escoval from Colombia. Leonidas Peruzzi from the UAE and Chen Kang Zheng from Chinese Taipei and the islands of Taiwan. Taigan Sakano from Japan and Zain El Hamasani start on row 16. Travis Dew and Vanessa Sultanate, Lithuania and Australia, are on row 17. Owen Pankovic all on his own on row 18. We have had one withdrawal, sadly. Nerves now dissipate, Marion. Is this where you calm yourself as a driver, or is this where the butterflies are really going?
I think this is where the butterflies are really going. You want to get your tyres up to temperature and just get ready mentally for the race. I think most of them will be ready already, but still, you get the nerves are really starting to go now. At least that's the way it works for me.
Yeah, every driver is different. What do you think of this track? We're watching the rolling lap now. I mean, it's a fantastic circuit, isn't it?
It's a great
real
circuit.
challenge.
It's a great circuit. It's got everything, bit of everything. Slow corners, fast corners, bit of elevation as well up here. Yeah, it's a great track, I think.
Well, we're going to come down. I mean, the corkscrew section, I think we're going to see some real fireworks when it comes to the last lap of this race into turn 12, which we're approaching now. It is Estonia, the Czech Republic, Great Britain share the second row. Then it is Spain, Poland, Austria, Lithuania, Canada, Switzerland, and the rest. So these drivers, Marion, you've been with them all week. They're now going to go and do their thing. Lights and not out. And that was quite good. There was a tardy start, and we saw Ramiro Brito, the race director, kind of giving them a coaching lesson beforehand. But you could kind of tell a little bit too fast at the front, a little bit spread out at the back. We go around again. Looking down the order, I mean, so in qualifying we had Eva Vetenrata from Finland was fastest of all in qualifying, and then has had a terrible set of heats, but there is pace there. He's only 8 years old though. It's hard to believe that these drivers are 8 years old. When you're dealing with them, Marion, and you're speaking to them and you're seeing them around, they do, they're kids, but then when it's time to go racing, they are grown adults.
Definitely. When they're racing, you have to treat them as adults. They make mistakes. Obviously, even adults make mistakes. They make maybe a little bit more mistakes than the older kids, but you have to treat them as adults. So if they make a mistake, you have to tell them and have to point to that's their mistake, and they have to fix it.
Yes.
So I think the same with this restart. It's just a little bit of nerves, just a little mistake. They're going a little bit too fast, but as we try again, I think this one might be a start because it looks very tidy.
Yeah, it does look tidy. You can tell. I mean, the front row drivers, Lubimov in kart 30 and Babicek in kart 25, they've really slowed the pace down. This is turn 13. Now turn 14, into the tram lines. Micromax, second time of asking is go, and from the inside of the front row, Lubimov makes a good start. He's even able to move out wide and take the racing line. I think that's one of the British drivers, possibly Kenzo Craigie up at the P2. Oh, in the back of the pack, we've got drivers sort of like knocking into each other, but they all stay pointing the same way. One or two have been delayed, and Lubimov under pressure. Craigie runs a little bit wide, and you can see the green and yellow crash helmet of Zdenek Babicek now third. So I think that means that maybe Anthony Ochepa. Oh, it is. Babicek's going for it, and Babicek, he was very defensive yesterday, but now they've got to work together, haven't they?
Yeah, they really have to get to work together because Nikita is very fast. I think if there's one driver that can pull away from them, that's him. So they have to work together to catch up to him and start the fight because they can't let him get away. Now
when Marin says work together, that means running not side by side but nose to tail and pushing each other along like a 55-60 miles an hour NASCAR race. Incredible to think, but that is the slipstream effect here is really really intense because of the fast nature, especially of this first sector. End of lap 1, Lubimov leads, Babicek, Gayoso from Spain up into P3, then it's Craigie, Avanasaquite, Bayerjon at the back of the pack. Leonidas Peruzzi and Chen Kang Tseng have had a spin. They haven't crossed the line yet, although they're very well down the order. And again, that's Kenzo Craigie from Team UK running wide. Anthony Chipa at the inside of him. Now, good work together by Babicek and Gayoso. They're pulling away. Top 3 are clear.
Top 3 are clear, and Babicek and Gayoso are working very well together, so I think they might be attacking Nikita very soon here.
Yeah, what the drivers learned yesterday is that Zenek does not like being overtaken.
No. He needs to be out in front, so, so you're better off pushing him along.
Yeah, exactly. If you do get past him, he's straight back in on you, which at the moment is not great when you're not leading the race, because the leader will pull clear. So Gayoso's probably thinking, you'll see the drivers looking over their shoulder. It's incredible to think that these drivers communicate with each other whilst racing.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that, but that's definitely what they do. You see some little hand signals here and there as well. Just help me push along, and yeah.
And sometimes they even listen to each other. It doesn't always quite work out, does it? One driver's got one plan, and here we go. The plan at the moment, though, is for Zenek Babicek to take the race lead, and they've both gone past Lubimov. Lubimov back to 3rd, so you can see Babicek leading that very distinctive yellow and green crash helmet. Sand in the background, someone's gone off, and with the majority of the white crash helmet down into P2, that's Gayoso from Spain. So the black crash helmet, the dark crash helmet of Lubimov down to 3rd. Now we'll see if Babicek's car is quick leading, because will he start to defend? If he starts to defend, you know, someone runs wide there that I think was Avanasaquite or maybe Kenzo Craigie. You've got 2 British drivers in 5th and 6th pushing the Austrian, number 10, Avanasaquite. They've got to work together. Then it's Chipa, Bayerjon, Shan, Voinov, Vibranatis, Papenburg, Maximov, Elm Hassani up 18 places. That's a good start. But of course, you know, we're at lap 4 already. Zain El Hassani, very fast, won the first heat race, and another change to the lead. That, change for second.
Yep.
Nikita back into P2, and yeah, so the minute they start battling, this group of 3 will become a group of 23 very quickly if they're not sensible. Yeah, this group of 3 is already becoming a group of 6, and then we've got like 5 cars right behind as well, so I think it's going to be an exciting race for sure. The finish is going to be crazy. Yeah, we're already on to lap number 4 out of 12, early stages, and this is really like a high-speed chess match. At this point, you're sizing yourself up. You've been around. I mean, okay, so in a way, you've done World Championship events and lots of, but which last a whole week. You spend practice, so you know the characteristics of your rivals, their karts, where they're strong. And here's Babicek defending, but Lubimov has the inside line, or Babicek on the outside. Ooh, side by side, Lubimov gets it, but Babicek, will he come straight back? Oh, I don't think he's got a chance. He's been overtaken by Gayoso as well. And who's that in P3 now? That's Avanasaquite, the Austrian driver. Oh, Babicek getting muscled, and that's what happens in cadet racing. You get freight trained. It's like a super speedway race in NASCAR. You get pushed out of the slipstream, and they all come steaming through. That's definitely true. I think they've got to be careful now, because Nikita's pulling away already, so he's very quick. They have to start working together again to catch up to him and not let him get away. Yes, it's like you're my friend one minute, you're my enemy the next. The best thing to be called frenemies. Yeah. A nice mix between the two. And you've got to just work with who you're giving. You might have been really angry at the other driver in the last race, but now the situation requires you must work together. Yeah, that's right. You've got to put aside your pride and just work with them to help each other get to the front. Yes, now Lubimov looks over his shoulder. We're going to see the slipstream effect really well here, because they've lined up 4 of them chasing the race leader. Further down the order, all 36 drivers are still running. Harukaze Suzuki has dropped back. Owen Pankovic is up 12th place to 23rd. We've got 7 drivers separated by 2 seconds. 2, 4, 6, there they are. Lubimov, Gayoso, Craigie, Avanasaquite, Friend, Babicek and Ochepa, the Polish driver. Then a gap back to Voinov in 8th, and then Bayerjon leading a whole host of drivers with Brinardis, Papenburg, Shan, Elhomasari, Maximov, Janssen and Panetta. But to half distance, only halfway. Only halfway, and we've already had how many changes for the lead? I've lost count. I've had to take my shoes and socks off because I run out of fingers and thumbs. But yeah, again, this is just Lubimov now has got, this is a full lap in the lead. They are closing in. His lead wasn't this great last time by.
No.
Second place Gayoso is on a really good lap at the moment, and I think by the time they get up to turn 5, they'll probably have caught in the gap. 3 kart lengths. This first section's absolutely beautiful. I would love to drive this track.
Yeah, me too. It looks so much fun.
It does, it does. I mean, up and down. The kids are talking about it like it's a roller coaster, and there you go.
Babicek is up back into P5.
Yep, is that sorry?
Babicek's back up into P5 now.
It's past Albie Friend, but Craig, he was pushing Gayoso along. One's a little bit wide. The white crash helmet from Great Britain with the blue and red front, the white back plate on the race suit. But he's going to be. Avisaquite thought about a move, falls back into line.
I think this is still a battle for 7 pit drivers now.
Well,
for the lead.
but I mean, a couple of them are starting to fade a little bit, and it's critical. When you one wrong move, one side-by-side moment in the wrong place, and with 5 laps to go, you can really lose. But yeah, you're right. 7 in a row. Then there's 8th is Voinov. You're looking at there. Then it's Ribinatis. Someone making a move. That is Avisaquite at the inside of Craigie. Craigie thinks about defending. Thinks about it round the outside. No, he has to tuck in. But look.
Babicek's going to do both of them, I think.
Let's have a look. Is that right? Oh, there's contact there coming out of turn 5. Someone
Craigie's
spun around.
off.
That's Kenzo Craigie out of contention, and that was. Okay, you crashed in the rise, the karts are unsettled, and Albie Friend, the other British driver, has had the NASA panel has come down, so he didn't quite see who it was contact with, but they was all side by side, losing ground, and the net result is Kita Lubimov and Miguel Gayoso are a little bit clear. Avisaquite is 3rd, Babicek is 4th, but right behind Babicek is Ochepa, so this is critical now for Zedek, isn't it? He's got, look at the gaps, 4 laps to go. There's still time though, isn't there?
There's still time, but I think Lubimov is just on a really good lap right now. He's pulling away as well, so this might be done for him.
Let's have a look. And of course, Gayoso now has got nobody pushing him along.
Exactly, and like I said, Lubimov is, I think, the quickest out of the front group. So if someone's pulling away, it's him, and if there's no help for Gayoso, I think this might be game over.
Well, Estonia have got a very rich history in this event. Looking down there, 4 wins, 3 seconds, and a first in Grand Finals history. 8 sort of podium finishes. Are we looking at podium number 9? Well, still we're on lap 9 out of 12 through turn 7. Look at the rubber on the outside of the circuit that has been laid down, incredible. And again, green first sector for Lubimov. He's pulling away. The main battle is now for 3rd. Avisaquite, Babicek and Ochepa. Austria, Czech Republic and Poland.
If these drivers are not defending like they are, I think they might be able to catch up to P2, but
well, Babicek has made
the fight
move.
is on.
Yep, the fight is on. It's just like you throw in a bunch of Mexican jumping beans in the air and watch them scatter. Babicek made the move. Now he's defending. Now he's back to 5th. It's Avisaquite back into P3. Ochepa is 4th. Then it's Albie Friend in with a shout of a podium. So really, Lubimov and Gayoso, Estonia and Spain are clear. And look at this battle into turn 5 sideways. Babicek, and I think that might have been Avisaquite. They're slowing each other down. So the podium battle is for 3rd position, and there's about 6 of them, 7 of them, 3, 6, 8 drivers for 1 podium place. 10 of 12 laps in the books. This is lap 10 of 12, and look at them just freight training along there. Albie Friend's been shuffled wide up at turn number 9. He's going to lose a bunch of places. No, he sort of has to cut back in, and white line fever down towards turn 12. You're holding your breath into the corners, aren't you? You're just like sharp intake. See
just hope no one goes off.
Panel down. Yeah, you want them all to come home safely. But okay, penultimate lap begins. The defence, Babicek. Just about.
He's good at defending, isn't he?
Yeah. You've got to be inch perfect. If you're going to cut across the front of somebody, you've got to have peripheral vision and self-awareness, spatial awareness, superbly. But Babicek has now got to be pushed along by Ochepa. At the moment, it's
someone very right. That's Friend.
That was Friend. Yeah, with the NASA panel down. But he's still in with a shout. He's still in
for sure.
because you know that Laquite is Gayoso going through the screen in second place. The top two are clear.
P3 is clear now as well.
Unless Babicek and Achempa have a monstrous run and nerves get the better of Laquite. Laquite, I think, has got third.
Gone, yeah.
Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Oh, yes. And that, I think, maybe Daniel Voinov at the inside. Well, you can throw a paperclip over this lot. Out onto the start of the final lap. Lubimov leads in kart 30 for Estonia. Who's going to be fourth? Gayoso is second, Laquite third. We've got Vibrinatis now for Lithuania up into P4. Bayerjon from Canada, Voinov, Friend, Babicek, Ochepa, and Tom Pappenberg rounding out the top 10. There's a move at turn 5, and that is, I think, Vibrinatis shuffled aside, but talk about Nikita Lubimov. You know, there's still the actions going on, and a little bit of pushing and shoving going on there. Desperation kicks in 3 wide. Use the grass, use the grass, use the green painted side of the track. 3 wide, it turned out. This shouldn't happen. This shouldn't happen.
Someone's off.
Someone's off. Sideways, I think they held it. Anyone going to go over the curbs? No. But 2 corners to go. Nikita Lubimov pick a textbook performance, Marion.
For sure. He didn't let the nerves get the better of him.
There he goes, checkered flag in the air. Estonia win Micromax. Gayoso second for Spain. Laquite third for Austria. 4 wide across the finish line behind. But as you said, Lubimov's performance, you're very impressed, yes?
Yeah, definitely. He didn't let the nerves get the better of him, so he's been very fast all weekend. But he made sure to finish it off as well, so very good performance.
Yeah, you know, there was no last lap tussle for the race lead. Gayoso from Spain, smart,
very smart.
Worked
together at the beginning, then made sure he got a gap and pulled away, and then he secured second place, so very well done there as well.
And Laquite, the Austrian driver, just managed to escape. Now let's have a look. So there is highlights of the race. That's what you want to see. You know, you can see the smiles beneath the crash helmets and the masks. Now the focus begins. You know, the start. Lubimov made an excellent start.
Very good, yeah. I think Babicek fell down to P4, but he made sure to get back into P2 very quickly.
The sign of a good start is you get over to the other side of the circuit and take the apex, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And now,
they're bumping here and there.
Yeah, this was down in the pack up at the front. Yeah, there's Babicek going through. So Lubimov led, Gayoso in second. This is where we lost Kenzo Craigie, and that battle there, that sealed the deal for the top 2. Do you not think?
Yeah, definitely. That move sealed the deal, and then it was just a big fight for P3, which turned out to be a big fight for P4, and so on.
Because of course, as one driver gets clear, they can escape, and then the battle pack moves back to position. But hands in the air, Nikita Lubimov, the Aches Racing Team has entered. There he is. Now this, I love these pictures because you have watched a race of such quality so close, and you think that is an adult race, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a textbook performance. I don't think I could have done any better than he did. So.
But then you look at that, and they're knee-high to a grasshopper, as we say in the UK, and you remember that they're just kids, but they have just done something that most adults could not do.
Exactly, it's awesome to see.
And great crash helmet design as well. It's a dragon.
It is.
That's it, the fire-breathing dragon. Well, I tell you what, I got my Welsh badge on there. We got a dragon on the flag there, so honorary Welshman. That's 2 podiums for Wales in 2 races. One because the driver lives in Wales, and the other because he's got a dragon on his helmet. I'll take it.
I don't think I can give you that one.
No? Oh, okay, fair enough, fella. I can't blame a guy for trying. Further down the order, Tom Pappenberg from Belgium, Albie Friend. Well,
a quick shout out to Zane as well. He came from P22, I think, so that's an awesome performance.
Right at the back, and he won a heat race, so that's great.
He's been very quick, just been penalised with track limits for a few times, so he started way further back than he should have. But
it's one of those things that there's hard luck stories in all these events. Drivers that sort of beat themselves effectively. Drivers that, we didn't even mention Taigen Sakano, Taigen the Tiger, a little Japanese driver who's got Japan shaved into his head. Great stuff. Bautista Panetta from Argentina, Joao Barros, Santiago Granados from Colombia in the top 16. Noah Janssen, William Strupp Nilsson from Denmark. all these drivers will have had, you know, tales of ups and downs.
I think Williams flipped in the first heat, didn't he? He
Yes,
crashed
yes,
very hard, yeah.
So he came back from an injury, well, not an injury, but he came back from a frightening accident. David Maximov, Harukazu Suzuki, Nimrod Nagradi, he had some technical issues over the course of the week, but he recovered to 22nd. The only young lady in the race, Vanessa Shilkanate, 23rd from the back of the grid. The two Omani drivers, Adam Awan and Shonal Kunamo, added to the field late on as replacements. Hey, they finished their first World Finals, 24th and 25th. Down at the back, Kenzo Craigie, 31st. Oiva Betanrata, fast at qualifying, 33rd in the race. But we'll see all these drivers a lot more in years to come.
Definitely, this is just the first time for them, so yeah, I'm sure we'll see more of them.
Well, thank you so much for joining us up here in the commentary box, Marion. It's been great. And of course, now you get to go back, and of course, as Birlati, what do you do now? You've got to get all the equipment back, so your work's only just starting, isn't it?
Yeah, my work's only just starting. Today's a rough day for us.
How many of these have you been to now?
I think this is my third one now. Yeah.
Have you noticed how much bigger the event is getting? You know, there's nothing else like it in the world, is there?
No, this is just, it's a one-off event. It's very good.
Well, thank you very much, Marion. It's been great having your insight, but we've got Jenny Wade down in the pits with a very, very happy Estonian.
Nikita, congratulations, you're the new Micromax champion.
Thank you. It was a very hard race. Start was too hard. This was a very beautiful moment. It was the best moment in my career. I want to win this grand final because I flew to the Bahrain and I think I be 8th, but I'm first and I very...
You must be so happy and excited.
Yeah, I'm very happy. It was a beautiful moment.
It was a beautiful moment. You were the first Estonian since I think Yuri Vips to be a champion. And so your mechanic and everybody, they're so excited.
Yes, I know it. I'm best and I know it. For the Grand Prix, I know this. And I want to win because in all warm-ups, 300s to the all guys, and I think I can win this.
It was a very, very close race with all the other drivers, but you've done it, number one. Is there anyone you'd like to say hello to at home?
Yes.
I think all your fans are now crying and so excited they're going to have a big party.
Yeah, I know it. I'm very happy.
Congratulations, Nikita, the new Micromax champion 2021.
Thank you.
And hello to everyone in Estonia too. Surprised he hasn't got his sunglasses on. Usually that's what happens. The young Estonian always in and around the paddock in his sunglasses. We have a break now. 12:45, we're back. 2 races down, 5 to go. France and Estonia are your winners so far, your provisional winners. We've got podiums though for Spain, for Austria, for Sweden as well, and Poland. The international flavour just keeps on coming. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back in approximately 20 minutes time with Minimax, the Junior Max, Senior Max, DD2 Masters and DD2. Please don't go away. We've got some films coming up for your viewing pleasure. the first ever podium. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope that you enjoyed that brief break wherever you are in the world where there's refreshments. Joined by a new face in the commentary box now for the Minimax final. Minimax driver Harrison Crowther. Harrison, it didn't quite go to plan this week, did it? No. I think you did a total of maybe 1 lap during the heats and didn't make the final, but you could join us here now. What are your thoughts of this event as a whole, despite obviously being disappointed not being here in the final?
I think the event's amazing. The atmosphere is great, and especially in the tent.
Yeah, because in the tent the nations are all together. What's life been like in Team GB in the tent as we watch the Minimax drivers come out? But yeah, what's it like?
It's quite a good atmosphere, considering it's not like really run as a proper team like some of the other nations.
Yeah.
But we all still end up working together.
Yep, and you've got some of your colleagues out in this next race. The drivers going out, the circuit, they're all going to be excited about the circuit. What's it like to drive? As a driver in the Minimax class, what's it been like to drive?
It's an amazing circuit. There's so much elevation change, and one thing I can say is my new favourite track.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Yep, even though you didn't, practice went really well for you, so you got loads of laps in practice, maybe not, but you went out for the pre-final yesterday, you had to go and just enjoy the track. Now we look to the 36 drivers of the 72 that started who have made it to the final. Now a lot of these drivers that you've been round all week will go through the grid very shortly, but I mean, yeah, talk us through your week. So you had a mechanical problem, I think, in
Heat 2.
Heat 2 that missed the grid, an incident in Heat 3 on the opening lap, which of course happens all the time, and then the pre-final yesterday you spent 2 laps trying to dig your car out of the sand, but luckily because you're one of the stronger drivers.
Yeah. In Heat 2 we missed the grid by 20 seconds because of a mechanical failure, and Heat 3 we got caught up in a first lap incident, and in the pre-final we were going through turn 2 and I went into the back of someone and my nose cone folded in
into the sand,
and then took a lap to get out, and I was a lap down.
Well, let's have a look at some of the drivers coming through there. Now, there you go across the screen at Team Lebanon. You were talking about Christopher Al-Faghali. He's starting down at the back, but you were saying to me earlier that you think that if he gets a good start, he can come through?
Yeah, if he gets his head in the right place and doesn't get hit off at the start or gets in a crash,
because
he'll come through the field. And the first corner is quite a fast corner, so there's quite a lot of crashes at the first corner.
Yeah, it has been very fast. There have been incidents, so getting through that first corner, and of course the intensity levels. We're looking at some of the drivers who have made it in towards the back of the field. They're all on the Praga chassis going through. You were also mentioning drivers that when you were in practice you were thinking, oh, they're not that quick, but they made it in. I mean, Matteo Berrucci right at the back. It just goes to show how a little bit of luck
is key.
Consistency, and yeah, just it's not having any penalties, and let other drivers beat themselves before you go. So you got a couple of teammates in this race, right? Scott Marsh, tell us about Scott Marsh, because you were saying, of course, in the UK the rules are slightly different. In Minimax we race full size chassis, these are cadet size chassis, so it was a bit of a struggle for you. In fact, you were saying about the seat position, because you're a bit taller and a bit broader. What was going on?
We had to put the chassis, like the seat, really low down to keep the centre of gravity as low as possible, so the tyre didn't dig into the ground as much to keep the momentum up. Yeah,
so some of the taller drivers in this class, you're looking at they're actually moving the seat below the chassis rail, and of course you've got lead to put on the car. Scott's a lighter, shorter driver.
No, he's taller and narrower, so he can put lead on. He can sit a bit higher up and put all the lead at the bottom of the seat and keep the centre of gravity low.
So all these drivers from all the nations have been going through the same situation, trying to adjust the weight on their carts, where the lead is positioned, dealing with the size of the chassis, because it's an age restricted class. Obviously 11, 12, 13 years old. Here is Ramiro Brito talking to Boris Lisan and Mateo Radenkovic. You saying they're both very, very quick?
Yeah, they're both very quick drivers.
You know, a lot of them new to you as well. Slow down, slow down. What's it like, you know, being around all the international drivers? You don't know them, you know, English maybe not the first language, listening to briefings, and there's some sportsmanship. Again, the two Polish drivers, is that Jan Meissner? Yes, that is Mr. Meissner. Just giving his countrymen a shout. It's a different sort of atmosphere altogether, isn't it?
Yeah, because at home in the UK in the British Kart Championships, the racing was really good, but we all knew each other, and here the racing's just as good, but no one knows what each other's going to do.
Yeah, so you don't know if this driver's going to turn in, if he's going to work with you. That's very difficult. And of course, all these drivers, like yourself, they're champions. You know, there's 70 odd champions entered. They're all used to running at the front. Running in 30th is not something they're used to, so they're all fighting to get to where you normally run.
Yep. I think Scott Marsh would be able to come through the field.
He's
as
starting
well.
in car 119 from the outside of row 6. Before we get started, now in the UK, Harrison, you are Burnham-on-Crouch.
Yep.
Right, Burnham-on-Crouch. That's Ian Jury, the Blockheads territory.
It's pretty much proper south-east of England, I think.
And obviously you've got friends and family watching from back home. Anyone, before we go through the grid, anyone quickly you want to say hello to?
I'd like to say hello to my sister, my nan and granddad, and my half sister, and everyone else watching the live stream.
Consider them said hello to. Here we go then. 36 drivers. Starting lineup. Pole position number 130, Boris Lisan from Poland. He lives in Skierniewice. He is 11 on Monday. The Polish champion Matej Radenkiewicz from Belgium in kart number 108 starts from P2. Matej from Schilder, the BNL champion and the Golden Trophy winner this year. Endo Arata on the inside of row 2, number 113 from Japan. 10 years old, Japanese champion from Kutoka. Then it's Julius Ochepa. We've just seen his younger brother Anthony Ochepa do really well in Micromax, driver number 165 from Chestovra, second in this year's Polish Championship. Jensen Burnett, kart number 146 from Canada, from Toronto, 11 years old, his first grand finals. Tom Strela, number 149 from Latvia, starts on the outside of row number 3 from Riga, the Latvian champion. Marcus Silkunas on the inside of row number 4, driver 162. Marcus is 12 years old, the Nordic champion from Karonka. Then it's his countryman, Dovidas Gudlevicius. Dovidas, one of 7 drivers in the field who competed as a Micromax driver back in 2019. Gudlevicius on that day finished 6th. Then it's Matthias Carnajak from France in kart number 147 on the inside of row number 5. Matthias from Argon, he's 13 years old, second in this year's NSK Championship. Hugo Marti from Spain in kart number 131. He starts on the outside of row number 5, and he is from Valencia, the Spanish champion, 12 years old. Then Artemi Melnikov, driver number 141 from Russia. Artemi, 12 years old, from Moscow, the Russian champion. Then it's Team GB's Scott Marsh, second in this year's British Minimax title in 119. His older brother Sam was a former Grand Final and British champion. Then Gage Korn from Team USA, kart number 158. Gage from Colorado, 10 years old, was this year's USA West champion alongside Jan Meister in kart 171 from Portugal. Then it's Makita Sinyabok on the left hand side of your screen from Belarus. First Belarusian driver to make the final in quite some time. Max Sadursky in kart 124 is next. Sadursky is in his first grand final. Junio Kaneko in kart 114 on the inside of row 9, and Rotislav Kostina in kart 133 from Poland. Then Thiago Falevenye from Argentina and George Nassar in kart number 125 from the UAE champion. Alexander Klugel from Germany and Yu Delu, the only Chinese driver to make the finals this year, on row 11. Then Mika van der Peever, the driver with Sonic the Hedgehog on his crash helmet in kart number 150. He starts on the inside of row number 12 alongside Team USA's Kyle Drysdale from Gilbert, Arizona. Then it is Tom Langlois, number 137 from France. Langlois lives in Rouen and is the French Cup champion. Christopher El Fagali, number 116 from Lebanon. This year's Rotax International Trophy and MENA Cup winner. He was 9th as a Micromax driver in 2018. Luca Houghton from Bahrain, the first Bahraini driver to qualify for a Minimax final, because normally it's just 36 drivers. Luca Houghton makes it in for the home nation. Then it's Portugal Salvador Trinidade. 2 years ago in Sarno, he was 3rd as a Micromax driver. Sebastian Bach from Denmark, Jackson Volney from the USA, Santino Panetta from Argentina, Petr Bogotanovsky, the first ever driver from North Macedonia to make it to the grand finals. He is in the final itself from Skopje. Then it's Paul Grisel from France, Mizuki Inoue from Japan, Marcel Zibo from Hungary, and Matteo Baruti, the last driver to qualify in 36th position. On to the rolling lap. Okay, Harrison, what are you doing now as a driver? What is your focus on the rolling lap?
Getting the tyres warmed up, and like you say in the British Championship, lots of steering checks.
Lots of steering checks. Tyre warming is a no-no, but you've got to check your steering repeatedly, left and right, just to make sure it's working.
Yep, and getting your head in the zone for the start and making sure you're on the person's rear bumper.
Yeah,
you want to make sure you're resting on their bumper.
Yep, exactly. So, history lesson. Minimax. Jaden Els was the inaugural champion in 2016 from South Africa. Marcus Aman from France won in 2017. Farin Mega, we're going to see him in juniors later on. He won for Germany in 2018. Jolan Rakmier from France won in Sarno. So we've also had podiums for Thomas Niveau from Canada, Luca Nurmi from Finland, Jamie Day from the UAE, Australia's James Wharton, Danny Van Ruyten, Augustin Bernier, Andy Rattel and Costa de Paris. Who is going to join them on the list of winners in the next 14 laps? 14 laps, Harrison, do you think some of the younger drivers are going to start getting tired?
Not necessarily, because they've been at it all year, and the fitness, and the end of the year is the peak of the fitness level when you're at your highest point.
Hot sunshine here in Bahrain. Down the hill towards turn number 12. 36 drivers head into turn number 13. This is where the butterflies really disappear and you're focused.
And you get the adrenaline rush comes in, so you don't feel the pressure as much.
Well, let's see, gamesmanship. Lisan pulling out just a little bit now into the tram lines. We look at the lighting gantry. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Lisan to the inside, covers his line, now sweeps across to take the racing line. Arto Endo tries to get up the inside but has to fall back in a second. Good clean start through turn number 1. Radenkovic on the outside, getting shuffled back there, 3 wide into turn number 5. They've got to sort themselves out, and I think Lisan has managed to hold off the lead, hold on to the lead. 2 drivers at the back going off into turn number 5 at Mosport. In fact, there's 4 drivers. Lisan having to defend on the opening lap, but already the top 3 have got away.
Someone stopped coming out the, I don't know what.
Turn 5.
Turn 5.
The Mosport there. We'll check next time by who that is. The back markers though getting shuffled around, but the top 3 are clear. Radenkovic in 4th now. I think that might be Jensen Burnett. You know, the dark race suit. Maybe Tom Strada from Latvia. Oh dear!
Oh dear! Someone's flipped.
Yeah, that's right. So at the top of the hill, corkscrew. You can see great marshalling. Marshall's already on the scene. That driver's okay. We'll check who that is. George Nassar has gone off. Let's have a little look at the replay at the top of your screen. Coming into the corkscrew, there's 3 wide and somebody up a lazy roll, and the car lands on top of them, and the driver's bouncing over there, but you can see the driver moving around trying to get the car off him.
I'm pretty sure I know how that happened as well.
That was what do you think?
So I think they were probably going 3 wide into the long right hander, and as it all tightens up going into the left, it was 3 drivers trying to get on one piece of track, and then the driver on the outside got spat out.
Yep, and that's unfortunate. Well, let's have a look. So yellow flags at post number 11. Now, Nikita Sinyabok from Belarus and George Nassar have not come around with the opening up, so I think it may have been Sinyabok that was caught up there. We'll focus on the racing now. The driver is off the circuit, so the driver is up and is out and is okay. That is the main thing. Racing continues. Now, Tom Langlois, Luca Horton, Gage Korn, Christopher El Fagali, Salvador Trinidadi and Alexander Klugel have all lost a lot of ground and more carnage there, and that's 2 drivers. The number 141 of Artemi Melnikov and number 143 of Dovydas Gudaravicius coming together down the hill. You can see, outbreak himself, and I think that was the Russian driver going into Galerie, it's quite hard to outbrake yourself going into turn 12,
Boris Lysen's gone back up the inside at turn 5.
So, yep, Lysen leads. Again, Arata Endo had taken the lead. Lysen very quick. These two drivers working well, and a great gap they've got now, isn't that right, Harrison? So they can work together.
Yeah, and also Boris Lysen all week, he's been really good at holding the lead and keeping the pace up, because it's quite hard to hold the lead on a track like this because you don't have a chase and you lose a bit of pace and you don't have a slipstream.
Yeah, so of course if you haven't got a slipstream on this long track, the slipstream is all important. Tom Strella
and Mateo Radenkovic has gone backwards as well.
Yeah, he's in a poor start. The driver with the yellow and red race suit. Look for Team Belgium's Mateo Radenkovic. His mechanic Max Timmermans was a podium finisher here, but we're already on lap 3 of 14. Endo will push Jensen Burnett in third, then Silkuna, Scott Marsh at the fifth, Strella, Martavi.
I don't know how to pronounce that name. He's gone up 18 positions already.
So that is your North Macedonian driver. Well, North Macedonia, are you watching? Petr Bogatinovsky from North Macedonia having a great start, but that is part of just keeping out of trouble. We've seen several drivers crash. You're just being in the right place at the right time. Keep it clean. And let's see what happens. The top two are clear. It's now down to this group on your screen now: Burnett, Silkunas, Marsh, Strella, Marty and Radenkovic with Max Sadursky from the Netherlands. They've got to work together, haven't they? Or else the lead battle is gone.
And also there's been a lot of drivers who've had really good starts. Like Scott March is already up 7 positions from, I think it was about
12.
14 or 12 position.
Up in the top 5 for driver number 119, Scott Marsh. And you were saying you're watching, because Scott is short, he's very tall in the kart, so he is the third driver, the second driver now in this pack. He's got a very different driving style, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think sometimes he can be quite smooth, and also he can be quite an aggressive driver. As in his driving style is quite aggressive.
There we go, there's an example of that.
Third up the inside, he went up the inside of Jensen Burnett.
And again, that's an aggressive move. You've got to time it right. Now, Burnett should really start pushing Scott Marsh along. And then behind him, that is Silkunas, and I think Tom Strella, the Lithuanian and Latvian driver, just tripping over each other, and that is going to allow Marsh, and has changed the lead. Is that Lisa? No, that's changed for third, sorry. Burnett going back up the inside of Marsh, but behind them with Silkunas and Strella tripping over each other, that's going to give Burnett and Marsh a chance to work together. They don't have to worry about somebody sending one up the inside from behind.
I don't think Burnett went up the inside of Scott. It was the two behind him for 5th and 6th.
Well, okay, there we go. Already correcting me. Good lads. I need that. Keeping me in show. Well, let's
it
have a look.
was Marcus Silkunas who went up the inside of Hugo Marti.
There we go. And it was Radenkovic and Karnajak. Dear me, I'm getting told what to do here. Quite rightly so. Got to be on my toes here. Tom Strella has dropped back. So
Scott Marsh set in the fastest lap of the race with 58.87.
Again, very, very quick. Now that's 2/10 quicker. Marsh is being pushed along by Burnett. So really, you've got to say, do you know that Jensen Burnett has got pace? Because if he's able to push Marsh along, I mean, Burnett did a 59.2, but he did get overtaken that lap. But this is good news. The two of them, they can work together. If there was a huge pack, Burnett would be keeping one eye behind him to make sure that he wasn't getting lunged.
And if Scott Marsh wins this race, this would be the best I've ever seen him drive.
Yeah, because you've raced against him all year. It's his first year as a Minimax driver. He's got up at the front though, Boris Lizan and Arata Endo, first and second. Now, Sinyabok and Nassar are out. We've also lost Gudalavicius, Christina are also out. So we're down to 32 drivers. Artemi Melnikov down at the back. Now, some of the drivers on the move. Christopher Alfagali up to 17th place. Bogdanovsky from North Macedonia up to 14th. Santino Panetta from Argentina up to 15th. Udaloo up into 12th. Mika van der Pavert, like Sonic the Hedgehog, flying up the order into 13th place. The gap though, 3/10 between first and second. Arata Endo doesn't look as he's able to keep pace with Lisa. Lisa's got that gap, hasn't he?
Yep. And I think Boris Lysen, he's drove really well this week, and if he can just keep that gap, he'll have it in the bag.
Yeah, because again, he's not defending. We're halfway through this Minimax race. Action comes thick and fast.
He's just managing that gap like that Latin driver has in Junior Rotax all week.
Yeah, like Solsomanis, the Latvian driver. Yeah, undefeated. So the only undefeated driver. Ryzen going through turn number 2. Now, the roller coaster. This is the roller coaster, isn't it? Is your stomach going up and down a little bit?
So that section of the track is a lot better for the smaller drivers, because the bigger drivers, because they've got more weight on them, it leans the tyre and it bogs, and like all the smaller drivers can sort of just skate across the track.
Yeah, so again, we wouldn't know that from the commentary position, but yeah, that's something that you're experiencing. And down towards turn 8, now up to turn 9 and 10. Lisan, half distance on lap 8 of 14. Lisan and Endo, they are 1.4 seconds clear of Marsh and Burnett. The gap is coming down ever. Well, they say that Arata Endo a 58.662. That's the fastest lap of the race. Marsh a 58.6, and so's Burnett. Suddenly, Boris Lisan, the leader, is the slowest of the top 4, and you can see him signalling.
Also, all the drivers, all the tyres are starting to get properly warmed up, and the tyres are coming on, so they're going to keep going faster and faster now.
Well, let's see if Lisan can hold off Endo.
And
the gap is not really closing. They've got to start taking chunks. So the hope is now, Marsh and Burnett are hoping that we're just going to work together, because Endo at some point will cause Boris Lisan to defend, and then we'll close in.
And I think it'd be quite good with, I think it's about 5 laps to go. It'd be quite a good idea for Arata Endo to not go up the inside of Boris Lisan, because that, if they start battling, Scott Marsh and Jensen Burnett were.
As a driver, this puts you under pressure. So Arata Endo, he'll have checked. He looks at the inside a little bit, but he'll have checked behind. He knows you'll have, with the gap of that, 1, maybe 2 opportunities at most before they're caught.
And also, even if he does start battling, I think now would also be, he's in a bit of a rock and a hard place, because if he goes up the inside now, they'll start battling.
Yeah.
But if he goes up the inside now, we'll be in the box seat for the win.
Exactly, and of course, if you leave it too late, you know you're going to be defended. Of course, if you've got one chance, if you miss it, job done, and you regret not going for it earlier. The gap is closing, however. Jensen Burnett in 4th place from Canada, 58.486 seconds. That was 0.2 of a second quicker. This is what they need to do. Marsh checks over his shoulder. They'll be working together. The 3rd and 4th drivers, with 4 laps to go, are starting to close in, and at some point Boris Lisan's going to have to defend. Boris, the Polish driver with the yellow and green crash helmet, being chased by Japan's Arata Endo. Oh, Endo up the inside. Now that's a strange line at turn number 12, because if you cut it too tight, you don't get the momentum out, and it's cost him, hasn't it?
Through the chicane before the last corner, you've got to carry less speed for the left-hander and keep the wheel straight instead of pull it back, because you scrub more speed off.
So, and that's but another fast lap. Marsh now, 58.467. Dad Richard,
they've pulled
and his
the front two
here.
have pulled away a bit. They've pulled away by about 1/10 now, I think.
First sector, well, we'll have a look at, yeah. Lisan 0.2 up the road from Endo. That one move just goes to show, if you get a move wrong, it takes you a lap to close down. Now, Endo's turning in to the corners a lot earlier than Lisan. Lisan's the rear end of his car is obviously a lot freer.
Yeah, I think it's Endo Arata. He might have a bit more front end, so he can turn. Actually, not a bit less front end, so he has to turn in earlier. But it could also help him turn in earlier, because he's on the inside of the rubber, so that's where the most grip is.
Okay, so it's down to the setup. So here we go. Start of lap 12 out of 14. At the moment, Poland leads, Japan leads Great Britain and Canada. Then it's Lithuania. So Kunas is 5th. Then it's Hugo Marti, Julian Ochepa, Mateusz Karnajak, Tom Strella, Mateo Radenkovic, Max Sidursky, Christopher Elfagali up to 12th. Yu Delu from China is 13th. Then it's Panetta van der Pavert. Bogotinovsky from Macedonia, 16th place. A top 20 finish for North Macedonia would be the best that country has done ever in the grand finals. The first they've ever been here, but it would be a remarkable achievement for such a new nation, literally and in karting wise.
Also, Christopher Elfagali's overtaken Yu Delu, Santio Panetta, Mika van der Put and Petter, because they've all gone down one position.
Yep, Grizel is next. Then it's Drysdale, Meissner, Houghton, Bach, Langlois, Trinidade, Korn, Move. That is 3rd place, was it?
Jensen Burnett up the inside of Scott Marsh. That was quite a good and calculated move.
Yep, because he's got 2 laps to go now. What Jensen Burnett's thinking is that when they start battling up front, I want to be the first driver on the scene.
I'm starting to think they're not going to end up battling, because Boris Lisan's just keeping the gap where Endo's Arata's too far to go up the inside, and just keeping the gap at the same.
He does have that 3-car length lead, and he does defend a little bit, does Boris Lysen, going into the first corner. There's that early turning again from Arata,
Boris
but again, it's got a good
he ran wide out the hairpin, Boris Lysen did.
Ah, okay, I did see that.
That might be track limits, because he ran a little bit wide out.
It certainly cost him time. Now, through the corkscrew, down the hill, spectators watching on the VIP area. Poland, Japan, Canada, then Britain. The 4 drivers leading the way. Now Lysen's under pressure. Last lap board is going to go out. Lysen's going to have to defend, and watch how closely, how much the 2 drivers behind close in. Lysen defends a little bit. Last lap board out. Arata Endo, that early turning. Burnett defends from Marsh. Side by side. Can Scott
Marsh has overtaken him.
There we go.
What
on the podium for Team GB. Can now Marsh hold on? Marsh could be the first to see Endo, not close enough to make a move at turn number 5. The next opportunity is down at turn 8, or should he wait till turn 12?
Endo Arata might. Yeah. Oh, he's going for the lead.
And he's made it. So he runs wide, crossover move, crossover, Arata Endo on the inside, Lysen on the outside. Japan has the race lead as we come into the corkscrew.
I think this might be one of the first wins for Japan ever in the history of the Grand Finals.
It certainly in this class, definitely, absolutely. Lysen now has to attack. 3 corners to go. Burnett and Marsh are going for it, wheel to wheel, but out of the final corner, it's going to be Arata Endo for Japan. Last gasp city, Japan wins. Lysen second, and third is Scott Marsh on the line from Jensen Burnett.
Up 9 positions by Scott Marsh, and I think Arata Endo might have a drop nose cone because he was not celebrating coming over the line. Well, he put his hand up like he was almost a bit angry.
That is the Japanese way. We'll see. We'll have to look. They're going to have the nose cone, but look, at the moment, it's Arata Endo for Japan who wins in Minimax. Poland second. Oh, poor Boris Lysen led the majority of the race, but you know, it didn't quite happen. Arata went for the 1 move. Scott Marsh, again, last gasp move. Your mate Scott, he's going to be happy that you're going to go back to the tent. He's going to be a happy young man.
Yeah, and also I think Arata Endo played it quite intelligently, actually, because I think he was just sitting behind Boris Lysen, letting Boris Lysen use up the tyres on his car, and then just... I was thinking that Boris was just holding the gap, but I think Arata might have been holding...
Very smart.
Yeah, I think he might have played it quite smart.
Boris on a good start. Arata up in the second place. Mateo Radenkovic, he dropped down the order.
And he got back up to 8th.
He got down to 8th rather. Christopher Alfagali finishes 9th. But through these first couple corners, here's the incident, and it was Makita Sinyabok and George Nassar going over. They're okay. That's the main thing. So sadly, Belarus and the UAE going out early. Then the incident, Gudalavicius getting swiped out by Russia's Artemy Melnikov. And now here is the move up the inside, but the crossover, you can see, so Arata runs wide on the exit, but he doesn't really gain, so there's the crossover, Lysen on the outside, so he's got the better racing line, but the move happens, and Endo Murata, there's the salute from Japan, or maybe just putting his hand up, but yeah, nose cone looks good. Japan has the victory. Oh, no, Harrison, you know what that feels like.
Yep.
Boris Lysen, just what can you say?
He's led most of the races of the week.
But that's what it's all about.
That's good sportsmanship between the 2 of them.
And again, you know, how tough is it as a driver to have just lost a massive event, but you go over and congratulate, you know, the driver that's just done you, basically.
I feel quite bad for Boris Lysen because he won every heat he competed in. He got pipped to the line by Mateo Radenkovic in the pre-final and led most of the race to the final, and then got overtaken on the last lap. Well,
you know, that is the key to the Grand Finals. We're here for a long time. There is Team Japan celebrating. You are quite right, Harrison. Japan's first Minimax medal of any kind. They've got 3 Grand Final wins in their history. That is number 4, and the Japanese team are understandably delighted. But a little bit on your weigh scales there is Scott Marsh from Team GB. You're really happy for him,
It's been a really good comeback drive for Scott Marsh, considering the first heat he had, because he started, I think it was about 7th or 8th, and went back to like 20th.
Well, here is a look at the results, the provisional results on screen. Arata Endo, Boris Lisan and Scott Marsh. Japan, Poland and Great Britain on the podium. Poland's second podium of the day. Jensen Burnett just missing out for Canada in fourth. Julius Achepa from Poland in fifth. A really strong outing for the Polish team. Then Marcus Silkunas from Lithuania, Hugo Marti, Mateo Radenkovic, Christopher Alfagari came through to ninth. Yudalu from China rounds out the top 10. Then it's Karnajak, Sidursky, Panetta, Van der Pavert, Bogotinovsky, Luca Houghton. Local driver, you know, what's it like? What must it be like? Can you imagine what Luca must be feeling? He's qualified for his final at home track and he's just finished in the top 16.
I think it's a really big achievement for him, considering I think he's the first Bahrain driver to reach a final in the grand finals.
Certainly in this class,
and I
absolutely.
I think he'd be over the moon with it, considering he's pretty much made history.
Yep, he has indeed. Now, the hard luck stories. Carl Drysdale, Gage Corn, Jackson Wanley. It didn't quite happen for Team USA in this one. Jan Meissner, Junya Kaneko, Baruti. Again, consistent, gained places, you know, he's not, so Matteo Baruti was not the 26th fastest driver of the 72 in Minimax, but
he's been consistent, and consistency is key.
It is indeed. Falvenier, Inoue, Melnikov and the rest. Tom Strella, potential winner, out. Costina, potential winner, out. Kudrivicius, potential winner, out. That is racing. Thank you very much, Harris. Just quickly, what is your plan for next year?
I think it's junior Rotax with cold racing.
And
looking for a bit of sponsorship as well.
There we are, look at that, looking for a bit of sponsorship. Well, I mean, look, Harrison crowd up on the internet. Thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box. It's been great to have your insight. Unlucky this week, but hey, you know.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, and a great experience overall.
Yep, it's been once in a lifetime opportunity.
Well, maybe next year you'll qualify again. Thank you very much. Now, we will be joined shortly in the contracts by another champion. It could be, it'll be our junior Rotax final up next. We'll be back with you very shortly. So while we look at
Are you smiling, Endo? Congratulations.
Thank you.
What a brilliant race. And on the last lap, you managed to take the title. You are the new Minimax champion for Rotax in 2021. How are you feeling?
So I'm happy.
You're very happy?
Yes.
Okay, and would you like to tell us in Japanese about the race?
So 130 and very, very fast.
In Japanese?
30番がちょっと早かったので、どこで誘おうか迷ってました。
And now, would you like to say arigato to the team or anybody?
メカニックや先生たちにありがとうと伝えです。
どういたしまして。
Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Well, great stuff there from Jen Wade and Arata Endo from Japan. Now we're on to juniors, and I mean, speaking of Japan, we only have to look back at Ukyo Sasahara, was the last Japanese driver to win a grand final. He did that back in 2011. Al Ain Raceway. So, joined now for the junior final once again by Matilda Olsen. Matilda, the E20 final did not go well. Unfortunately, I'm not joined by the double European senior Rotax champion and the first ever E20 grand final champion, but still a double European champion nonetheless. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't go as we wanted. After the first battle on the first lap with the Finnish guy, we I don't know what really happened, but the axle got loose somehow, and that cost me a lot. So I was like having to finish the race there.
Yep. I know we did notice that 7 laps, but again, a great experience. This track, you get to sample this track, and everyone is raving about this this Bahrain circuit, quite rightly so. But we're going to be looking at the starting grid. If you're joining us all week, we got a great race lined up. The question is, can anybody beat Thomas Dolsomanis? No one's done it yet, but we were saying that about Boris Lisan in Minimax, and he got done on the last couple of laps, so it really anything can happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race. This is like very good drivers on the grid here, as we can see, and I would say anyone could win this. It's going to be up to the boys on track for sure. Yeah,
it's going to be a very tactical race because, you know, Dolsomanis, everyone knows if he gets away, he is clear. So it's down to the drivers like Rillarts, Vilkans, Teen, the ones around him, to get going again. Now, we will have a little look at the 36 drivers, but a history lesson of this junior Rotax class. Champions: Martin Omer from Estonia, Ben Salvatori from France, Kenneth Hildebrand representing Estonia, Jorrit Pex from Belgium, Kevin Koyas from Estonia, Facundo Chapur from Argentina. Ukio Sasahara has won this class twice, the only driver to win 2 junior Rotax Grand Finals champion. Martin Rump from Estonia, then Harry Webb from Great Britain, Juan Correa from Team USA, of course went on to GP2, Yuri Vrips from Estonia, Florian Vonturi in 2015, Mark Kimber, we'll see him in seniors later on, Tijman van der Helm now up in GP3, Robert de Haan, and 2019 Clay Osborne for Australia. So Estonia, the most successful nation in junior Rotax Grand Finals history. Great Britain have 2 wins, France 2 wins, Netherlands 2 wins, Japan 2 wins, and a win apiece for Australia, USA, Belgium, Spain and Argentina. Karts going down. Here is your starting lineup shortly. The karts are on the ground, the drivers, this is where you step in, Matilda. You're now fully in the zone.
Yeah, this is fully in the zone, definitely, and what we're going to see here is a very tough battle between the top drivers here, and as I said before, anyone can win this. It's racing, you put the helmet on and you just have to focus on one thing, and that's to win.
Yep, it's going to be a very, very tough battle. It's not over until the checkered flag waves. Now, at the back, you can just see all the drivers in the car. There's one driver with his helmet on. That at the back is Neo Clark. A different approach. He wants to be away from the kart. You know, that's every driver is different. He's the very last driver to qualify, and actually, it was his British teammate Ethan Jeff Hall who had qualified. Now, Ethan is a Minimax champion, but the age rules difference. He was up in the juniors the first time ever. He's really, really tiny driver in terms of stature, but he was quick enough to make the finals. Then he had a penalty that put him out, but it put his teammate Neo Clark, who drove the last 4 laps of the pre-final with a puncture yesterday. He thought he'd missed out. He was given a late reprieve. I have to say, we're going to be missing Mohammed Wali. Saw him roll out of the kart yesterday. Remarkably, still enough points to make the final, but he has knee ligament damage and is not racing. So here we go, the starting lineup. Pole position, driver 244 from Latvia, Thomas Dolsomanis, 4th Grand Final appearance, his best result, 9th as a Minimax driver in 2018. Kai Riarts from Belgium, number 205, starts from the outside of row 1, his 2nd Grand Finals appearance. This year, he's won the European Trophy, the European Championship, the BNL, the BMC and the International Trophy. Jaden Teen in kart 259. He's from the Netherlands and he finished 7th as a Minimax driver last Grand Finals. Also from Latvia, the 2nd Latvian in the top 4, Edgars Vilkans in kart number 252, 1st Grand Finals appearance, the 13-year-old Estonian champion from Jelgava. Then it's Enzo Bol from the Netherlands in kart 255. Bol from Rotterdam finished 2nd in this year's Dutch Championship. Then it's Mirai Nishida in kart number 258, our camera kart for this final. Nishida is 14 years old, 3rd in this year's Japanese Championship. Joep Breedveld in kart number 217 rather. Starts on the inside of row number 4. Breedveld, 15 years old, 3rd in this year's Dutch Championship from Berkel en Rodenitz. Then it's Matej Konik in kart number 227. Matej from Slovakia finished 11th as a Micromax driver 2 years ago. Theo Blon in kart 237 is next from France, and Federico Alrifai from the United Arab Emirates. Marty Riordon in cart number 215 is on the inside of the 6th row of the grid. Marty Riordon, his nickname is Mara. Then it is Harry Linden from Barry in South Wales, lives in Dinas Powys. I do hope all his friends and teachers from St Richard Gwyn High School are watching back home and cheering him on. Then it is Farin Mega, the 2018 Minimax Grand Finals champion from Germany. Farin is the German champion this year, finished 3rd in the international trophy. Mark Koziev, number 246 from Russia, first Grand Finals. Best result, 9th in his heat. Then it's Rodrigo Vilacha in cart number 248 from Portugal. Vilacha lives in Braga, 2nd in this year's Portuguese Championship. Kamal Murad from Australia. A lot of support coming in from Australia for this 13-year-old from Sydney. Then it is Guillermo Pena Diaz from Spain in cart number 235. Pena Diaz. It's his first Grand Finals, 14 years old, from Madrid, the Spanish champion. Pacom Weissenberger from France is cart 2110. He starts on the outside of row number 9. Then it's Alan Krepsik from Hungary in cart 264, just getting some congratulations. And look at this, ladies and gentlemen, a driver going down. I'll stop doing the grid because that is what it is all about, ladies and gentlemen. That is what you are watching. International drivers. That man does not, that boy, he's a boy, but he's acting like a real true sportsman. He doesn't know these drivers, but yeah, this is what it is all about. Edwin Knesser and Giacomo Maccioro from Lebanon and Italy, respectively. You can see Knesser on the left-hand side of your screen. Edwin in cart number 254. This is his 3rd Grand Finals. His best result, 12th, as a Minimax driver in 2019. Rafael Renhofer and Santiago Biaggi from Germany and Argentina, respectively. Sebastian Svensson from Sweden just makes it in 29, and the first ever Panamanian driver. Sebastian NG qualifies the final. This is the highest a Panamanian driver has ever been in the world of Rotax racing. Sebastian on course to make history. Ruhan Alva from India in cart number 267 is next on the inside of row 14, followed by Bruno Mulders in cart 209. Pietro Pons from Italy. Filippo Laghi, who commentates on the DD2 race, he is Pietro's mechanic. Let's see, there's Filippo sitting telling number 233 driver what to do. Pietro is 14 years old from Torino. Then it's Paul Alberto from France, cart number 213. Paul, 6th as a Minimax driver at Sarno 2 years ago. Philip Nawiemdowski from Poland and Leon Ochai from Japan are on row 16. And then it's Maxim Shurko from Lithuania in cart number 241. Maxim, 13 years old, the Lithuanian title runner-up this year. Magnus Pedersen from Denmark in cart number 247 is on the outside of row number 17. Magnus, first Grand Finals, 14 years old from Aarhus, the Danish champion. Sadly, Mohamed Vali, representing Hungary, is not there on the grid. He has knee ligament damage and is in hospital, but he's okay. And last man, final words from Dad. Neo Clark composed himself, makes it in after finishing his pre-final with a puncture and thought he'd missed out by 1 point. Neo, number 214, 14 years old from Hyde. He missed drivers that didn't make it. From Bahrain, France, all sorts of drivers. It's so hard, is it not, to get in. We've been watching our camera cart from Japan, Japanese driver number 232, Ryo Sakai. He crashed out of a qualifying place. The driver he crashed into, Vic Stevens, the Belgian, also missed out. Also, our drivers from Thailand failed to qualify. So did 1 or 2 others from Chile. In fact, 36 drivers failed to qualify for this event. It's tough.
It's very tough out there. It can be a crash, a puncture, a engine breakdown or whatever. It's going to cost so much for not making it to the final. And as we can see here, we have a grid with a lot of talent driver here who made it through, and obviously you need a bit of luck to make it through. You
do. And what I really liked about that French driver, I don't know if it was Theo Blom or whether it was Pacon Weisberger or whether it was Paul Alberto. That bit of sportsmanship is incredible. Or was he just saying, be nice to me on the track when I come up the inside of you?
Yeah, this is a very nice thing. I've never seen this actually before.
I have in the grand finals for an American driver, whose name escapes me now, did it at Sarno and then put it on the podium. Diego LaRocque, possibly, or James Agozi.
It's very nice when you wish everyone luck for
Yes.
the final. It's very good sportsmanship.
Because for those of you tuning into this event for the first time, all the drivers are in one huge tent. It is massive. There are 378 drivers here. There's 378 workstations. You're all working in your nations next to each other, socially distanced, of course, COVID regulations, with your flag and your name hanging over you. You've got limited equipment. All the equipment is provided, so you work with, you're around this huge carnival of noise.
As a driver myself, if some driver would do that to me, I would really appreciate it, that they handshake and like wish me good luck. It means a lot for a driver when someone do it that you're not really speaking to, maybe from another country, not been seen before. It's a very nice thing to do. And
we saw it at the end of the Minimax race, but with Boris Lisan, who led nearly every lap and then got passed by Arata Endo on the outside. Now there's a driver from Poland and Japan. They've never met each other before. This week, Boris Lisan out of the cart straight over to hug the driver that just beat him.
Even how much you want to race and win yourself, it's a lot about that you have to be nice to the other people as well around you, because you guys racing together, you make this race together, you make this journey together, and it's a lot of respect, I would say.
18 laps, Junior Rotax, a long race. Thomas Stolsamanis remains undefeated from Latvia. Stolsamanis, 2 top 10 finishes during his Minimax career in the grand finals. One of the most experienced drivers, in fact, yes, fourth grand final appearance. We've got several drivers on their 3rd appearance. He's qualified for this 4 times, so he knows how to manage the week. You know, you've got to be this race is when you've got to be fastest. Other drivers, Harry Linden has had 2 wins, a 2nd place finish, and then a mechanical failure and a last place finish. That's why he starts 6th. We've seen him. He's not the fastest. He has to be the smartest.
Yes.
Well, he is the fastest, but Rillards and Stolsamanis have been quicker on a straight line, but you've got to use the old grey matter.
This is the most important race of the weekend, and now you have to have spots on and everything, and if you have the chance to go for the move, go, and not backing off, because this can cost you a lot for the final, and obviously everyone wants to win out there.
Yep, it's
here we go.
One shot at Global Glory. Lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a great start from Stolsamanis, an awful start from Kai Rillards. He swamped down to 3rd. Jaden Teen is up to 2nd place for the Netherlands. You hold your breath. 36 junior Rotax drivers plunge through turns 3, 4 and 5, 70 miles an hour. Rillards coming back into 3rd place, but it is Thomas Stolsamanis leads. Harry Linden running wide, gets back on. And at the top you've got one car piggybacking up over the other. Stolsamanis has the lead. The drivers have got to work now. If you let Stolsamanis go, he goes and you're not going to catch him. So the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th drivers, Rillards, Teen, Vilkans, Bond, Ashida, we're on board with behind Rillards, down through the corkscrew, up to 70 miles an hour, off the curbs, hard on the brakes, now for turn 12. And yes, you can see they're pegging Stolsamanis back. They're not battling side by side, yellow flags a little bit further back, but this is good from Jaden Teen and Kai Rillards. You've got to drag Stolsamanis into a scrap.
They got to work together now to make it up to Stolsamanis, otherwise he's gonna be gone. If not,
he will say sayonara, goodbye in Latvian, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what it is in Latvian. Now, at the end of lap number 1, Stolsamanis, Teen, post 5. That's turn 4 area, brief yellow flag. That was somebody maybe sampling the scenery. Pakorn, Weissenberger and Leon Zelenko. Oh, I hope it wasn't Weissenberger who shook everyone's hand and then cries out in the first lap. That would be just unjust. Sadly, our only Croatian in the entire event, Leon Zelenko, is out. Leon, who finished 2nd as a Micromax driver in 2018. Weissenberger out. Magnus Pedersen's dropped down. Everyone's being quite consistent. Farin Mega has lost a few places, down to 17th. I don't think he's going to be a 2nd grand final win for the German as we complete lap number 2. Now Matilda, Stolsamanis is starting to edge away. They couldn't. Jade and Teen's going with him, but look at Rillards is falling back. Nishida in fourth is falling back. It's already getting a little bit strung out, and this is not what they wanted. This is not what they needed.
This is definitely not what they needed now. Stolzmann has strengthened the gap to almost 3/10, and if you go too far, he's going to break the toe from the second person here.
It's going to be harder for drivers like Harry Linden, like drivers like Raphael Renhofer and your countryman Sebastian Svensson, who have had good results but have also had misfortune, so they're quicker than their grid position suggests. Now they can't battle it, you're relying on a scrap to draw you into the lead bunch. And that's not happening. It's single file, early stages, I know, but as a driver, if you're starting 10th, 12th, and you're now 7th or 8th, this is not good news.
No, I would be worried here a little bit because they're not scrapping, they're not overtaking, they just it's a bit of gap between every driver, so it's not going to be easy for anyone starting from the behind here. And
of course, everyone knew. I was in the driver's tent this morning chatting to a lot of different junior drivers from a lot of different countries, and they were all saying, in fact, one or two of them said, you go speak to Rillards and say, you fight Stolzmann, where you go.
Exactly. That's the thing in Rillard's position.
Say that it was,
if I will be in Rillard's position, the only thing is to get Stolzmann on the first or second lap, otherwise he will probably get away with everything and just keep on going and get into his rhythm. Sorry, I can't say that word. Yeah, into the rhythm.
That's the one.
And if you get into that position as Stolzmann is now, he can keep calm, he can do his lines and doesn't get any dust on his tyres, so he's in a perfect position to get away with it now.
And the even scarier thing is that because Stolzmann, and again this shows just this is pure talent, so the drivers all on the same chassis, same engine, they drew the carts at random, but Rillards has not been challenged, so you don't know if he has got anything left in the tank. And look at that, well, that was nearly looking in the tank of Theo Blon, and because Theo Blon has just gone past Mirai Nishida for 4th position. Ball is 6th. Oh, I know that's a little love tap there, just let you know there. But no, this is Nishida actually like helping Theo Blon, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely pushing him to get the ones in front of him, and that's a very good strategy here from them to work together, get the other two, because then you can gain positions from that.
Well, let's see if it works. Now, out the turn number 14, we start lap number 6. 1/3 distance and the order. Stolzmann by half a second. Teen, Rillards, Blon, Nishida, Ball, Al-Rifai, Vilkans, Linden and Konich, your top 10. Then it's Murad from Australia, Breedveld, Koziev, Macchioro, Biaggi, Mega, Villacha, Svensson. Sebastian Svensson up 7 places. He's obviously took a little bit of Swedish luck out of your pocket, Matilda.
Exactly, he got the luck today, and obviously it's not just about luck here, as we can see. He's a very talented full driver, and he gotta be as he just stay safe and do what he's doing best.
Yep. And Guillermo Pinilla Diaz from Spain has retired. Pietro Pons from Italy is dropping down the order. Ruhan Alva from India is down in 31st position. Further down the order, outside the top 15, Mega is 16th. Villacha Spencer Renhofer 19th. Bruno Mulders down to 20th. Not being great for Bruno. Leon Ochai, Neo Clark, Marty Ritter and Sebastian NG. Panama, your driver's 24th. It's not going to be a top 10, but it's a fantastic debut, not just for Sebastian NG, but for you as a nation here in the grand finals. Then it's Alberto, Krepsik, Knessa, Edwin Knessa, 26 for Lebanon, Shurko, Nelium Doski, and the final few runners, Alva Pons, and sadly, Pinilla Diaz, Weissenberg, and Zelenko out of the race. Stolzmann just easing away, and all these drivers are now 100%, they're no battling, they are heads down. This is the fastest they could possibly go.
Exactly, yeah. Thien and Rillards, if they were smart now, they would work together and not be scrapping behind Stolzmann, because then he would get advantages of that and even drop them even more.
Now you've got the top 8, evenly spaced in a big gap back to Harry Linden in 9th position. Linden has got another second behind to Konich, so if some of these drivers start to battle, then we'll see things, develop a little bit. And there's a move up the inside, and that is the white race suit of Mirai Nishida on Enzo Ball. Our camera carts are diving up the inside of turn number 5, but of course, they've lost a bit of ground. Those back 3 carts, 6th, 7th and 8th, Nishida, RFI and Vilcans are now lost a few cart lengths. Teen and Rillards. Okay, so that you're in Jaden Teen's sort of wheelhouse now.
Yeah.
He's not catching Stalsamanis. At what point do you think, okay, let's forget about the win, I've got to finish second, let's start to defend?
I think he won't defend here. Still a lot of laps to go, and as I can see now, they're trying really hard to get Stolzmanis, but if they're not working together, they're not gonna get him. But obviously, on the last laps, they're gonna scrap for the 2nd and 3rd position, both of them. No one's gonna give it away, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, I mean, 54.812 last time. Rillards at 54.756. So Rillards, again, he's quick, but he hasn't got the track position. I mean, we're only half distance, so still plenty of time to go. Jaden Teen, but Insano 2019, Jaden is a Minimax driver on course for a potential podium until 3 corners from home, when unfortunate things happen. I think that's the politically correct way of saying it. Blonde 4th, Ball 5th. So it's Latvia, Netherlands, Belgium, France, the Netherlands, UAE, Latvia, Japan, your top 8, then Barry, South Wales.
Yeah.
Team UK. So that Konich is next. Koziav, Breedveld, Machoro, Murad, Svensson. Well, Sebastian Svensson steaming his way up the order, up into 12th.
Yeah, he's gained 13 precision here, which is a very good job. He's doing a very good job out there, as we can see now, for sure.
Stolzmanis, the gap stabilised, 7/10 of a second. He's not putting away, and actually Rillards, after putting that really quick lap, no, okay, you can see Rillards, he's got his hand up on the radiator. What is he doing for the people that are new to this?
He maybe lift up the flap.
The radiator cover.
Yeah, the radiator, because if it's getting too hot, the engine won't give it maximum power of it. So if you're not opening it up, the engine's going to slow down a little bit, and you not get the right momentum in the engine.
So the radiator cover on the right hand side of the cart, the radiator cover, it covers about between a third and a half of the radiator.
Yeah.
When it's down, obviously it gives the most power, but it overheats. So drivers have to manage that.
Exactly, that's what up to drivers. Well, you need to have a control on your steering wheel, on your dashboard, and if the engine's getting too hot, it's not a good thing for you. You're going to lose a lot from that.
And we've got some yellow flags waving. Van Breedveld has gone off the circuit, and we're slowing down. Full course caution. Looks like they were slowing down a little bit. Yes, you can see yellow flags waving. Yellow flags waving. So looking down, I can't see Neo Clark. Philip Namdowski has not come round. Van Breedveld is also dropping down the order. So an incident out of our view, and this, Matilda, is going to really throw the potential Dutch cat amongst the Latvian pigeons, or whatever bird.
This is going to be very interesting now when it's yellow flags. Everyone's getting very tight now. The pack is getting together again,
so
and not spread out.
Effectively now, this is a pace car situation.
Yes.
Thomas Stolzmanis, he should be slowing down maybe a little more. I can't see the incident. All I can tell you is that Breedveld has not come round, neither has Philip Namdowski. Neo Clark has got a problem with his transponder, which is why he drops down the order, but he is there in 19th place. So, okay, lap 12 out of 18. Stolzmanis, Tien, Rillards, Ball, Blin, Alrifai, Vilcans, Nishida, Linden, Koziev, your top 10. Konich, Svensson, 11 and 12. This is going to be like a second bite of the apple, and now are going to have a 4-5 lap shootout again. I can't tell you why we're under a caution period, because I can't see the incident, although there is a car to the outside of turn 12, which is a bit of a hot spot, isn't it?
This could definitely be a game changer for a lot of the drivers out there. It's going to be so interesting to watch this.
Now, you've got to be careful that you don't run into each other. Right, so if you're put yourself in Harry Linden's shoes, or put yourself in Sebastian Svensson's shoes, drivers who are very quick but were out of place, their chances of a podium had gone. What are you thinking now? How was your mindset changing as a driver?
If I was be Harry Linden or Sebastian Svensson here, I would be thinking, alright, this is good for me. I'm going to take advantage of this slow and yellow flags waving out there, and try to get it sorted again. And
Okay, so there is a driver being walked away. That's key. A driver with the medical staff, but he's walking
that's
away.
good. That's a good thing if he's walking and standing up after a crash.
We're on lap 13 out of 18. I mean, we've had a little bit of drama in last couple of lap shootouts after a caution period in motorsport.
Nice
green flag in the air. Stolzamanis gets a great jump. Oh, Jaden Thiem is caught napping. I don't believe it. He had a chance to get back in it, and Stolzamanis got the drop. Green flag out. Well, what can Jaden Thiem do? You've got to get the tyres back at the pressure, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. It's very hard when it's the yellow flags waving out there because you're cooling down your tyres, and maybe you didn't go for the right pressure because you didn't count it, that you're going to be yellow flags waving. So this is very interesting to watch now. Everything
and Stolzamanis goes again. I mean, I have to say that I'm used to normally with a full course caution you have the we call it the Battenberg flag, yellow and black checks. We didn't have that. It's full course caution, and normally with the Battenberg flag situation you do go very, very slowly. Stolzamanis was slowed down, but he kept it at a fair old lick. You know, smart. He was allowed to. He didn't break the rules. As far as I'm aware, the green flags are waving, but the pack behind aren't as close as they thought, but we have got to move for fourth position. That is Théo Blanc from France making a move in kart number 237. Well, Théo's best result by 65th as a junior in the rankings last grand finals at Sarno, so he's having a fantastic event compared to last year. There are the rest of the top 10 going through. Teen, that 15 out of 18, he's
I think actually closing in on Stolzamanis now, and now
you can see, look at Stolzamanis, the body language is changing. He's really pushing.
Yeah, he's going for the attack now, and hopefully he's getting there, but Stolzamanis is very fast here, and it's not going to be easy. He's not saying it's not going to go his way, obviously, but everything can happen. I mean,
yeah, anything can happen. I mean, you saw Stolzamanis like ducking down behind the NASA panel. Then haven't seen that before. Teen is in the slipstream. Now this could be game on. Lap 16 out of 18 here in the Rotax Grand Finals. Stolzamanis has won every heat and the pre-finals so far that he's competed in. Jaden Teen and Kai Rillarts from the Netherlands and Belgium are there. Gap to Nishida to Blanc from France. Then another gap back to Enzo Ball from the Netherlands. Al Rifai from the UAE is next. Then it's Bill Kans and Harry Linden up to 8 now, passing the Russian champion Mark Koziev. Stolzamanis is very quick to the middle sector, but Teen looks very quick through turns 12 of the first sector. Real game of chess now.
Yeah, definitely. You can be quick, like on different positions on track, and that's gonna look like you gain something, and then you might lose something in another corner, and that's very interesting to watch this, because it's like
this is
a
where Teen is
JoJo
good,
ball
isn't
going
it?
up and down. Yeah.
This is where Teen is really good. Through turn number 1. This is about 70 miles an hour.
Even Raylas with him now is going to be top 3. Even the 4th, like Theo Blin, is going up there as well. So.
Yep. Well, the dinner bell has run, and now the rush to start. Penultimate lap. Jaden Teen might get one chance, and of course the minute the Stolzamanis defends, it's game on. The key is, can Stolzamanis hold his nerve? Can Latvia hold their nerve? I'm looking at the all-time list of medals. Latvia just 1 second place finish in Grand Finals history. Could they take their first win? He's had a great lap in Stolzamanis though.
He doesn't need to defend here. He's doing exactly what he has to do, and I think it's going to go his way this time, actually.
Well, we got 1 lap to go. Here's a look at Nishida. Oh, and there's contact in front of Nishida. The 228 cut of Harry Linden. And that, I think, was Edgar's Vilkans from Latvia coming together. Nishida just getting out of the way. Final lap time is on. And it's Teen under pressure. Teen has to defend. Oh, he sent it up the inside. He had a little look. Rillarts, the European champion, is now all over Jaden Teen as they come through turn 7. Stolzamanis is going to win, but second, it's game on.
It's going to be a battle for 2nd and 3rd position here between Teen, Raylas and Blin. Definitely, they're going to scrap for the last positions here and get onto the podium. Looks like Stolzamanis is getting away with it and got a nice clean gap here, and it looks like he's going this way for him.
Well, it is. 3 corners to go. Who's going to take second? Teen has it. Rillarts and Braun want it. Final corner. For the first time in Grand Finals history, Thomas Stolsamanis not only wins for Latvia, perfect score all weekend, he is undefeated against the best in the world. Stolsamanis wins for Latvia, Jaden Teen holds off reigning European champion Kyrilats for second. Well, Belgium get a podium for Dave Ritson on his final outing as the Belgian team manager before he stepped aside running the B&L series after 5 very, very successful years. Blanc is fourth for France, obliterating his previous best result. Okay, Theo Blanc, you're the first person off the podium, but improving from 67th to 4th. How would you be coping with that as a driver?
It's a very good, like, he's done an incredible job here, as we can see, and like, I would obviously be disappointed for not coming on to the podium when he finished 4th, but he's done an incredible job all week, and he's starting from very far behind everyone else and worked his way up there, and yeah, I can just say he's done a very good job out there.
So from the start, this is the winning moment of the race.
Yeah, he's done a very good start as well, very clean.
Rillard's made a very poor start. He's going to think about
not
that.
Not very the best start. He's probably going to look at this start for a long time after this.
Oh yes, that he will ruminate over that for some time. But of course, that the problem was though that nobody could prevent Stolsamanis from getting into stride. Here's an onboard from Machida. There was some real jockeying for position. That is the number 237 got. So Theo Blanc making that move early to move up, and Theo Blanc so impressive. Further back, you could see the number. Was that Vilkans? And is that Koziev having a little battle? Vilkans, the number 252 car. Oof. That was Harry Linden making his move. So, Harry, it was to be 7th for the driver from my own town, but still, couldn't be more proud of someone from my little hamlet of South Wales. Unfortunately, there's Harry Linden in another clip, and Edward Vilkans exiting stage left. But your winning moment, the adulation for Thomas Stolsamanis. There's going to be some Latvian tears down there, and the adrenaline subsides. You know that feeling. What must he be going through now?
It's a very emotional feeling when you go in and you know you are the winner of the race, and it's definitely goosebumps, and
especially
you've
when
been
you're
in
the first
shock,
for your
I would
country.
say.
You know, especially like, you know, you were the first senior Rotax, female senior Rotax champion. There's a difference when it's the first.
Yeah, when you go over the start-finish line when the checkered flag is coming out, for me it's always goosebumps, and you feel like a relief, like, all right, I got this, but then also a bit of a shock because, as I said before, it's racing, everything can happen.
And again, there's Julian from Sonicat there. This bit, I love these shots. You see the real emotion, and look at that. That is from JMD Power. That's one of the Dutch mechanics. I think that might be Jaden Teen's
I think so.
Mechanic there. You know, his son or his driver has just been beaten by that man. And again, the sportsmanship here in and again, there's the Teen's mechanic, JMD Power. You know, some of the entrants as well. It's fantastic.
It's fantastic.
I'm not saying that there's not sportsmanship in other parts of karting. Of course there is, but there is something about this when there's no teams. It's nation and nation and nation. Yeah. It brings out the best of drivers. You know.
Of course, 100%.
So there's a look at the finishing order of the 2021 Grand Final in Junior Rotax. Thomas Stolsamanis, Latvia's first winner. Harold Skarkaklis, my friend from Latvia, who was about to arrive and then tested positive and is in a desert somewhere. He's watching the live stream. He'll be bouncing around his room. Jaden Teen from the Netherlands, Kai Rillards from Belgium, Theo Blanc from France, and Federico Alrefi. We didn't speak about it much. What a performance. Really solid, probably performing above and beyond what you would expect.
Yeah, he's done an incredible job out there, and he's moving up so many positions, and I think he really did it right, and he did what he could do from where he started.
Exactly. It was one of those races where you couldn't gain many positions. Harry Linden from GB in 7th place, and hope that his school mates and teachers are proud of him. Sebastian Svensson up 15th place, his 10th your countryman. He's going to, you know, the Sweden half of the tent is going to be he's going to be pleased with that.
Yeah, 100%. A top 10 finish is always a top 10 finish, and I mean, he's never been out racing in Europe before, and first time in Europe, so I think he's done a very good job here.
Well, Thomas Dolsomanis is about to speak to our very own Jen Wade. Thank you very much, Matilda, for joining us. It's been fantastic. Let's hear from our winner.
Tomasz, you're so happy that you're making me cry. Congratulations, the new world #1 in Junior Max.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and this is already my 4th year and my first podium, and just unbelievable.
How long have you been working this?
I started already when I was 4 years old in karting, and now I'm 14. So after 10 years I'm here in podium of Rotax Challenge Grand Finals.
Anything you'd like to say? Anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Priecājos, paldies visiem latviešiem, kuriem sekoja līdzi. Un, jā, liels paldies.
Okay?
Yes.
Congratulations. All these years, and I think this is a well-deserved win.
Yes, I really like to end the 2021 season like this.
Okay.
Oh, it brings a lump to your throat, doesn't it? The emotion, everything that goes into it, and not just a win, but the way you win. Now, we have just had Grand Finals history for Latvia. This next race, we could have history of a different kind, because in the 21-year history of this fantastic event, we've never had a young lady win a final. Could that change? Because that young lady, number 344, Teresa Babičková, it starts from pole position. Now, Matilda Olsen, who just joined us, she is a European champion, a double European champion, but not in the biggest Rotax event in the world, the Global Grand Final champion. Teresa Babičková, 15, 16 years old, Czech Republic, has got 2017 World Karting Champion Danny Curl as a driver coach, and she's got the 2020 World Karting Champion Callum Bradshaw starting alongside her. This could be, it's going to be special anyway because of the talent in it, but what will unfold in this. Now, Senna van Valstein has been joining me in commentary for the seniors races this week, but Senna is a former driver coach of Teresa Babičková. He spoke to me this morning. He said, I'm really nervous. I need to just watch. Of course, Senna, thank you very much for joining us. There is your 2020 CIK World Karting Champion. Now, karting is one of the very few sports that has had forms of motorsport that has had a female world champion already. In the CIK karting, Susanna Ranieri was the world champion back in the 1960s, and sometimes I think the CIK forget about that and doesn't celebrate it enough. But in terms of Rotax karting, we have not had a Grand Finals champion yet. But it's been a long time since Susanna Ranieri conquered the world of karting. Is that wait about to end? The drivers sit and wait. Once again, 72 drivers were given tickets to this event. You get your tickets by winning your national or a regional or a special Rotax event. You cannot buy your way in. You cannot bring your own equipment. It's provided. This is equality. It's the Olympics of karting. And there, looking at Andrej Petrovic, the Serbian driver, who starts on the outside of row number 3. This field has been whittled down from 72 to 35. We have former Grand Finals winners. We have former CIK World Champions. But they have all played second fiddle so far to the young 16-year-old driver from the Czech Republic, Teresa Babičková. Here is a look at your full starting lineup in senior Rotax Max. More international sportsmanship. Sean Butcher, Anglo-Australian driver, lives in London. Swig of the water. Drivers hydrating themselves. Family members who have not made it into the facility, you're not allowed onto that grandstand if you enter the circuit through all the COVID protocols that take place. I found myself driving around Bahrain last night looking for a test centre to have my PCR test that would get me into the circuit this morning, because the government are very strict, and if you have not got your certification, you do not enter. This has been a very, very stressful event to organise, but it's been a very safe event for its competitors. Diego Contesha from Colombia did a lot of racing in the USA, thanks to David Cole from eKarting News for correcting me. Supernats driver, did a lot of racing in the USA, but unknown to many of the European frontrunners. Well, they know him now. He starts from the 8th row of the grid. And look, 36 drivers and their mechanics sitting, focusing, waiting. The drivers not wanting to put their crash helmets on until the very last moment. But now the tension begins to rise. There's Adam Ali, one of 2 Canadian brothers in this race, and there's the 304 directly in front of him. That's Fahad Al Khaled, driver from Kuwait City. Kuwait have got a driver in the final. Incredible for Kuwait. This race is being watched by everybody glued to this, not just because of the fact that we have Teresa Babičková on pole, but because we have one of the finest combinations of Grand Finals champions, world champions, current karting talent assembled on the same grid. Some of them are well out of place, and many champions didn't even get this far. There is a view of the main building here at the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. You've got the scrutineering area, the tyre bay, the fuel bay at the bottom floor. Middle floor on the left is the media room, and then the Rotax offices, and on the top floor, the grandstand. Behind us, the Formula One circuit at Bahrain, looming large, and inside the big yellow dome, that is the signing on area for our events, and the media centre for the Formula One crew. This is an absolutely fantastic facility. Broke ground in 2011. Here is our camera cart, Paul Verhemen, who starts directly behind Babičková on the 2nd row of the grid. And the tension beginning to mount. There is the Rotax engine that is provided. So again, these drivers, they draw their karts at random through the kart raffle, which took place on Sunday. Then we have 2 days of practice, a day of qualifying and heat races, another day of heat races, pre-finals yesterday, finals today. In this class, this is the original Rotax class. 6 wins for Great Britain, 5 for South Africa, 3 for the Netherlands, 1 for Ireland, 1 for Russia, 1 for France, 1 for Italy, 1 for Spain, and 1 for Finland. Gavin Cronje, Claudio Piazzomusso, Mark Cronje, Cristiano Morgado, San Galeb, Luke Glansdorp, Ricardo Roncalna, Benji Russell, George Russell's older brother, Ben Cooper, now with Team Canada, co-commentator later on, Luke Varley, Caleb Williams, Charlie Eastwood, Oliver Hodgson, Carlos Gill, Alex Orlando, Dennis Mavronov, Brett Ward, Senna van Valstein, and Axel Sanyala, who we'll see in a minute in DD2, have all won this race before. The 5-minute board will be going up very, very shortly. Latvia, France, Estonia and Japan have won so far. The Czech Republic looking at their record, a win and a second place. They've got 2 medals. That's all they've got in the history of this event. Here is your full starting lineup. Pole position, driver number 344, Teresa Babichkova. It's her second grand final. She's one of 3 Babichkova sisters racing in this event. 2 have qualified for their finals. 35th in the last grand finals in this class. Alongside her on row number 1, Callum Bradshaw, driver number 311, 20 years old, the 2020 CIK World Karting Champion. On the inside of row number 2, driving kart 352 from France, Paul Verhoeven. He's 29 years old from Metz. He was 3rd as a junior all the way back in 2008 at La Conca. Then it's Clayton Ravenscroft, kart 360 from Southampton in the UK, 4th in the last grand finals. Mark Kimber in kart 334, the 2016 junior grand finals winner, runner-up in the 2018 senior grand final. 2 grand finals qualifications to date. He's finished in the top 2 both times. Andrej Petrovic from Serbia in kart number 325 starts on the outside of row number 3. Petrovic in his first grand final. He's only 15 years old, the Central European champion, lives in Belgrade. Kai Hunter from Horton-le-Spring and Sunderland in the northeast of England in kart number 339 starts from the inside of row number 4. Kai finished second to his older brother Reese in this year's British Championship. Then it is Lachlan Robinson in kart 307, Australian born, now based out in Dubai, 5th in this event 2 years ago. Then Sean Butcher in kart number 308 starts from the inside of row number 5. Butcher, Anglo-Australian driver, it's his first grand final, 3rd in this year's British Championships. Mario Novak, a last-minute replacement entry for a driver that had to withdraw. He came out of retirement in kart number 372, starts 10th, best finish in this event, 3rd in 2018. Next up, Dmitry Kirilov on the inside of row number 6 from Russia in kart 346. He is from Murmansk. He's a Russian Grand Prix winner. Kamal Aga in kart number 320 starts on the outside of row number 6. Kamal, based in Dubai, 3rd in this year's UAE Championship. He's just 16 years old. Linus Henson from Germany starts on row 7, 35th as a Minimax driver back in the 2017 Grand Finals. Then it's Francesco Grimaldi in kart 340 from Argentina. Grimaldi in his first Grand Finals from Misones, 19 years old. Then João Oliveira from Portugal starting the inside of row number 8 in kart number 355. João, very experienced driver. This is his 3rd Grand Finals. He's raced 10th as a Micromax, 22nd as a Minimax. This is his first appearance as a senior. He's the Spanish champion, only 14 years old. Then it is Diego Concheta from Colombia, racing a lot in the US. This is his first Grand Final, but very experienced. Then Lewis Gilbert, the Diamond of Dalry from Scotland. He finished 5th as a junior back in 2018. He's in kart 316. Then it's Mark Metzger from Russia in kart number 343. Mark, 15 years old, the Russian champion from Moscow. Thomas Ritchie in kart 359 is on the inside of row number 10. Ritchie is 33 years old. He's the NSK champion, lives in Calm. Then Reese Hunter, the British champion, older brother of Kai Hunter, in kart number 361, an amazing grand final record, 4th appearance, 4 top 12 finishes. Balázs Jurancsik from Hungary is on the inside of row number 11. Balázs in kart 313 in his first grand finals has made it. Then it is Fahad Al-Khaled in kart 304, lives in Kuwait City. He is the Bahrain champion because there's no tracks that he can race on in Kuwait. Then it is Ruben Volt from Estonia in kart number 348. Ruben in his first grand finals comes from Tallinn and is the Nordic champion. Adam Ali, the first of 2 Ali brothers from Canada in this race. He starts kart number 312 from the outside of row 12. He's 17 years old, the Canadian champion from Toronto, also races Mazdas. Then it's Victor Frost Bay from Denmark in kart number 324. Victor, 24th as a junior in 2018 when we were in Brazil, 18 years old, from Silkboard, 5 times Nordic champion. Wilgot Edqvist from Sweden had a tyre failure in his race pre-final yesterday, still makes it into the final. He's on the outside of row number 13 in kart number 323. His best finish in 2 previous appearances was 19th as a junior in 2018. Then it is Pedro Souza from Brazil, kart 319. Pedro from Belo Horizonte is the Brazilian champion. Then Nicky Gauci, the first Maltese driver to make a final in a long time, the Maltese champion Gauci. Then Mads Rees from Denmark and Enzo Calderas from France. Zombor Kovacs, a runner-up to Mark Kimber in the 2016 Grand Finals as a junior, starts in the inside of row 16 alongside Norway's Tobias Verlo, the only Norwegian to qualify for the finals this year. Daniel Ali is on the inside of row 17 alongside May Sedar from Slovenia. Then Lewis Smith from Bahrain. Bahrain get a driver into the finals. He starts alongside Dutchman Christian de Kleyen in kart number 318, 16 years old from Utrecht. They are your contenders. In front of them, 21 laps. This will be a long, mechanically demanding, physically demanding affair. Luckily, in Bahrain, the sun sort of sets early, but we're in the middle of the afternoon. It's about as hot as it gets. Now, who will cope best with the pressure, with the heat, with the fact the tyres are going to go off, the fact you have to manage the kart, fuel, the tyres, yourself. You saw a lot of the drivers taking on water during this race. It's going to be a battle. Survival of the fittest. Well, this race, as well as the DD2 Masters race and the DD2 race that follows. The drivers are left alone. Ramiro Brito, race director, bottom left of your screen, raise the green flag, and it is time for the rolling lap. Here we go. Teresa Babikova leads the field onto the rolling lap. Camera cart Paul Volkwemin goes through turn number 1 flat out in race speed. Then you turn left, positive camber up over the crest. Difficult corner, turn 3, now down into the roller coaster, turn 5, up towards Mossport. Downhill now, through turn 6 and 7. The rest of the field thread their way through, getting their tyres up to temperature. Teresa Babichkova will slow them down. They go up the hill. Bradshaw weaving. Babichkova weaving. They're warming their tyres. We joke and say they're checking their steering. Bradshaw is an expert at mind games on the thing. It's very tactical. Every driver does it. Bradshaw, one of the very best, but he's got a new opponent now. And so far, Babichkova she made a mistake in her first heat on Wednesday evening, going into turn number 1, a bit too aggressive. The aggression levels haven't gone down, but the mistakes have been cut out. As a result, she won both her remaining heat races and the pre-final, so she's already the first female driver to win a race in the Grand Finals. Are we about, well, oh dear, and there's a problem with someone on the rolling lap. They're weaving, and that, well, let's see. Into tram lines, false start, not going racing yet. Now I'm looking down. That was Dmitry Kirillov running into the back of Sean Butcher on the rolling lap. I do hope that hasn't dislodged Butcher's exhaust. I'm sure he's okay, but you can see Butcher looking over his shoulder, just not focused. You have to maintain focus now. The amount of success that this field have had in Grand Finals previously, tremendous. We've had drivers, and so I'm just looking there who hasn't made it. Well, yeah, Lachlan Robinson, 5th. Miska Kaskinen, sadly it didn't qualify. Is Miska Kaskinen out there from Finland? I can't see him, but he was 5th last time out as a junior. Lockie Robinson, 5th as a senior, last Grand Finals. Gilbert, 5th as a junior. All of Scotland watching Lewis Gilbert. the tension, I have to say, around the circuit is noticeable. There's a buzz. There's always a buzz on finals day. Always, always, always. But there's a special buzz about this one. Let's see. What will be as the drivers come into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Oh, Bradshaw cuts across. Sideswipe into Babitskova. Bradshaw leads, and round the outside comes, that is Ravenscroft in car 360, is it? Or is it Kai Hunter, the 2020 CIK World Karting Champion, showing why he was champion? Across he comes. Babitskova was not quick away. Callum Bradshaw was able to do that because Babitskova was not as quick away as she should have been. Now it's game on. But around the outside, I think that was Ravenscroft who leads the way now in kart 360. It is Clayton Ravenscroft from Southampton has the lead. Bradshaw is second. Babitskova is there in third, and behind them I think that might be Mark Kimber. Paul Falkremen up there. Now what do we see? Do we see Babitskova work with Ravenscroft and Bradshaw, or does she go on attack mode straight away? There's your answer with Bradshaw and Babitskova. 1-2. Bradshaw and Babitskova, and Ravenscroft slipped back to third place. Behind them, Mark Kimber in kart number 334, already at about 5 kart lengths behind. Oh, Babitskova had a look. Signalling her intent. She will not sit back and let Callum Bradshaw lead. She wants to take this one out from the front. 2020, Bradshaw wins the world title. 2021, he wins the Euro Trophy to qualify and become the first at the time reigning world champion to qualify for the Rotax Grand Finals. If anyone, okay, he's leading, but if anyone ever tries telling you that there is a disparity in quality between drivers based on which engine they use, as Babitskova passes Bradshaw for the lead, if anyone dare say that the competitive levels, depending on which engine you use, are not as great here, then guess again, because this already is turning, looks like it is going to be an absolute barnstormer. Babitskova back to the front. Bradshaw, Ravenscroft are next. Victor Frost Bay has retired his 324 kart from Denmark. Out of the corkscrew, down the hill, the long train of karts led by Teresa Babitskova. Callum Bradshaw in second, Ravenscroft is third, Kimber in fourth. Behind them, it's Andres Petrovic, one of the youngest drivers in the field. Whoa, get a notebook out, Andres, and start taking notes. This is the greatest kart lesson you're going to get, and you're involved in the fight for win as well. Behind them, it's Paul Falkremen, our camera kart, 3 wide of a Mosport, and that is Petrovic passing Ravenscroft and Kimber, moving into third place, and that one move has allowed Babitskova and Bradshaw to pull away. Now it's a head-to-head battle. Mano a mano, so to speak. The work behind now that has to happen between Ravenscroft, Kimber, Petrovic, Falkremen, Kai Hunter, Sean Butcher and Dmitry Kirilov is tremendous, because they really have to work together, because the top two are broken clear. Petrovic in third place. That was a brave, gutsy move, but it did cost the whole field, the whole group, a lot of time. Suddenly Babitskova and Bradshaw on lap 5 have a 1.3 second advantage over the chasing pack, and Petrovic is defending a little bit into Mosport. Falkremen is up to 4th, Kimber is 5th, Hunter is 6th, Butcher is 7th, and then Ravenscroft in 8th, Joao Oliveira is 9th, Lockie Robinson is 10th, Kirilov, Kamal Aga are next, side by side for 3rd. Teresa Babitskova just 2 kart lengths in front of Callum Bradshaw. This is where Bradshaw's now studying the kart in front of him. Where is she strong? As the 3-2. Oh, and this is a replay. Is it? This is the 3-2-5 kart. No, it's sorry, of Andrej Petrovic defending, and for Quemin, our camera kart, getting past as wheel to wheel. That's Kimber on the inside and Kai Hunter on the outside. The 2 British drivers. There goes Ravenscroft up, and the field come piling through. So this is an 80-mile-an-hour freight train, and Sean Butcher now in front of Quemin. So Quemin's down to about 9th or 10th place. He gains 1 back. He's now got Lachlan Robinson in front of him, the number 320. Is that Lachlan Robinson in 320? No, of course not. It's Kamal Agha. Robinson has dropped back to 13th behind Lewis Gilbert, behind Fahad Al-Khaled. So Kuwait have got a driver of 11 places. Fahad Al-Khaled into P11. Never before has Kuwait even remotely come close to this level at the grand finals. Could Kuwait get a top 10 finish? Oof, as for Quemin, who's now getting a bit frustrated at falling back, almost as a little nibble at Kamal Agha. But while the drivers for third have been battling, well, Petrovic is defending. I mean, he's 15 years old. He's in exalted company, but he is defending on lap 7 of 21. And Kimber up the inside, and Kai Hunter takes advantage. The gap has grown. Teresa Bovichkova on a really good lap, but look at this, they've gone. They're 3.5 seconds at the road. That's pretty much game over as far as all these drivers on screen are concerned for the win. It's going to be a head-to-head scrap between Bovichkova and Bradshaw. Oh, over the curbs there at the corkscrew, that could go wrong. Luckily they all come out roughly facing the right way, no one in the barriers, and all these drivers now are going to get really frustrated because their chance of victory, unless we have like a pace car period like we saw in the junior race, that's it, game over. It's Kai Hunter 3rd, Kimber is 4th, Kirillov 5th, Petrovic down to 6th, followed by Sean Butcher 7th, Agha is 8th, Ravenscroft 9th, Gilbert is 10th, for Quemin 11th, then it's Lockie Robinson, Ruben Volt, Reese Hunter, Al-Khaled, Reese, Henson, Edquist, Grimaldi, Souza, Metzger, Adam Ali is up into 22nd, then it's Calderas, Nicky Gauci from Malta, followed by Daniel Ali, Uranchik, Klean, Kovacs. Contesha has had a terrible race. The Colombian driver has dropped down to 29th. Then it's Lewis Smith, Maizadar, Mario Novak has had a problem. He is down in 32nd place with Ricci in 33rd, Verlo in 34th, then Joao Oliveira and Victor Frostbay sadly out of the race. So your lead is 0.6 of a second. Babichkova is pulling away. Teresa Babichkova, she survived the initial onslaught. She lost the lead to Callum Bradshaw and Clayton Ravenscroft. Then she went back to second, and then she passed the world champion, and now she is beginning to pull away. Callum Bradshaw in 2020, undisputed best kart driver in the world, official, still one of the best drivers, European champion this year. Didn't defend his world title, but undoubtedly regarded around the karting world by all different nations as one of the very, very best. A 20-year-old from Leicester in the UK. Now he's going to have to summon all his might, all his talent, his years of experience from starting out at BKC Racing, the Rob Dodd School of Karting in the UK, from becoming Euro champions in different categories, and then going into the CIK, factory Tony Kart driver. He's got to draw on it all to prevent this young teenager, Teresa Babichkova, from becoming the first lady, for winning a grand final. But Babichkova looking so strong, so composed, didn't lose her head when there was a clash at the start. Came back with aggression. Not halfway yet. Not halfway yet. Lap 10 of 21. Behind them, the good battle between Kai Hunter and Mark Kimber. Kimber in kart 334 posts the fastest lap of the race, 53.905. But the gap between the Callum Bradshaw in second and Kai Hunter in third is 4.3 seconds. The gap continues to grow. Kimber is quick. Now Clayton Ravenscroft does the fastest lap of the race. Ravenscroft up to 8th. In kart 360, after losing a lot of ground, he was the leader on lap 1, fell right back, has now set the fastest lap of the race. It's Babichkova, Bradshaw, Kai Hunter, Kimber, Butcher, Verhemen, Gilbert, Ravenscroft, Robinson and Volt, your order. The Czech Republic leads 4 British drivers. That is a huge, in fact there's 6 British drivers, 7 British drivers in the top 12. When we say that the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships is the most competitive national series, national domestic Rotax series in the world, we mean it, and this is why. Anybody who wants to come and sample, I think, the most intensely competitive British Championship, national Rotax Challenge, Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, is your one. 7 in the top 12 so far from Team UK. They didn't all qualify from Britain. Bradshaw qualified for the Euro Trophy. Someone's got a very loud exhaust. Yeah, Bradshaw, European Trophy winner. Ravenscroft's qualified in the Golden Trophy at Genk, last chance qualifier. Kimber second in the Euro Trophy. So Reese Hunter and Kai Hunter won 2 of the British Championships this year. That's how they got their tickets. But the front, Teresa Babichkova now leads by 1 second. You're looking on your screens, the battle for 3rd place. Babichkova easing away from Callum Bradshaw. 53.90 for Babichkova, 54.19 for Bradshaw. Kimber 53.82. Still quicker, he's past Kai Hunter. Kai Hunter's pushing him along. The 2 British drivers working together. Then a gap back to Sean Butcher in P5. P6 for Paul Verhemen. P7 for Lockie Robinson. Clayton Ravenscroft P8. Lewis Gilbert P9. Kamal Aga P10. Then Reese Hunter, Ruben Volt, Mads Reese. Fahad Al-Khaled is 14th for Kuwait. Then Francesco Grimaldi from Argentina, Linus Henson, Adam Ali, Enzo Calderas, Jurancic, Balas Jurancic, Zombor Kovacs, Hungary in 19th and 20th. Then it's Declayan, Metzger, Souza, Sadar, Kontesha, Kirillov, Lewis Smith from Bahrain up in the 27th. Best performance by a Bahraini driver in this class in the grand final so far. Then it's Verlo, Novak, Ritchie, Gauci, Edquist, and sadly Daniel Ali has retired. Andrei Petrovic has retired after briefly holding 3rd position. But now on lap 14 of 21 we look at Teresa Babichkova leading and extending her lead. She's not just winning this race, she's starting to dominate it into turn 12. The TEPS racing team are her entrant. They've got her mechanics, she's got her driver coach Danny Curl, and his brother is here. And Ravenscroft Bradshaw almost a shake of the head as he crosses the line. The pace, well, Bradshaw in practice was the fastest. Everyone was saying that Bradshaw was the outright pace, and indeed qualified so well. As we look at, so Teresa Babichkova, her youngest brother Zdenek Babicek raced in Micromax earlier on, and Zdenek, they're from Grasov in Czech Republic. Well, I hope that the town of Grasov, the city of Grasov, I don't know if it's a town or a city, I hope you are watching and you've got a few fingernails left, because of the last 3 days I have convinced that you have worked your way through a fair few fingernails in what has been an intense racing. The field now quite spread out. There goes Kimber in 3rd, Hunter in 4th, Butcher is 5th, Robinson. The leaders very spread out. The best battle is for the final place in the podium, but the story is the race leader. Babichkova leads. You see Bradshaw looking over his shoulder. He's 3.2 seconds in front of Kimber, who still sets a purple first sector last time around. Kimber pushing very distinctive driving style for Mark Kimber. The Kimber lean. See coming down the hill. Kai Hunter much more up on the wheel. Kimber very relaxed, hands low on the steering wheel. Babichkova, the diminutive figure of Teresa Babichkova. Well, in 2019 she finished 35th. She made it the final but didn't finish. She retired for the final, and she has absolutely torn apart one of the best senior Rotax fields we have had assembled, because not only is she leading now by 2 seconds, the top, this is the more spread out than I could ever have imagined. There are 15 seconds covering the top 15. This is no ordinary kart race, ladies and gentlemen. Volt in front of our camera cart there. There's Estonia's Ruben Volt. He's 12th now. He's past Paul Verhoeven. Just behind our camera cart is Kuwait's Fahad Al-Khaled. Then it's Canada's Adam Ali. Lap number 17 in the books. We move on to lap number 18. It's another fast lap. The consistency, believe it or not, Teresa Babichkova does not have the fastest lap of the race. That honour has gone to Sean Butcher at 53.704, but she has consistency. This is metronomic. Many thousands of kart racers can do one blistering lap. Very few can do 21 blistering laps in succession without missing an apex, without missing, a steering input, without losing 1% of concentration, without clipping a curb wrong. Teresa Babichkova is doing it. She's doing it against a world-class field. She's doing it against a world champion. Kimber is a former junior Grand Finals champion. No one can ever say that when history was made, if history is made, that it was because the field was weak, because it's not. It's the best it's ever been, and it's being led by Teresa Babichkova. On the Jen Wade's studio show 2-3 nights ago, Gracie Grantham, one of our Minimax drivers from Bahrain who failed to make the final, was asked what she would like to do. She goes, I would like to make history as a woman in motorsport. Well, Gracie, I hope you're watching, because you're about to see what history in motorsport for a woman looks like. Certainly in Rotax karting. Out of the corkscrew, down towards turn number 12. Bradshaw 2.5 seconds back. Kimber 53.663, cementing his position as one of the most consistent. This will be 3 grand final appearances and 3 podiums for Kimber, a first, a second and a third, because Kai Hunter is now half a second behind Kimber. Look at the field spread. In 2017, when Danny Curl won the CIK World Karting Championship, he led from the start and absolutely dropped a world-class field one at a time. They fell by the wayside. He is now coaching Teresa Babichkova, and she is doing exactly the same thing. She has, one by one, the champions from across the world have faded, have fallen, have not been able to keep pace. One more lap for history. Babichkova sees the board. Her head doesn't move. Her focus doesn't change. She comes through turn number 1. Now the dip at turn through, over the crest at 3. Into Mosport at 5. Bradshaw, Kimber, Hunter, Butcher follow, but they follow a long way behind. Now turn 8. Clips that first apex, doesn't run too wide. A casual glance to see how far behind her opposition is, and the answer is they are 3 seconds behind. Down the hill for the final time. Stand up, because the Grand Finals has its first female champion. Teresa Babichkova creates history. She beats the very best in the biggest event. and the rest of this world-class field follow at a distance. I have to say it wasn't even close. Wow! And not only she didn't lead from start to finish, Callum Bradshaw was ultra aggressive at the start. She faded the third and then picked off her opposition and pulled away as they fell by the wayside. Teresa Babičková from the Czech Republic. It's the second Czech Republic win in Grand Finals history, but it's the first for her. There's the move from Bradshaw to take the lead and the reaction. And I'm in the back room of the commentary of a building here away from the circuit, and I can hear the screams and cheers. She had to fight every inch of the way through turn number one, and then up the inside, turn number one, decisive, that's flat out, makes the move, doesn't understeer too wide. Bradshaw had no reply. He tried the cut back, but Babičková was there. Now our onboard Paul Fokwemin, he faded back to 9th in the end. There was Petrovic up the inside. This was the move that allowed Babičková and there's Ravenscroft, I think, going over the or one of the British drivers going over the curb. That was the move that allowed the top two rather, to break away. And there is the moment, hands in the air. Rotax has its first Grand Final female champion, and there are the scenes, and I think that the pictures could speak louder than any words I could ever add. Now, there's a bit of a scrum. Callum Bradshaw on your screens there. His cart goes through the picture. And it is a somewhat tense look. Babičková getting the hugs, and I think that's just a case of the adrenaline subsiding as the track clears 2 races to go. 2 races to go in this year's Grand Finals. DD2 Masters and then DD2. But provisionally, of course, Czech Republic, what an achievement for the Czech Republic. And for the DD2 Masters race, Ben Cooper will be joining me, and again, cannot wait to hear from Jen Wade down in the pits. So here's a look at the results. Let's look at the results because got a little bit carried away there with the achievement. So Babičková, Bradshaw and Kimber, your provisional podium. Kai Hunter, Sean Butcher and Lachlan Robinson. Well, a 5th for Lachlan, 5th last time, and then 6th this year. Clayton Ravenscroft finishes in 7th. Kamal Agger is 8th. Paul Fokwemin is 9th. Mads Rees from Denmark comes home in 10th. Ruben Bolt, Reese Hunter, 11th and 12th. Kuwait, 13th for Fahad Al-Khaled. Amazing result. Adam Ali, Enzo Calderas, Balas Irancic and his countryman Zombor Kovacs, 16th and 17th. Lewis Gilbert in 18th place. The Diamond of Dalry comes home in P18. Behind the top 18, stories all the way through there of what could have been. Linus Henson, Francesco Grimaldi, great drive from Christian de Klein from 36th up to 21st. May Sadar from 34th to 22nd. Further down the order, Diego Contechar from Colombia, only 25th. Nicky Gauchi, 26th. Lewis Smith, Great result for Bahrain, 27th. Mario Novak, 29th. Those amongst those that failed to finish, Vilgot Edquist, Daniel Ali, Andre Petrovic, Joao Oliveira and Victor Frost Bay. There are your full results. But now we move ahead to DD2 Masters. Once again, joining me in the commentary box, former double Rotax Grand Finals champion Ben Cooper, now with Team Canada and DD2 Masters. Ben, well, we've had some emotion there, but we've got a very emotional race here as well.
Yeah, exactly, with the story of Pierre-Luc. Personally, I got a lot invested in this one, so yeah, there's a lot of stories available.
Okay, well, we'll get to the story of Pierre-Luc Ouellet and Team Canada now, but let's hear from Jen Wade. So we're going to wait to see. There's a potentially situation developing down in Parc Fermé that we will catch up on a little bit later on. Let's focus on what we got on the track at the moment. DD2 Masters. Yeah, again, Pierre-Luc Ouellet, a double champion. I mean, we're not going to rush over the fact that Morgan Riche from France is undefeated at the moment, but his story, one for the ages.
Exactly, but I think most of the focus does have to go on to Morgan Riche at the minute. He's dominated the weekend. Apart from the pole position, he's won every race at the moment. I've been in that place before. The pressure's on him. This could go one of many ways in this race.
Yes, I mean, I have to say, the finals so far, we have seen drivers in most races take the lead and pull away. But that's to say, anything can happen. It's a 21-lap race, a long race. So as we watch you understand that obviously it's a very high emotional drama situation. We're going to go down to Jen Wade in the pits very shortly, and she's with, I think she's with Callum Bradshaw.
Callum Bradshaw, now unofficial results. It appears that Teresa has a drop-down bumper penalty. That makes you another world #1. Congratulations.
Thank you. Obviously, it's not the way I wanted to win. Obviously, I always want to win on track, and yeah, I feel sorry for obviously Terry, but yeah, obviously delighted to take the unofficial win. Obviously, I think obviously it's still got to be on the results, but yeah, it's a good weekend. Obviously, we didn't, if I'm honest, didn't have the pace in the final, so I'm not sure what happened there, because we was probably one of the fastest all weekend. Obviously, polling in qualifying, so yeah, I'm not sure why we were so slow in the final. Obviously I couldn't keep up with Terry, and but yeah, obviously delighted to take the win still.
I think she gave you a little bit of a hard time over the weekend. What do you think?
Yeah, obviously it's racing at the end of the day. Obviously I'm prepared now for whatever, and yeah, obviously it's still a very good weekend. We obviously won the pre-final, and we was always never outside the top 3, so consistency wise it was great, but yeah, obviously I did have a hard time in the heats, but yeah, managed to obviously come through in the final.
Well, she made a little bit of history putting the girls at the front for the first time in 21 years since I've been coming to the grand finals, but not so bad when I guess it's you standing or running behind her, but I think you've also got a lot of supporters and a lot of people that are cheering you on back home. Anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Yeah, just obviously say thank you to Strawberry. Obviously here this weekend, and a faultless job all year really. Obviously mum and dad at home, sat at home, I'm sure they're watching. But yeah, all Tony Carr and everyone. So yeah.
So what a Christmas present, way to end the year.
Yeah, could say that.
Yeah, of course you're the European #1 as well in Rotax, so we're going to say congratulations. We'll see you at the podium.
Thank you very much.
Well, as you can see, drama and Callum Bradshaw, a penalty, a drop nose cone from Teresa Babichkova. We will get back into that. We've got a race to concentrate on, but the drama of karting is just unbelievable, unbearable. sometimes the race that you see on the track isn't the end result because of the penalties. But Ben Cooper will move on to DD2 Masters first of all. An all-French front row that you can see there, and Morgan Riesch and Paul Louveau. It's been dominant so far, but the driver t-shirt on, red t-shirt, Pierre-Luc Wallet. Quick recap of where we are with his story.
So yeah, last year, just after the first wave of the COVID, Pierre-Luc had an unfortunate boating accident where he almost lost his foot. I actually texted him about a week after his accident and asked him how he is, and straight away he got back to me saying, you know, we're going racing. My goal is to go racing and get to the World Finals and bring a trophy back home to the surgeon who wanted to chop his foot off. So that's the quick version of that story. So that's where we're here now.
Yeah.
So right, I mean, down to this moment.
Because 2013 was his last Grand Finals appearance. But what about you? Want a bit of motivation to get you going? And yeah, I mean, as somebody that has spent 10 months not being able to like walk, literally feet up, you know, not to put any pressure on them, to have that one goal in mind. First of all, it's easy to say I want to come to the event. I've got a small matter of winning the national championship first. But he did, and he's here. And well, first, second, and third. So any sort of trophy would be. It's a win. It's a win. It's a win at overcoming adversity at any level.
Exactly. One thing Pierre-Luc told me yesterday is that no matter what happens today, Toto Wolff is not calling tomorrow morning.
No, exactly. This is, you know, I mean, we talk about this is fun. Obviously, these are the drivers that are 31 years and over, so karting is a hobby for them. They take it very seriously, racing around the world, racing for their country. But you know, yes, when they get back home, it's back to work.
Back to work, exactly.
As lots of different things. No one really talks about work while they're here. It's just racing. You know, all I know is that we've got a doctor in the house. Dr. Park from Korea is a medical practitioner. But yeah, no one's. It's not about, you know, a lot of people work in karting and racing, but yeah, no one talks about work because this is our escape from work.
Exactly that.
Now, a glance at the all-time DD2 Masters win list. First held at 2007 in Al Ain. Christopher Adams, who is the longest, well, he's now got 15 Grand Finals appearances to his name. He won for Belgium. Dennis Kruijs, a winner for the Netherlands. Jesus Perez Santander for Spain. Scott Campbell won for Canada. Cristiano Morgado, the most successful individual Grand Final winner of all time, 2011, 2012, 2013 for South Africa. Miko Lane in 2014, Ryan Urban for New Zealand in 2015, Lee Michner for Australia, Troy Woolston for Australia, Morgado again and his comeback in 2018, and then Robert Pazewski raced one in 2019. So South Africa with 4 wins, Australia with 2, a win each then for Finland, the Netherlands, Canada, Belgium, New Zealand, Spain and Austria.
So could we see a first-time French winner in the DD2 Masters?
We could. France have had 3 second place and 3 third positions. Here is your full starting lineup. Pole position number 531, Morgan Riesch. He is undefeated so far this year in the Grand Finals. 516, Paul Louveau is this year's Euro Trophy winner on the outside of row number 1. Pierre-Luc Wallet from Montreal in Quebec, a winner back in 2010 and 2008, I believe. Wouldn't tell me his age, but he's this year's Canadian champion. Michael Hitchcock, number 501, 36 years old, Swiss champion. Based originally from the UK, he's an F1 systems engineer for Alfa Romeo. Then Joao Cunha from Brazil, 34 years old, second in this year's Brazilian Championship. His best results in the Grand Finals, 19th as a senior Rotax driver in 2018. Eric Gasparovic in kart 519 from Latvia. Eric's 42nd in 2018, 30th last time out. He's 56-0 from Jelgava. Then it's Henrich Gruber in kart 514, also from Latvia. What a day they've had, 4th in 2019 Grand Finals, 34 years old from Babite. Daniel Schollenberger from Germany, representing Germany, the German champion this year. He's a DIY fanatic at home. Then it's 522, Derek Wang. This is Derek's 10th Grand Final appearance. Antti Ollikainen, 3 times a runner-up in the Grand Finals for Finland, starts on the outside of row number 5. Matis Rodriguez in kart 528. third in the last grand finals. He's 34 years old. Slawomir Moransky in cart number 530. In his last 7 grand final appearances, his best finish is 12th in 2017. Then Rodrigo Eckholt from Chile, driving number 535. Rodrigo, he finished 15th in this class. Portimao in 2017. Igor Mukin from Russia starts in the next row in 5-2-3, the outside of row number 7, and Igor finished 21st in the 2019 Grand Finals. Then Christophe Capitan from France and Fernando Guzzi from Brazil. They share row number 8. Row 9, the most experienced Grand Finalist of them all, Christophe Adams from Belgium, but now representing the Netherlands for the very first time. Adams was the first ever DD2 Masters champion. Peter Gutai from Hungary starts alongside Adams on row 9 in cart number 532. Gutai, there's Christophe as always. The showman, Gutai's second grand final appearance. He was 19th in 2019. He's the Slovakian champion this year. Marco Valestra from Italy in cart number 526. It's his grand finals debut, the 35-year-old from Sorrento. Then John Bonanno from the United States, driver number 533. Old age and treachery is what John says have got him here. He was 58th in this event in 2018. Then it's Dennis Ladeforged from Denmark in cart number 513. Dennis's debut in the grand finals, 39 years old, from Lidstrup. Wants to say hello to his daughter Maisie, who's 8, and his son Alexander, 11, who couldn't come here because of COVID restrictions. Carl Cleribo from Belgium is next up. His best finish, 35th in 2019. Then Nicolas Mazinas in cart 527, as the camera moves out of the way because engines are fired. Mazinas from Lithuania and Anthony Hogg from the UAE on row 12. Fabio Kielka from Belgium and Robert Kozakowski from Canada are next. Then Dr. Kyun Park and Patrick Sarai, oldest driver in the field from Lebanon, 66 years young. Juan Hernandez from Mexico and Masanori Kato from Japan. Camilo Ladino and Bojan Lukovic are on row 16. Then Gaston Hirsch and Ilya Aloskins racing with injured ribs, with Mohamed Al-Shamsi and Mohamed Matar from the UAE and Bahrain respectively rounding out the field. Well, Ben, the question is, if Riche gets away first and he's on pole position, the chances are he will, although we didn't see that in the senior race, although I don't think Paul Laveau will be quite as aggressive with Riche as Bradshaw was with Banachkova. Can anybody reel him in over 21 long laps? It's a grueling race. Luckily, the wind has picked up a little bit and it has cooled down a little bit. This is going to be a real physical test.
Exactly. I think it's going to be very important to see how the first couple of laps play out. The gloves could be off the first few laps and we could see some fighting. Unfortunately for us, being a bit biased towards Pierre-Luc and Team Canada, we have got to fight against 2 French guys, so we might be in the back foot straight away there. But this is the first time we've been on track for 21 laps.
Yes.
So we could see after the 12th or 13th lap some drivers starting to drop off, tyre pressures coming in or something. So I know personally we've taken a bit of a gamble in this race, because if we stayed as we was, we would probably finish in 2nd or 3rd to Laveau and Riche.
I mean, obviously the phrase is win it or bin it.
Exactly. We're not here to finish 2nd. We're here to win the race.
Yep, and I suppose when you've come back from adversity in the way that Pierre-Luc has, and the stories up and down the grid, but certainly there are lots of people, and again I know that Scott Campbell's watching. A big hello to Ken and Jill Walker, the original voice of Rotax, who always keenly watching the grand finals, especially the Masters class.
Exactly.
So the tension once again begins to rise into turn 13. Turn 14, Riche in cart 531, Laveau in cart 516, then Wale and Hitchcock. Can Michael Hitchcock be a bit of a wild card? João Cunha and Gasparovic are next. It's a false start. And the back of the field was quite spread out. So in practice, you're doing what, 12, 13 laps in the practice session?
Even less. You know, some of the guys were coming in and doing a hot pit and changing things on the kart during the session. So they're only really doing around 5 or 6 laps, pushing. And in the heats, we were doing 12-lap heats. So yeah, no one's really gone past the 12-lap stage. I think yesterday in the pre-final was 14 laps. So we've still got another 7 laps on top of that, so it could be very interesting once we get to the mid-race stage to see where we are, see where everyone is, and who's got those right tyre pressures.
Yep, and again, you can see Ramiro and Brito now signalling, saying, right, get them together, get them together.
This is one thing that's always been very difficult for DD2 starts, as obviously you've got the two paddles, the first and second gear.
Yep.
The driver's always popping it into neutral to clear out the engine to make sure it's not too rich to start. So that's what gives the gaps between each driver.
Right, yeah,
because one may be in first gear pulling away whilst the other one's in neutral.
I mean, but with the nose cone situation, I mean that means you've got to be really, really focused, because suddenly, as you flip it into first, someone else is flipping it into neutral and easing back.
Exactly that.
Of course, the race director needs them to be there in the signal. They're not, they're not sort of chanting and giving a clap. This is that the marshals telling them all to close. And I have to say, the marshalling team here at Bahrain have been absolutely superb all week. But second time, again, still closing them up, closing them up, closing them up. Riche, Louveau, Wale, Hitchcock, Cunha, Kasparovich, Gruber, lights are out, we're off and racing in Mars. It's a great start for the pole sitter, and up the inside goes Hitchcock, trying to take second place away from Wale, but Wale into second. Drama behind as somebody spins, but a poor start. Well, poor Louveau, slow away. Now he comes back up the inside at turn number 5 and almost sideswipes the number 501. Oh, and somebody, that's a big sandy moment there. Two drivers at the back that look like Tony Hogg and Fabio Kiltka, the UAE and Belgium respectively. Riche, Louveau back in the pack now. Riche still leads. Wale has second place. Are we going to attack early, or are we going to follow? I'm not, Ben's not going to give the tactics away, but we got Hitchcock a little bit further back there. It's 514, Henrys Gruber from Latvia, who is right in contention now. But Riche has lost his rear gunner. Now, we've seen one driver, Thomas Dolsamanis, go undefeated in the grand finals. Can we have another one? Riche hoping so. This is now a new question for these drivers. Ben, good start.
Yeah, good start for the front two with Morgan getting a small gap from Pierre-Luc. Obviously good for us on our side with Pierre-Luc as Paul Louveau is not in the picture anymore. Judging on the way the race looks, if I was in Pierre-Luc's shoes, as soon as I get the opportunity, I'll be trying to make a move, because the experience has told us throughout the races, as there's a nice move there up into the bowl for third place, which helps the front two break away again. But yeah, judging on the experience of the last few races, Morgan's just been able to creep away at the front. So if I was in Pierre-Luc's, wearing his helmet, I'll be making a move as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was one car off the side of the circuit. Oh, Igor Mukhin has retired. Dennis Larnaf again has retired. Carl Claribo out of the race. So sorry, it was Claribo possibly who was out on the first lap. Tony Hogg is 15th, so I do apologise. There was a glitch on the timing screen. Fabio Kelka was one of the drivers that was involved in that sandy moment. But here's a side-by-side moment. Hitchcock getting passed by that's Daniel Schollenberger from Germany in car 501. Riche, Wale, yeah, you're right. I mean, if you've got to attack, so this is where you've got to try and drag Riche back into the pack, because
they've broken away now at the front. So if Pierre-Luc makes a move for the lead, then maybe you go on the defensive side and push him back towards the back. But as we see there, the battle for third is on with Henrys Gruber, but taking it over on Cunha there.
Yep, Gruber repassing João Cunha, and also in that group is Paul Louveau recovering from that poor start. Louveau showed tremendous speed, rolling on lap 4 of 21. The top two have got a 1.1 second cushion over Gruber, but watch for Louveau, and yeah, if even in the 21 lap race, you may get just one opportunity.
Exactly.
So if you're suddenly within striking distance, you've got to go for it. But do you try and make something happen at a place where it's not normal, so that you can take the element of surprise?
It really depends on how the race plays out. I'm sure Pierre-Luc's had a little look over his shoulder to see he's got a gap, so maybe now he's thinking, let's put a few laps under a belt, let's keep this gap. It looks like he's staying right there with him. The split times are pretty much matched between Morgan and Pierre-Luc, so he may be sitting there thinking, let's just take our time here, pace is good, he's the one driving, he's the one feeling how the car is. But also Paul Louveau is setting fast splits there for P4. We're going to see him probably make a move for P3, and then if he starts catching in on the front two, that might force Pierre-Luc to make a move.
Well, let's look at the lap times. Morgan Riche, fastest lap of the race so far, at 53.959. That's beaten by Mohamed Matta from Bahrain, 19th place, but he's done a 53.877. Brilliant stuff from Mohammed. And I mean, talk about, you know, obviously everyone's got the adrenaline pumping, but Mohammed Mata on his home territory in the final starts at the back, thinks, right, the only way it goes forward, and my word, isn't he?
Yeah, Mohammed, that's very impressive for lap 4 of the race in the pack. He's gained 17 positions and set fastest lap already is impressive.
Is he using too much of his tyres? That's the question. But hey, he's moving forward in a pace. Schollenberger, who we saw make a move earlier, sadly has retired. So has Marco Valestra from Italy as we start lap number 5. And already, this is different leads, even though Reece still leads. By lap 5 of some of the heat races, Reece had broken the toe, and Wale, like a tramp on chips, is all over him still.
Yeah, it's looking very much like now the splits are matching the fastest lap time now to Pierre-Luc, you know, peanuts to Morgan Reece. So this could be a long race between these two.
Yep, cat and mouse. First to break, and again, for those of you who are new to karting, who have never driven at this level, the concentration required to not make a mistake for 21 laps is incredible.
Yeah, you have to be very physically fit, which obviously gives you the mental strength as well. I know Pierre-Luc is in the gym 3 times a week, not just for his foot and his physiotherapy, but just to make sure he's physically ready for this race. 21 laps in this heat here in Bahrain is not going to be easy.
No, exactly, and of course, you know, it's safe to say that, I mean, even the Canadian summer hasn't quite got a patch on the Bahrain desert.
No, we have our hot days, but not quite as hot as this.
No, exactly, and so this will be a real test. I mean, obviously test sessions, but physically as well. You know, I mean, Pierre was on the show, Jenny's show, and that, you know, obviously a lot of skiing. I mean, when you lose a foot, the recovery process is intense, and yeah, he's now pushing himself into another level for himself. He's pushing his limits. His new limits since the accident, and he's closing in on Reece down the hill towards turn 12. Louveau has not closed in. In fact, Louveau has been passed by Gruber for third, so Henry's Gruber for Latvia in third, Louveau for France in fourth, Cunha for Brazil in fifth. Now, Schollenberger back showing up in sixth position, so maybe there was a transponder hiccup at some point. Hitchcock for Switzerland in 7, Eckholt up to 8th place for Chile, then Derek Wang 9th for Team USA, Matis Rodriguez, Argentina 11, Antti Ollikainen, sorry, Matis Rodriguez 10, Antti Ollikainen 11, Christophe Capitan from France in 12th, then Christophe Adams up into 13th position, 56 years old, Christophe Adams still showing he's got what it takes when the time is right.
And you see Mohammed Mata up to 15th now, so 21 spots gained from the back of the grid, so let's be interested to see how far he gets up towards the front here.
Yep, but now Wale looks closer than ever on lap number 8. He was really close, right inches behind Reece as they came out of the corkscrew last time around. They complete lap number 8 and go on to lap 9, and it looks like Reece is very quick to this first half of the lap. Then second sector, Pierre closes in.
And that's part of the gamble we took yesterday, a conversation we had between me and Pierre-Luc is 2 different gear ratios. Here you can either use a 35 and 36, and we've been on the 36 gear ratio, which gives you more top speed, but in the infield you lose a bit more bottom end, so we've taken the gamble to switch back to the 35, where we think Morgan Reece is on the 36, which is why in the first sector Morgan tends to have a bit more speed down the straight line. We were banking on it being a little bit of a fight, and if it has a fight and you're coming out of the corners slow, the 35 gear is going to help us, so that's we're hanging on in there ready for that fight.
So this race at the moment, the first half of this race hasn't quite panned out the way you hope in terms of the battling, so it's even more important that Pierre stays in Reece's slipstream. Morgan Reece has been absolutely superb. Already France have won 1 race this weekend in 701 Oscar Pellemel in E20, and a 5-car battle for third place, and a change of line there from Reece coming out of turn 4. Pierre-Luc trying to make things work. They're 3.5 seconds ahead of this group on your screen. This group now, Louveau back into P3. Cunha is 4th, Schollenberger 5, Gruber 6, Hitchcock 7. Then a gap back to Derek Wang and Rodrigo Eckholt. More retirements. Sadly, Nicolas Mazinas from Lithuania is retired, as has Masanori Kato. We are down to 30 runners, with Dr. Jungkyun Park in 30th position for Korea.
So this battle for third has really played into the front two's hands. It looks like Morgan now is actually kind of creeping away from Pierre-Luc. But yeah, this is the battle for third between Laval, Kuna and everybody is really played into the hands of the front two. So if that does come down to a fight at the end, they've only got to race against each other.
Yes, and I mean, Wale has now, Pierre-Luc has really got to focus, because after 10 laps of really staring at nothing but the rear bumper of Riche's cart, there's now a little bit of daylight appearing ever so slightly.
Exactly, in the last lap you saw Pierre-Luc was 2/10 behind Riche, which there you see that's that 1 or 2 kart lengths difference, so maybe hopefully Pierre-Luc using the draft will be able to get those 2/10 back and we see another move for third place.
Yep, so this is a good battle for third. João Cunha back into P3, side by side between Hitchcock and Gruber. Gruber almost squeezed out, but has to back out of it and not go over those curbs, which are very, very, very tough indeed. We go into turn number 14. João Cunha, Schollenberger in that battle with Louveau. Schollenberger drops to the back of that group. Rodrigo Eckholt up in 8th place. Now Schollenberger is transponded. He's dropping. Oh dear, he's giving me a heart attack there because he's dropping back there. He's third in the group in the black race suit. There's another move from Louveau. So Louveau and Cunha, they both want to lead the way, and if they're not careful, it's the battle for third. The top two have gone, but if they're not careful, they're going to be joined by the likes of Wang and Eckholt, who in 9th and 10th position are working together and closing in.
It's always a fun thing when you're driving, you see the pack like that fighting in front of you. We've seen it with Micro and Mini, the guys fighting very hard in the middle of the pack there, and you're just chasing away, putting your laps in to try and gain time on them to be in for a fight for the podium.
Yep, well, as Daniel Ricciardo would say, he licked the stamp and sent it. Here is the move on replay. Top two, and again, this is Riche just 10th by 10th by 10th, easing away.
You can see in the first sector and the second and the third sector is really where he's pulling that half a tenth each time, pulling about a tenth a lap or 2/10 a lap on Pierre-Luc.
So we're now into, so like you've got to, Pierre-Luc will dig deep. You know, this is two drivers, Riche and Ouellet, absolutely push themselves to the limit. They're giving 100%. You see it time and time again. We are one-on-one, and the driver chasing is closing. And then the driver in front doesn't buckle under the pressure, just rises the pressure. They ride, and then at the pressure is answered, and suddenly you turn around, and everybody else is in a different postcode.
Exactly, and this is roles reversed from back from 2007 in our lane for the first time. It was actually Pierre-Luc that won the DD2 with Morgan finishing second. So roles are reversed right now. It's Pierre-Luc chasing Morgan for the first time.
So again, Morgan's first, I think it was 2008 as a junior, so Alain maybe 2011?
2011, exactly.
2011, so again, experience all the way. But Cunha in third place, fourth place rather, doesn't make a move there. Louveau has forced his way back. He'll be regretting that start. It was a poor start from Paul Louveau. He will be regretting it. The pace is strong. Louveau's done a best lap of a 53.6 actually, so it's not that strong, but he's under pressure again, and João Cunha up the inside maybe, no, then Schollenberger, then it's Hitchcock, the red Swiss race suit, Gruber, the deep red of Team Latvia, is down in 7th, Derek Wang and Rodrigo Eckholt 8th, and Antti Ollikainen coming up into the top 10. It's been a quiet week for Antti, it's got to be said. He had a breakdown in one heat race, but you know, he's a long way back though. Look at that, Antti just coming out of the top corner there. Rodriguez, Christoph Adams up to 12th, and Mohamed Matar up again into 14th position. Robert Kosakowski from Canada down in 21st, a learning process as you said, and now lap 15, 7 laps to go. This is where we're likely to see mistakes being made out of sort of tiredness.
Exactly, that's exactly it with the guys over 32 years old, you know. Don't mean to sound harsh, but the fitness is very important for them. I know when I jump in the car now at my age, I struggle after 10 laps, so for sure the fitness is going to be playing into the hand there of certain drivers, and you may see some small mistakes here and there, especially as the pressure builds up in that battle for third place.
As well, I think they've sort of taken a brief respite. It's a bit of a set break, you know, while they sort of reassess the situation, and then they will go and try and rectify the problem that they have. And the problem is that Morgan Riche is 9/10 of a second in front of Pierre-Luc Ouellet, who is then in turn 6 seconds in front of Paul Louveau. Louveau has got a 10th in hand over Cunha and another 10th in hand over Schollenberger. Hitchcock is now 3/10 behind Schollenberger. Gruber Wang, Eckholt and Olakainen. The top 10 separated by 11 seconds. And after all, the remarkable thing, after all the drama of the heat races, in all the classes, the incidents, the accidents, the battling, the finals, all, you know, predominantly, we had one or two incidents, but the finals have been very, very, not sedate, but no one's making mistakes. No one is driving over and above the limits yet. As I say that, now Louveau defends for the first time. That's the first time we've seen a defensive manoeuvre. It's cost Cunha momentum 3 wide into turn 2. I don't think so. But they come out. Sorry, breathe, man. Breathe. You hold your breath there, because you know that would be a one touch of a wheel there at that part of the circuit.
That exact move is what we saw yesterday in the last pre-final DD2 with Zenderu. That exact move that took him out from being on 5th place for today's final DD2 to down in 13th. So, yeah, going through turn 2 in DD2, guys, two or three wide is not always the best move.
Yeah, it's generally a one-line racetrack through there, as we saw proved yesterday. But Riche lead now 1.1 seconds. Lap number 18 almost. Now we're on lap 18. The gap just continues to grow. Pierre-Luc, anything left in the tank?
At the minute, just looking at the splits, you know, we're dropping off, you know, a tenth and a half to 2 tenths. So it looks like Morgan has really got this in the bag. To be honest, he's been the one to beat all weekend throughout all the practices. So I'm not saying he deserves it more than anybody else, but I've been in his shoes before, and I know what it's like to lose in the final. So he'll be putting the laps in his rhythm. Pierre-Luc will be doing everything he can to try and cash him down, but right now it's going to take quite a big mistake from Morgan for Pierre-Luc to be able to do anything here.
And that's the one thing we have not seen from Morgan Riche all week, is a mistake. He has been metronomic, and that is so impressive. Again, now normally we would have a 72 kart Masters field, but it's been cut to 36 this year because you've added 36 Minimax drivers. So the tickets that are available, I mean, Anthony Olakainen was saying normally, because Finland, for example, has quite a strong DD2 Masters race, and there would be 2 tickets available or 3 tickets available. Now there's only 1. So each of these drivers has had to push themselves even harder than usual just to get the ticket. So we've only got 1 grid of them, but it's 36 very, very, very strong drivers. There's no one that has sort of been brought in as a field filler, which has happened in the past.
Exactly, you could say this is the 36 Masters, best Master drivers of the world, right?
It is,
there's
absolutely.
only so many tickets available, and these are the guys that have been out there racing all over the world to get them.
That's why I'm missing so many familiar names, because they've only managed to finish second in their national series, and that's what makes like Eric Gasparovich's achievements so much better, because Gasparovich had to beat the likes of Gruber and Ilya Oloskins, who are a lot younger than him, 20 years younger than him, to get the ticket. So now on to lap 20 out of 21, the penultimate tour of the DD2 Masters final. Riche leads by 1.6 seconds. It could be, it's likely to be a perfect weekend for France's Morgan Riche. Wallet has given it absolutely everything, but even so, it's not the win, but it's a trophy to take back to the surgeon that saved his foot. The journey is going to carry on, I feel, but you know, before we call the last lap home, you know, how proud are you of what driver number 524 has achieved, because considering that, you know, lying in hospital and you're the first man he phones?
Yeah, for sure. Goosebumps thinking about, you know, that situation last year. I remember back to this year, jumping in the kart for the first time, and literally the first time he jumped in the kart, he was right on pace. So it's like riding a bike. You never lose out. You never forget what you're doing. So I'm super proud of Pierre-Luc. I'm sure he'll be back next year to try and move 1 step up on the podium, unless anything changes here on the last lap.
Of course, anything could still change, but the battle of the third is on. On to the last lap. Louveau, Cunha, Gruber, Wang, Eckholt, Schollenberger. Louveau has it at the moment. João Cunha he's never finished better than 19th in a grand final before. He's got a shot at a podium, but we've got back markers coming across the line. Morgan Riche, the checkered flag awaits. It's been a perfect weekend. France have their second win of the week in grand finals this year. DD2 Masters, Pierre-Luc Wallet finishes second on his return, and it is Louveau for France by an inch over Cunha from Brazil. Gruber in 5th, then Derek Wang, Rodrigo Eckholt, Michael Hitchcock, Antti Olakainen, and Daniel Schollenberger, finishing in 5th. Gruber 6th, Wang 7th, Eckholt then 8th, Hitchcock, Olakainen rounding out the top 10. Mohamed Matar from 36th to 11th, one of the drives of the grand finals, away from the winners obviously. Christoph Adams, life in the old dog yet. Here's the replay, Ben, and Louveau, poor start. Reese was a little bit squirrely there. That's pretty much about the only half a mistake he's made all week.
Exactly, I think he just sent it in a bit hard there to make sure that nobody was sending it around the outside, because I know that was one of the plans for Pierre-Luc to try and send it around the outside at the start. If there was a hole, we were going for it, but Morgan's been absolutely phenomenal all weekend, not put a foot wrong, with the only blemish on his mark, maybe not qualifying pole by finishing second in qualifying, but he's done the business in all the races.
He has indeed. The battle for third was a good one. Louveau and Cunha swapping positions time and time again, and a little bit of got a little bit tasty there, but by and large I think the Masters driver very at the front in the middle of the pack anyway, very reserved and sensible.
Exactly, aggressive but respectful, which is exactly what we want in racing.
Exactly what we want. And there is Riche, fist bumping the air, no reaction from Pierre-Luc. Because he's a champion, second is a disappointment, but someone will remind him very soon of what he has achieved
100%.
and just how special it is.
For sure, he's come here this weekend to win, and finish second isn't it's the first loser in his eyes this weekend, but I'm pretty sure he'll be thinking, already there we see the hugs between the two, super proud of both of them, so he'll be thinking Pierre-Luc for next year already, I'm sure of it, to come back and move one step further up the podium. One step further. It's the journey is not over yet, but for this driver, for 531 Morgan Riche, goes on to the weighbridge, and no chance for a drop nose cone there, because that nose has not been behind anybody all week. Remarkable. And there is the embrace from his mechanic, and yes, the tricolour will fly high over the podium once again. Ben, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box all week in Masters. You've got a man on the podium. You've had success in other classes. Canada, things are looking very strong. Yeah, things are looking very good for the Rotax program in Canada. We've had a 5th place in micro, a 4th place in mini, which means the young generations are coming on strong. And also the old generation with Pierre-Luc finishing the podium. So we're very proud. We've got Gianluca now in DD2.
Yes, I was going to say, you've got those there, and you've got a driver starting on the 3rd row of the grid in the final for the next race. Well, we look at the results of Masters, DD2 Masters. France, Canada, France, Brazil, Germany, Latvia, United States, Chile, Switzerland and Finland, your top 10, but Bahrain, an 11th place finish. That will send all the local support here home very, very happy indeed. Then Christoph Adams, Matis Rodriguez, showing that, if you have a problem like he did in qualifying, it's very difficult to come back. Christoph Kapitan, Peter Kutai, Slavia Moransky, John Bonanno and Tony Hogg. That's a best ever grand finals finish for both John and Tony. They'll be happy as well, and probably off to sit in a dark room and cool down.
With a beer.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you.
We'll see you on the podium.
Yes, hopefully so.
Brilliant. There we go. One race to go. Let's have a look. See where your favourite driver, your nation's driver, finished. Patrick Sarai, the oldest driver here, 66 years young. He finishes 25th for Lebanon. And then the retirements. Dr. Park sadly failed to finish. He finished 30. He was 30th. 29 drivers made it to the end, and France take the win. Well, the sun is beginning to set ever so slightly now. You can see the carts in the background coming out onto the circuit, but first, before we get underway with the last race of the 2021 Grand Finals, Jen Wade is down in the pits with our DD2 Masters champion.
Well, Morgan Riche, congratulations. I know you've been here before, you've done it before, but now, number one.
Je suis très content de cette victoire. Ça faisait longtemps qu'on l'attendait. La dernière finale mondiale était de 2007 avec Pierre-Luc qui avait gagné. J'ai fini deuxième et là j'ai pris ma revanche. Je suis très content. Merci à tous mes supporters qui ont fait, qui étaient avec moi depuis toute la semaine et je vous remercie tous et bravo.
Pierre-Luc gave you a little bit of a battle there early on, but what a great race and what a fantastic week. It has been unbeatable for you.
C'est vrai que j'ai fait un très bon week-end. J'ai fait le deuxième chrono et ensuite j'ai gagné les manches pré-finale et la finale. Donc merci à tous.
And what does it mean to you now to be number one? I know you're also a team manager. You've got your own team. You've won the 24 hours Le Mans, also in Rotax, and now this.
J'ai fait 3 finales mondiales Rotax et j'ai gagné le challenge X30 au Mans 2018.
Congratulations.
Merci.
So, a very, very happy Morgan Riche, understandably so. And we now look to the final race of the 2021 Grand Finals. Hard to believe after all this time that we got one race to go. Have we saved the best to last? Well, we did at this occasion in Sarno, because this man, Filippo Laghi, was sitting next to me talking about it. Filippo, first of all, your driver, Pietro Pons, was a bit unlucky.
Yeah, we tried all in to try to come back from P29, but he did a mistake at the second lap, tried to pass another driver, and then he finished the race in P28, but anyway, reaching the final, we know in these kind of races is good.
We've got so many champions that didn't even get this far.
Yeah.
But, so, DD2 time, you know, it's been a long road to get here. How many more twists and turns are there? The field is so strong. Martin van Leeuwen, looking at him on your screen there, everyone seems to think that he's the man to beat. Okay, he starts on pole, but like we saw with Riche just then, that if he gets away, then there's no catching him.
Yeah, watching the yesterday pre-finals, there are of course some drivers like Van Leeuwen and Barbarux a little bit faster than the others in the race pace. But now is the final, so I'm sure that a lot of driver, especially beginning from Michael Rosina, who starts in P3, will try everything at the beginning of the race to stop the race pace, try to make confusion and
drag them into a battle. It's something that they couldn't do in junior with Thomas Dolsomanis. They couldn't do in senior with Teresa Babichkova. And again, there's we did say there was a nose cone penalty for Teresa. Callum Bradshaw interviewed as the winner. Whether there are any other issues after that, we don't know yet, because there was a clash at the start between Babichkova and Bradshaw, but that is all unofficial. We just seen in Masters the fastest person get away. They couldn't drag him in. Can Barbaru, Kumaran, Chevalier, Rosina drag Van Leeuwen into a fight if they can. There's lots of good drivers further back.
As you said, we have seen races today in which the fastest man usually wins the race.
Yes.
Let's see if
something... woman.
Oh, woman, yes, of course. Of course. Let's see this race. Of course, will be so hard to stop the two fastest driver who starts in the first row. but everything can happen. We have seen a fantastic race 2 years ago in Sarno.
Yes.
Until the last 2 laps, it was impossible to
pick a winner.
To pick a winner. So let's see this race.
And to show just, I mean, the level playing field of Rotax. Many of the contestants for that race in Sarno are here again, but none of them start in the front 4 rows. Jakob Bazel starts on the 5th row, Zendarua on the 6th row, Nicolas Pico on the 10th row, and the defending champion Peter Bazel on the 16th row. Just goes to show how much quality there is, how many good drivers. So Van Leeuwen, you can see Van Leeuwen on the left hand side of your screen, the Dutch driver, just having a little look there, and otherwise everyone's sort of, you know, keeping themselves calm. Birrell, ART.
Just some consideration before the race. If you look the flags, we see a strong wind blowing from southwest.
Yes,
I was there in the pre-grade with my driver during the junior.
We saw you
during the junior final, and there is a lot of sand.
Maybe that's why we've not seen as much overtaking. So
and also is so difficult, I think, to make overtake out of the fast line, because it's very slippery, and also this wind makes easier to stay in the slipstream, and especially during the climb.
Yes,
reaching turn 5
yes.
and after turn 8.
Okay,
the power of the slipstream is stronger.
Okay, right. So it's very difficult to pass. And I did notice that. Yeah, you can see out of our window that the trees, sort of the palm trees or the trees in the background, they're blowing a bit more strongly, and of course, we are in a desert, and it does create more problems. So a look at the crash helmet there with the visor sticker from the grand finals. Who is that we're looking at? It is the kart of driver number 440, Eliska Babichkova. Well, we've had one sister do the business on the track, and first across the line, a nose cone penalty. I don't know if there are any other issues. Wouldn't it be amazing if Eliska, one of the other of the 3 sisters that qualified for her final? Well, anything can happen. Eliska is starting this race from, just want to see where that is for footy. Well, she's down on the 13th row. Unlikely, but hey, it's anything can happen. Who knows? The defending champion is down on the 16th row. You can see Peter Mazel in his check race suit there, just a couple of rows from the back, just bending down into his cart now, picking up his crash helmet. I saw him this morning. He's laughing. He just shrugged his shoulder. He goes, "Hey, just not fast this year. It's okay." There's the back of the grid. The drivers that just made it in, Rasmus Vendelbo and Benzit Major, just squeezed in last row, knocking out drivers. 72, of course, got this far in terms of the event. 36 now into the final. Oh, the tension. How often do you still race? How often do you still race in Italy at all, or you retire completely now?
No, I'm retired completely, but I have my personal racing team, so
yes.
I make a team manager and telemetrist, but sometimes I go on the go-kart to make some testing or to coach the driver.
Yes, but not racing.
But no racing anymore.
When you're sitting here.
Sometimes
the juices are flowing. Okay, here is your full starting lineup. Pole position, driver 463, Martin van Leeuwen from Roosendaal, second in the gold trophy. He is from the Netherlands. Antoine Barbarou in kart 435 from France. It's his first grand finals, the 18-year-old from Port Ribelais. Then Michael Racina, his second grand finals in kart number 431, his best 10th as a junior back in 2016. Then Kyle Kumaran from India, India, driver number 401. He was 18th in this race last time out at Sarno. Gianluca Savaglio from Canada, driver number 412. Debutant in the Grand Finals, Canadian champion this year from Toronto. Patrick Loxmelis from Latvia in cart number 446 is next. He is 15 years old, Nordic champion, Latvian champion from Lielvārde. Then it's Abdullah Al-Rawahi from Oman. Abdullah in cart 429 hasn't qualified for the Grand Finals since 2017. In his 4 previous appearances, he has finished in the top 21 3 times. Emils Atmans from Latvia in cart number 438. It's his first Grand Finals. He's from Branas, 15 years old, plays ice hockey as well. Then it's Jakob Bazel, the younger of the 2 Bazel brothers, starting on the inside of row number 5. Driver 408 was 5th last time out and 8th in Brazil in 2018. Dimitris Vasileris from Greece in cart number 437. Dimitris finished 35th in this race last time out. Axel Sanyala, cart 468, the 2019 Senior Rotax Grand Finals champion. He follows, starts alongside number 420, Zen Darua. Zen from Slovenia, 3rd in 2019, 4th in 2017. Philip Watsi from Austria and Glenn van Parijs from Belgium are up next. Van Parijs in cart 409 was 10th in Senior Rotax in 2016. Watsi from Austria is his first Grand Finals. Then it's Mika Metz from Germany. Mika Metz, 20 years old, from Seen, and Matthias Najem from Lebanon in cart 406. This is Matthias' 6th Grand Final. David Masliakevich in cart number 455 is next on the grid. His nickname is Johnny Bravo. Vincendi Marquez Carpint in cart 456 is on the outside of row number 9. This Spanish driver lives in Madrid, 20 years old. Nicolas Pico, runner-up in Sarno in 2019. In cart 417 for France, Nicolas, very experienced, 10th in 2018. He's now 30 years old, the NSK champion. Leonardo Reis from Brazil rounds out your top 20. The rest of the starting lineup: Gustavo Suarez from Chile, Ethan Ho from the United States, Charlie Anderson from Sweden, Ragnar Veros from Estonia, Eliska Babičková from the Czech Republic, Max Linden from Sweden, Matthias Dahl from Denmark, Max Jaeger from Chile. Special mention from Max Jaeger, his 3rd Grand Finals, his first qualification into the final. He's never finished higher than 69th in this race before. Then it is Khalid Reysab, Luke Scheppers, Petter Bazel, the defending champion, 21 laps to somehow pull off a miracle and save his crown. Then it's Federico Panetta from Argentina, Ivan Skamska from Belarus, Gonzalo Coutinho from Portugal, Bence Major from Hungary, Rasmus Vendelbo from Denmark. And breathe. And now we focus, Filippo. The drivers will have a plan, will they not?
I'm so excited for this race start, because the question is, can anyone stop the race pace of Mr. Van Leeuwen?
Yep.
Let's see.
Well, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen soon. You know, we've seen it all day with a dusty track, with wind causing sand to come onto the circuit. The driver, Savaglio, what has happened to Gianluca Savaglio? On our screens, hang on a sec, he's our camera cart, he's behind Racina, so, okay.
Maybe the transponder
on my timing
working.
screen it says he has not gone out, but he is very much there because we're riding with him. Maybe a transponder issue. I hope he's remembered to put it on. It's one thing to have your transponder on your cart that is broken or faulty or run out of battery. That's one thing. To not have your transponder fitted, that is a different situation altogether. The sun is now low in the sky. One more time around here in Bahrain. Van Leeuwen in cart 463. Barbarou. If it doesn't happen the first couple of laps, then it's going to be very, very difficult. If it does
two
happen,
laps are crucial.
Yes.
First 2 laps are crucial in this race.
If the battling does begin early, then watch for the likes of Jakob Bazel, Axel Sanyala, Glenn van Parijs, Matthias Najem, Nicolas Pico coming up through the order, Zendaru as well. Lights are red. final race of Grand Finals 2021 is go, and Barbarou gets a great start. Van Leeuwen caught napping at the start, while Barbarou, I hope he hasn't jumped the start there. That was very, very quick indeed. They're all safely through turn number 1 and 2. Rosina over the grass, but he saves it. Another driver onto the sand, but the leader is number 401. Is that Kyle Kumaran? Wow.
Yeah, incredible start. So we will have fun in this race. Kumara now is on the lead, and will try to open the gap because the drivers behind him are battling a lot for the second place.
Yes, India have never ever been on the podium in the Grand Finals. Now, further back, there are some drivers that have had a problem in spins. But Kyle Kumaran has got a great gap. They're battling. What happened to Van Leeuwen? Oh my word, that looked like maybe Sanyala or Zendarua being very, very aggressive there. And there's Van Parijs recovering. This could be special. End of lap number 1. Kumaran, Barbarou, Van Leeuwen down to thirds. Then it is Ahmed, not Melis, Latvia third and fourth. Derua up to fifth. From 12th to 6th rather. You've got Van Parijs, Rosina. Now, Coutinho, Khaled Reysab and Dar are not there. Gianluca Savalio is behind. So Van Parijs is 7th, but Savalio is not coming up on our timing screens. Now, if that's a problem with the transponder, that's one thing, but we have to see. We have to wait and see.
Kumaran has to push a lot at the moment because he has got the 2 sharks behind him, Barbaruk and Van Leeuwen, and he knows very well that he has a big chance now to open the gap and try to pull away from the group and least get in fight of the 2 top drivers. So he has a big chance for him and for India to be still on the podium in this race.
Van Parijs making a move in front of us. So we're on board with Savalio, and Savalio this is going to be a bit tricky. Savalio in cart number 4, 5, 6. He is behind Vincenzi Carpint, and there's a move on Zendarua. Van Parijs and Derua are battling again. So Kumaran, get your head down. In 4th position is Lot Melis, then it's Van Parijs in 5th, all 3 wide, and that looks like Matthias Negem.
Rosina is out.
Is that Negem or Rosina? The racing colours are the same. Rosina. So sorry, Filippo. And that is cart number 429, Abdullah Al-Rawaki from Oman. And Abdullah said to me last night, I'll see you on the podium. Sadly, it's not the case. Let's have a look at this. And there was somebody in the blue race suit looking over there. Maybe Leonardo Rees, who's here. Look at that. It was Leonardo Rees, I think, diving in, and it's hard to see whether Abdullah Al-Rawahi had help on to the rear bumper of Rosina's cart there, but piggybacking out the way, that was a case of maybe being too aggressive early stages. We're on lap 4, the top 4 have broken away, and finally the number 4-1 cart of Savalio appears in 6th position on our timing screens, so he is being scored. Obviously a problem with his transponder. 4 carts, Filippo.
There we go, Henry. The battle is now turning on at the moment. I think we have now 4 drivers battle for the first place. Kumaran set a 53.8 at the end of this lap, but the guys behind you are 2 or 3 tenths of a lap of a second faster.
Yes.
So
they're using that slipstream you talked about.
Yeah. The slipstream is so powerful, especially today, because the wind is so strong, and it's easy to close the gap to a driver to the driver in front.
So Kumaran qualified 4th. I didn't see where he took the lead because Barbarou got the jump at the start, and Kumaran was starting on the outside of the 2nd row, and obviously with Van Leeuwen being slow away, there was obviously an incident, and Kumaran managed to slip past both of them.
I think there is some material to investigate also for the steward for the race start, because it's been a crazy start, and some decision will be taken, I think, after the race.
There was a couple of drivers going over the grass, over the green painted tarmac and through the sand. The top 4 have got a break, so look at the drivers now in 5th and 6th, Glenn Van Parijs and Zendarou. So we said about friends and enemies. Daru unhappy with Van Parijs yesterday. He's making a move, coming into turn number 8. Who comes out in front? It is, it's Gianluca Savalio. Savalio is up into 5th position now ahead of Van Parijs. Then there is a gap to Darua and Jakob Mazel, Vincendi Market. So we've lost Coutinho, Saab, Dahl, Rosina and Rawahi. 31 drivers left in the race. Kumara now under pressure.
Lot of pressure for him, but I think Barbarox is waiting for the right moment to make an overtake, but also clean. To to don't have a risk to a cutback maneuver. And I think he's trying to find the right moment to make the overtake.
Because of course, if Barbaru makes a move and it's wrong, Van Leeuwen and Melis are right there. He won't lose one place, he'll lose 2.
Looks like they are waiting. They are not fighting too much.
Oh, there's a move though, nearly. No, not quite. But yeah, Kumara's almost a little hand signal there.
But they are smart. Both 4 drivers are really smart at the moment. They are not making excessive battle too much.
Exactly. Because of course, if you start battling now, lap 7 out of 21, you've got Savalio, Van Parijs that are coming on the straight now. They've got Darua and Bazel behind them. Darua defending from Bazel, as we saw there, but a battle of the second place.
Valeuven inside. Valeuven takes the second place on Barbarox. A very, very great overtake.
And he was up the inside at turn 5 as well.
What happens? You wait too much. You wait too much to attack the driver in front for the lead, and then you drop down in P4.
Yes, exactly.
Unbelievable.
Yep, and because Melis now goes to P3, but that one battle, you can see Savalio and Van Parijs getting closer.
Unbelievable overtake for Valeuven, because it's really, really hard to make overtake between turn 1 and 2. It's a very, very fast corner.
Yes.
And you have to be very, very precise to make the overtake there. Don't make contact with the driver that you overtake. It's a really risk maneuver, but
we just saw that done perfectly by Van Leeuwen.
Perfectly.
And when it goes wrong, that was like it was with Van Parijs and then Darua.
Yesterday in the pre-final, what can happen at that in that part of the track?
And it's a matter inches. Now the question is, I mean, the advantage that Van Leeuwen has got is because Barbaru had to back out. Van Leeuwen has got a gap between himself and the 2 drivers behind him. So if Van Leeuwen can make a move on Kumaran, there's no threat at all of somebody passing Van Leeuwen or getting the crossover move, dropping him back like we saw Barbaru get dropped back. Down the hill, all side by side, wheel to wheel. That is Pico, Jem, Carpint, Leonardo Rees is there in 12th, Sanyala is 13th.
I think Barbarox retakes the 3rd place.
Change of lead. Van Leeuwen has the race lead going into turn number 1. So Carl Kumaran, his position at the head of the field is over for now. This is now critical. Kumaran has to just follow or try and fight back straight away. You think fight back straight away?
Of course, they all them know that Van Leeuwen is the fastest man on the track, so I think Kumaran will try to stay behind him and try to pull away, but I think Barbarox is not in the same idea.
No, he's not thinking the same way. Barbaru wants to try and get into 2nd place straight away. Already Martin Van Leeuwen.
Now he takes the 2nd place. A very good maneuver for him, because he knows that he has more or less the same speed of Van Leeuwen, so he will try now to push at 100% to follow him and try to stay in the battle for winning the title.
So now we have our 2 pre-final winners, 1st and 2nd, and Kumaran in 3rd now, Melis in 4th. So Barbaru had to be aggressive. So the minute that he saw Van Leeuwen lead, Barbaru made a move straight away. Savalio in car 412, looking strong, trying to close in, bringing Van Parijs with them.
If they continue to make a lot of battle between them, I think that Savalio and Van Parijs can close the gap and have a big battle for the podium.
Jakob Bazel runs in 7th. Now, Jakob Bazel and Petter Bazel have qualified.
Gianni Barbarux has closed the gap on Value, and that it means that he has the speed to fight for the win of the race.
And he's right behind Van Leeuwen now. Are we going to wait or are we going to go? We don't go into turn 1.
He can try now. No, he stays behind.
Yep, no risk there. He doesn't want to be at risk too much. Now we go up to turn 5. Does he look to the inside? Not this time. Good. This is good for Kumar and Lot Melis.
52.6 for Barbarux, fastest lap of the race.
By 0.3 of a second quicker. He really has got a good turn of speed. Now, maybe up into turn 9. Does he look to the inside? Van Leeuwen's not defending.
No, at the moment he's not defending, and I think that Barbarux he can try to follow some laps Van Leeuwen because but Van Leeuwen is defending.
Yeah, so Van Leeuwen defends.
It's not possible, I think, to escape into drivers, because if Van Leeuwen start defending, also Kumaran and Loch Melis can follow them and stay in the fight for the win.
And you've got Savalio on your screens there, and Van Parijs all cheering, going, "Go on, Antoine! Go on, Antoine! Fight with him! Slow them up! Slow yourselves down! We'll catch you!" We've got lap 13 of 21, and this DD2 final is brewing nicely. Jakob Bazel in 7th place. Him and Petter Bazel have raced together in the grand finals 4 times, and each time Petter's result is better than Jakob's. Not this time. Jakob looks like he's going to beat Petter, who is down in 21st position. So Matthias Gem is 8th, Pico is 9th, De Rua 10th, Carpet 11th, Sanyala 12th, Moetzi, Vieras, Rees, Ho, Akmens, Vasileris, Metz, Linden, then Petter Bazel in 21st, Anderson, Jaeger, Panetta, Masakevich, Suarez, Vendelbo, Babitskova, Shapers,
Savalio's dropping back. Savalio's, it's just the same problem of the transponder.
30 drivers left in the race. We've just lost Betsy Major, Ivan Skamska from Belarus, the last driver still running. Lap number 14 now, and still, Barbaro is so close, but he doesn't want to make the move.
No, at the moment it looks like he was watching back at his shoulder, and I think he has seen that the gap between him and the Kumaran is opening, and I think he's not in the idea of making the overtake immediately, because they are a little bit faster than the other two, so it's better for a driver to have 2 go-karts battle than 4 or 5.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So that tells us that Barbaro is confident enough to say, I can take on Van Leeuwen 1-on-1. I don't need help by a big battle. That's confident from Barbaro. And Kyle Kumaran. Well, Patrick Lochmelis, let's have a look. Driver number 446. Lochmelis, well, he was a Minimax driver in the 2018 Grand Finals, finished 15th then, so he would have been a junior in 2019.
Yeah, Lochmelis is the surprise of the race, I think, because I did not put him in the...
And Kumaran as well. Surprise for Kumaran. I mean, Carl Kumaran, okay, 18th last year, but to be this quick, but to be able to race with these drivers in a heated situation, you know, because he passed for the lead and he's dropped to 3rd, but he's still right there.
Race pace of Van Leeuwen is not enormously faster than the pace of the others. 52.9, 52.9, 52.9, 52.9 for all the 4 drivers in front.
So why the pace drop? Because of the temperature, although we raced at night yesterday?
No, I think the problem can be the wind, because the wind is really strong, and watching the telemetry this morning after the warm-ups, the top speed is really lower than the previous days, and it means that the race pace of the driver who drives in front alone is higher, and if Barbarux stays behind and don't try to make the overtake, the race pace of course is the race pace of Van Leeuwen, and driving alone the race pace is not enormously fast.
No, okay,
so it can be a good chance for the driver.
Very close though,
very close. Let's see, but it's not close at the end of the climb.
Not close enough.
Can be a good passing spot is turn 6 at the end of a climb, turn 8.
Turn 5 at the end of the climb. Here down at the bottom of the hill, turn 8. At the corkscrew is very risky, and then if you're desperate,
in the
down
final
at
chicane.
12, yes.
The final chicane. Now the race pace is a little bit faster. The first and second driver closed the lap in 52.7. That is a little bit faster.
Yep.
Let's see if Kumaran can respond and stay close to the top 2, but they are opening a little bit the gap.
Yes, they
but
are.
it's time to make the maneuver at the moment, because we have 3 laps remains.
So we're down at the business, we're down at the business end of the race. So you can see Barbaru picking up the pace. Personal best lap for Van Leeuwen. That's significant. Van Leeuwen is saving the best till last, but Barbaru is going with him. So we don't know who's quicker pace outright, because Van Leeuwen he's obviously been saving something for this stage, but he's not pulling away from Barbaru. They're both though pulling away from Kumaran and Lokmelis. India and Latvia will dispute 3rd place. The Netherlands and France.
Purple second sector for Barbaros, green second sector for Van Leeuwen. They are doing. They are 100% now. They are pushing.
You can see the gap in the space of a lap and a half has grown from about 4 kart lengths to over a second now. Kumaran's still singing to Lokmelis to push.
3 laps to go, Henry. It's time to try something to make the overtake. Van Leeuwen did his personal best lap 52.6. Will be not easy, but I think Barbaru has more or less the same race pace, and surely he will try a maneuver.
But tyres, so Van Leeuwen's car, personal best lap on lap 18 for Van Leeuwen. Antoine Barbaru, not personal best lap, and you can see Martin Van Leeuwen checking over his shoulder, so that means we're now thinking about defending. Kumaran and Lokmelis are
he's
over
really
a second
close.
behind.
He is really close now. He will try. Van Leeuwen gets defensive, and no chance here for Barbarux to make the overtake.
So on to lap number 21. 2 laps remain here in Bahrain. Van Leeuwen starts to weave and defend. Are we going to see Kumaran and Lokmelis close in? The rest of the field coming over the crest of turn 3. Now we look, turn 4, Van Leeuwen defends, crossover. No.
I think his best chance is at the corkscrew of or a last chicane, or when Van Leeuwen goes defensive at the last chicane. Barbaros or crossover maneuver, or try to stay in the slipstream at the end of the straight.
Yes. Oh yes, for turn number 1.
Yeah, for turn number 1.
We are going to start the last lap next time round. Will Barbaru go here at 12? There's an opportunity. No, Van Leeuwen defends. Now we talk about the crossover. So Barbaru will be fast at the end of the straight.
Yeah,
will he do it?
He is really close. He can stay close to the slipstream and try to make the maneuver at turn 1. Last lap, Harry.
Last lap. Van Leeuwen defends through the roller coaster now. Netherlands versus France. Can Van Leeuwen hang on, or will France take another win on the dominant day? Barbaru, no, up at turn 5.
Now he will try to make another passing spot is here, turn number 8, but Van Leeuwen will go surely defensive. Yes, he does.
Oh, he gets crossed up at the braking. There you can see the back end of the kart sliding. Up to the corkscrew now, 2 opportunities to go.
Yeah, 2 opportunities to go. Let's see the corkscrew, but Van Leeuwen stays close to the curb. Now let's see last chicane, last opportunity for the win.
And here Kay comes, turn 12, Van Leeuwen to the inside, Barbaru, here comes Karl Kumaran from India in third. Who's going to get the run of the final corner? Martin Van Leeuwen by a length of a kart from Barbaru second, and India are on the podium for the first time in Grand Finals history. What a race for Karl Kumaran, Lokmelis in fourth. Oh, well, they did save the best for last, Filippo. 0.3 of a second separate the top 4 finishers. Now, the Dutch have got such a proud tradition in the direct drive classes. Here we go. Let's review this. What bad start from Van Leeuwen. Kumaran pushing all the way. Where did Kumaran take the lead?
What a move from the outside.
He went round the outside of all of them and turned
yeah.
on. Brilliant start from Kumaran. Move of the day.
Yeah, taking consideration that starting from the outside in this track is not so bad, because you have the inside in the second corner, but what a start.
Yeah, and there we saw Michael Rosina and Abdul Arawahi going out, and there's a move there. So Patrick Melis initially pushed Barbaru down to 4th place, so he had to fight back the second, and you can see Barbaru happy with that. Kumaran happy with that.
Yeah.
The person who's going to be disappointed most is obviously Melis.
I think Barbaru is happy because his behavior during the race, it means that he wants the podium, not taking too many risks, I think, because he had a lot of chance to make the overtake for the lead, but it was too risky. He did prefer to wait, and at the end of the race Van Leeuwen get defensive and no more chance for him. But anyway, he's happy of the second place, so I think it's good anyway for him.
Incredible as the carts come into the pits for the final time in 2021. We'll have a little look back. There is Barbaru going over the weighbridge. So a rundown: Van Leeuwen, Barbaru, Kumaran, Lot Melis. Then Savalio 5th for Canada. They've had a very strong day. Then it is Van Parijs from Belgium in 6th. Matthias Jem from Lebanon. The whole country at Lebanon is going through a tough time right now. And Matthias was telling me how he lost, a couple of friends in the huge explosion in Beirut this would be a little while back, and this is a great result for Matthias and Lebanon as a whole. Jakob Mazel in 8th, the first time he has beaten his brother in the grand finals. Nicolas Pico 9th, Mwatsi 10th, Axel Sanyala last times senior champion 11th, followed by Carpent, Darua down in 13th, then Vieros from Estonia, Akmens from Latvia, Bazel from the Czech, Peter Bazel can't defend his title. He finishes 16th from 31st on the grid, and then you look further back. We lost sadly. So Eliska Batkova finishes 25th. We lost Vendelbo, Major Arawahi, sadly for you, Filippo Rosina. Biggest surprise for you? We thought we might see drivers moving up, but didn't anyone further down the order that you think would have played a more of a role, or?
No, the top 2 fast driver finished 1st and 2nd. Now watching the result, Pico did a good comeback, 10 places. Also Peter Bezel, 15 places gained. Of course, for the drivers retired, so disappointed for Rosina, of course, my teammate. He was fast and in the fight for a place on the podium. Also Arawahi was a fast guy this week.
But maybe again one mistake, one little error of judgment. We look down. We're going to hopefully hear from Martin Van Leeuwen very, very shortly. There he is, the weighing bridge. He hops off. Now we'll see the reaction as he meets his mechanic for the first time. Good beard on the mechanic. Congratulations for this, Jussi Laaksonen from Team Finland, Axel Sanyala's mechanic. Quite calm, really. Oh, and there's Marin Kramer's. The wind blows, but we look at the final results. Filippo, it's now that the racing is over, I know there has been an awful lot of tension and stress to get here. Welcome, the venue, it's all been worth it. Thank you, Bahrain, so much. This venue, the circuit has provided wonderful sight, sounds and racing.
Yeah, of course, it has been a great surprise, this track, wonderful facilities, wonderful place, really good racing action. So we have, of course, to say thank you, Bahrain, for everything, because we had a great Rotax Grand Final also this year, and
let's look at that. The top 8: Netherlands, France, India. Welcome to the Grand Finals podium, India. Then you've got Latvia, Canada, Belgium, Lebanon, Czech Republic.
This is grand final.
This is grand final. Further down the order, you've got Austria, Finland, Spain, Slovenia, Estonia, Germany, Brazil, the United States, Greece, the United Arab Emirates, Oman, South America represented, Chile, Belarus, every continent, every champion on equal equipment, and the results speak for themselves. We'll have to do it all again next year, because there is going to be a next year. Not 2 years, 1 year. We'll find out later on where it is as well. As we look at things, thank you so much for joining me up here in the box, Filippo.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure commentating with you. You know, the Italian team, hope everyone is well, because I know you've had to have 2 drivers withdraw. But final words from Jen Wade, and then we'll be heading up to the podium. Jen, take it away.
Martin, I think you're just a little bit excited now to be realizing that you're the champion.
Yeah, definitely. You know, all the week we have been so quick. Just struggling and qualifying with P9 was disappointing, but then the first heat we finished second, and then the other 2 we won. So I felt really confident actually for the pre-final, and even the pre-final was really good. But just today, I don't know why in the final, but I had so much understeering, and I was just missing a bit of pace. So, but luckily I could defend in the last 2 laps, and gave me the victory.
Actually, that defending was making the racing really, really close, and of course Antoine really tried. He was looking, and they were catching behind, even though you didn't realise that. But what are you feeling now after all this? I know you're a very experienced driver.
You know, to be honest, I'm just really happy. You know, I've been quick also in all the categories, but I don't know why, but I could never finish it. And now finally this week, you know, from the first practice until now in the final, we have been in the front. So I'm just really happy about that. And I want to just thank you know, all the people that have helped me at least to come here, because yeah, I'm just so happy.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to say? It was the last category for the grand finals. Of course, we've got the podium coming up next, but I don't know if there's anyone special that you would like to say thank you to, or whatever. Now you've got the camera, it's your time.
You know, for sure I want to thank Ingo Schiepers, you know, the Belgian team manager that I'm driving with in the Rotax. You know, he helped me at least to drive in the Rotax. Beside that, my family as well, of course, you know, they've supported me always. And especially for this race, also my sponsors. It was hard to find them, but you know, they've helped me a lot to come here and then to bring home the victory. It's just amazing. So thank you guys.
It is amazing, and I'm sure they're all screaming now. It's going to be a public holiday tomorrow, not for Max, but for you in the Netherlands. Congratulations, the new world #1 for DD2.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you go. Another win for the Flying Dutchman, Martin van Leeuwen. And before we go, the marshals finally leave the circuit. Now, this is going out to the paddock. Please, everybody, give the marshalling team here at Bahrain International Circuit a huge round of applause, because they have been superb. They're the most important people in motorsports, the marshals. If the marshals don't give up their time, nobody goes racing, and one day they might just save your skin. So thank you very much for joining us here at Bahrain. The coverage is not over yet. On track it is. Off track it's not. We will be going live for the prize giving ceremony, the trophy presentation, the podium ceremony in 1 hour's time. Please stay with us. But for the meantime, on behalf of Jen Wade, our co-commentators Filippo Laghi, Harrison Crowther, Maren Kramer, Senna van Valstein, Matilda Olsen, Alex Goldschmidt, and everybody else who has contributed, Ben Cooper, everybody else who has contributed in the commentary box this week. My name's Henry Baudet. Thank you very much for joining us. Rotax Grand Finals 21. Race action is over. Prize giving in an hour. This has been a Car Data production. Thank you for joining us.
gets more.
To ride is to escape. To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
the passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
when people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus,
and to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together. Together we ride.
Together we race.
Together we will win.
get some more.
To ride is to escape. To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead. And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
the passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
when people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus,
and to conquer what lies ahead.
let's stand together. Together we ride.
together we race.
Together we will win.
go get some more.
To ride is to escape. To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead. And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus.
and to conquer what lies ahead.
let's stand together. Together we ride.
Together, we race.
Together we will win.
get some more.
To ride is to escape. To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus.
and to conquer what lies ahead.
let's stand together. Together we ride.
Together, we race.
Together we will win.
ride is to escape, to breathe, to explore,
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
And push themselves to focus.
and to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
together we ride.
Together we race.
Together we will win. To ride is to escape.
To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
And push themselves to focus.
and to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
together we ride.
Together we race.
Together we will win.
get some more.
To ride is to escape.
To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
the passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
when people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus,
and to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
Together we ride.
Together we race.
Together we will win.
get some more.
To ride is to escape. To race.
To explore.
To love life.
And not every ride is smooth.
Sometimes the race is easy.
Sometimes it's hard to get ahead.
And there are lessons to be learned along the way.
But no matter what,
The passion of the racer endures.
Tough times don't last.
Tough people do.
So in these challenging times,
When people embrace the unknown
and push themselves to focus.
and to conquer what lies ahead.
Let's stand together.
Together we ride.
Together we race.
Together we will win.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our prize giving ceremony. Slight delay though, so stay with us. Thanks for joining us. We should be back around 10 minutes from now, and Henry's just getting organised down at the podium, so don't go away and we'll see who our winners are. There we go, there's the podium. looking fantastic. Lots happening down there, so stay with us. 10 minutes and we'll be right back.
Winning mechanics, please come to the podium. You need to go up the stairway very quickly. We are going to results together as quickly as we can. Please, we appreciate your patience. There will be the sundown party, which will take place as a thank you across the way very shortly as soon as the presentation finishes, but it's all on the same site. You don't have to leave the site. But we do need the winning mechanics from each category. I believe there is a bit more entertainment for you to enjoy down there, so please give your support to the entertainment that Bahrain have provided for us. We're very, very appreciative. We will be with you soon. All winning mechanics must have a mask because the mechanics are on the podium as well. Thank you. Please also have João Cunha from Brazil. João Cunha from Brazil to the podium, please. João Cunha to the stairway for the podium. If there's anyone down there from Brazil, hello. Can we go find João Cunha from Brazil, please, onto the podium? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, but above all else, thank you for your support over the last very testing, not just week here in Bahrain, but over the last 2 years. We are now ready to get underway with the trophy presentation. We'd like you to show your support for every nation. Win, lose or draw, it's been a fantastic week. We will start with Micromax. Please give your support, making their way onto the podium. Finishing third in Micromax, representing Austria, Dragos Alasaquite. Finishing in second place, representing Spain, Manuel Miguel Gayoso. But your Micromax winner and 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final champion, representing Estonia, Nikita Lubimov. And now, on behalf of Micromax chassis partner, presenting the third place driver, Dragos, with his trophy from Biddle ART, Mr. Ronnie Sala. Congratulations, Dragos. Not only does Dragos, and I think fist bumps rather than handshakes are the order of the day, he gets this fantastic trophy for the 2021 Grand Finals. There you go, Dragos. Thank you very much, Ronnie. Also, we now have Ronnie Sala presenting Miguel Gayoso with his second place medal and his even larger second place trophy. Well done, Miguel. Carlos Gil, the last Spanish driver to be on the podium. He's struggling to hold that one up. And the winner from Estonia, Nikita Lubimov. Firstly, the medal, and now a trophy that is officially half the size of the driver. Oh. Well done, well done. Now we've got some presents, some other little gifts, some visor strippers. No, not strippers. Some visor strips. Dear me. Late night last night. Visor strips. And then we would ask. We've got a piece of paper that says winner written on it. Oh no, it is a customized race suit. Customized race suit and Lucky Design. Lucky Design will paint your crash helmet, €1,000, fantastic, from Lucky Designs and the rest of our chassis partners. We'd also like to wake, for the first time in Grand Finals history, the winning mechanics onto the stage. So this is Nikita's winning mechanic. It is Luca Medonista, ex-Grand Final driver. And Ronnie Sala will present Luca with a certificate. Wow, a certificate after all the hard work. Brilliant. Now, ladies and gentlemen, and Ronnie, we would like the drivers to ask you to remove your hats while we play the national anthem of Estonia.
Stay there.
Yes, because then we have a photo of all of you together.
I guess the two are leaving for the photo.
Thank you very much. Now, we'd ask everybody, thank you very much, Ronnie Sala from Bill ART. So drivers, straight ahead at the official photographer for the driver's photo. I think, Nikita, we can have a number one in the air. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, can we ask for Dragos and Manuel to make your way off the stage so we can have a photo of Nikita? Oh, all on the top, that's right, yeah. Know me, that's a better photo, that is. That's a better photo. Luca, how you feeling about standing there with the certificates? It's okay, good. Okay, Luca, like this way. Just, and then, there's the drivers, yeah? So ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your 2021 Micromax Grand Finals podium! Thank you. Drivers, you can now exit stage left with all your things. Obviously, due to count restrictions, it may take a little while. How are we going to get all this stuff off the stage? Because there's a lot of it. Well done, well done. Hang on a second. Right. Okay. We'll be with you once again very shortly. Same music. Yeah. Okay, Nikita, if you go down and give that to your parents, I'll keep this up here, yes? And you come back for it? Oh, Luca takes it. What was it? Oh. Doesn't. Oh, there we go. Yes? The next class. There we go. And of course, obviously, no champagne, but always a great scene when the trophies get handed over. Next class is Minimax, sponsored by Praga IPK Karting. Now, we would like to welcome onto the podium, finishing in third place, representing Great Britain, Scott Marsh. Finishing in second place, and at the end of the race, a fantastic sporting gesture to the eventual winner, doing himself real credit, representing Poland, Boris Lizon. But now, for the first time in 9 years, the land of the rising sun is on top of the podium, representing Japan, Arata Endo. And the trophies to be presented by Praga Cash Van Belt. Cash, would you like to present Scott with his third place medal? Then we have Scott's the second member of his family to race in the grand finals, but the first one to stand on a podium. He gets his third place trophy from Cash Van Bell from Praga IPK Karting. Second place award goes to Boris Lisan, undefeated throughout the heats and led the majority of the final, one of only 3 drivers to win all 3 heat races. He gets a lovely trophy, and the embrace between Boris and Arata at the end was extremely sporting and a great gesture. But collecting his winner's medal first of all from Cash Van Bell. Arata Endo, the obligatory fist bump. And now the fantastic glass trophy. Good luck getting that one into your hand luggage. The presents, the third place trophy. This you get a visor and some sunglasses. So Scott can hide his hangover in the morning. Sunglasses and a visor for the second place driver Boris Lisan. And now for our winner, also the £1,000 voucher from Lucky Design for your customised crash helmet, customised race suits, and a free Rotax plastic bag, which it all comes in. Whoop! We'd also like to welcome on to the stage the winning mechanic. Please put your hands together for Hasanori Matsuda!
Félicitations. Bravo.
So if we, on the other side, and then Cash, if you'd like to stand there, we'd ask the drivers to remove their hats. Might have a little bit of translation. That's not the Japanese anthem. Oh, Scott, you. Thank you, Boris. Boris. Congratulations. Now, if you'd like, Cash, you can leave the stage. And also, Mr. Basura, if you'd like to come there, we want one photo. Oh, Arata, what? Stay. One official photo for the official photographers on the grandstand. If you've got a spare hand, give them a thumbs up. No. All on the top step. Oh, are we going to do this, Scott? Put your trophy down. Boris, put your trophy down somewhere. There we go. You managed to drive a go-kart pretty quick, but you've got to put, and then top step together. Last photo. Oh, there we are. There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is your Minimax podium for 2021. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. You want to get it down? No. Oh, yeah. There you go, lads. Well done. Right. Okay, so Lisa, carry that. I'll carry this. Let's go this way. Okay, next class, please. So, okay, next class, please. We're ready to rock. Next class to be awarded their trophies, it is Junior Rotax. First driver making his way up onto the podium, representing the Red Devils of Team Belgium, is Kai Riordon. Finishing in P2, representing Team Netherlands, Jaden Teen. But your winner today, finally, Latvia joined the list of Grand Finals winners. Thomas Dalsamanis, a perfect week, undefeated. Presenting Kai with his third place medal from chassis partner in Sony Kart. Oh, we get up. Oh, Kai's third. Is Bertrand Pignolet from Sony Kart, and Kai gets his third place trophy, European title, BNL title, one more Grand Finals medal for Team Belgium and Dave Ritson from Genk after a successful 5-6 years at the circuit. Jaden Teen just missed out on a trophy in Sarno. It was a couple of corners away. This time he makes sure that he does go to the podium, but very rarely do you get a perfect week in the Grand Finals. This young man has had one. Thomas Dalsamanis gets his medal. He gets his... I thought alcohol was banned in Bahrain, but there we go. Obviously not. Gets his amazing trophy. He gets... Kai Riordon gets the sunglasses, the visor, and for Thomas Dalsamanis from Lucky Design, a race at the crash helmet, paint design, €1,000, a customised race suit, and the first lad and dad mechanic duo, your winning mechanic, it is Marcus Dalsamanis. He gets his certificate. I'm assuming it's lad and dad, it might be his brother, might just be Dalsamanis. It's a very popular name in Latvia, who knows? Congratulations. Now, if we'd like the drivers to remove their hats, please, for the playing of the Latvian National Anthem. Oi! Congratulations, well done. There's a few tears of emotion up there. Now we would ask as well if we could have the mechanic to come off. We need the drivers on the top step. So Mr. Dalsamanis, you come up there. Nice to see that people respecting the national anthem. Now, all drivers, if you can squeeze on the top step, that'll be great. Up you go. Not with all your trophies. Well, you can, but one official photo. Good balancing, Jaden. Look at the official photographer. One more time. Thank you very much. Your Junior Rotax podium in 2021. Well done all. Thomas. Spot on.
Are we doing senior or not?
Yeah, last.
No. Last. Do it next.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next up is DD2. We've just had one Latvian on the podium, we've now got another, finishing in third place, representing Latvia, Patriks Lokmanis. And now, for the very first time in Grand Finals history, it gives me great pleasure to welcome onto the podium, representing India, Kyle Kumaran. But your winner today in what was a fantastically exciting final, representing the Netherlands, the Flying Dutchman, Martin van Leeuwen. And now, presenting Patriks Lokmanis with his medal, Peter Elzinger, the General Manager of BRP Rotax. Thank you, Peter. So, gives Patriks his medal. And now, the Wonderful Glass Award from Bahrain. Congratulations. Now it is turn for Kyle Kumaran's turn. India finally get on the board in the grand finals. Always wonderful to have a brand new nation receiving a podium in the grand finals as the Rotax reach grows even further. 61 nations this year, even with all the current situation. Peter Elzinger presents Kyle with his award. And now to the winner. It took a late charge. He just held on. Van Leeuwen was fast all week. He gets his medal. He gets his wonderful trophy. I think we won't do it all on the top step of the podium because it's a bit too much. Oh, hello. And now, again, the presents for the drivers. So, the Iridium visor, the sunglasses. Who does the race suit? Who does the race? Winner. It's MIR, is it? And for our race winner sunglasses, the customised race suit from MIR Racewear. Congratulations. And now, would you also like to welcome onto the stage the winning mechanic, Luke Bryers, Beard of the Week. On the side, other side, other side. Luke, other side. Forget it, ignore me. It's alright, don't worry. And now, we ask the drivers to remove their hats for the playing of the national anthem of the Netherlands.
So, we are doing senior last.
Control line.
There you go, congratulations Martin van Leeuwen. And now if we lost the winning mechanic, would you mind stepping aside? Would you mind just stepping aside? We'll just have the drivers. One final driver's photo for the photographers on the top of the gantry. Now, do we want to try and all stand at the top step? Go on, have a go. Try it. It's not that high. All on the top step. Have a cutch in. There we go. Go on, have a cuddle. Hey, lovely. 1, 2, 3. Your DD2 2021 podium, everybody. Someone murder that DJ. Thank you very much. Well done, well done. Oh, do you need a hand with it? Shall I give you a hand? Sure?
As soon as you are ready, go.
Okay, come, shoot. Now we move on to DD2 Masters. Finishing in 3rd place, representing Brazil, João Cunha. Well done, João. And now, returning to the grand finals after nearly 10 years away, representing Canada, Pierre-Luc Olé. But your winner, it is very rare to have one undefeated driver in a complete grand finals. This year we have 2. A perfect weekend for France's Morgan Riche. Congratulations. And now we'd like to present the awards in DD2 Masters, representing the Bahraini Motorsport Federation, Mr. Mohammed Haider. Mohammed gets João to his 3rd place medal. Of course, this class sponsored by IPK Praga Karting. João gets his 3rd place trophy. Well done, Brazil. 3 years after they hosted the grand finals, they are on the podium. Pierre-Luc, it's been a long time since the double grand final champion has had a grand finals podium, and there is a very special place that trophy is going to. Welcome back, Pierre-Luc. And now Morgan Riche, undefeated. He gets his medal, his trophy, and from the class sponsors, a customized race suit for the winner, for me IR Racer, and some sunglasses. And well, congratulations to everybody else. So please can we ask we've also got a winning mechanic. Oh, we've got more presents. More presents. It's okay. More presents. A visor and sunglasses for Pierre-Luc.
Sir?
And for João Cunha. But also we'd like to welcome onto the stage the winning mechanic, undefeated mechanic, Kevin Fournier. Come on, look that one up. He gets a certificate for all the blood, sweat and tears. A certificate. Well done. And now, thank you, Mohammed Haider, for the Bahrain Motorsport Federation. And now, if we'd like the drivers to remove your hats, while we play the French national anthem, okay? Okay, thank you. We'd like to ask the mechanic to come to the side. We have just the drivers. Now, official driver photo. Oh, Morgan, whoa, just stay, drivers, you stay there. You stay there. We need the drivers, just the drivers for the photographers, please. So, you stay there. No, just the drivers. Oh, right, okay, I can understand. We can't hear you. So just the drivers on the top step, on the podium. We're not going to ask you to all go on the top step because you're all old. One more photo for the official photographer. And there, if you can show our appreciation, the 2021 DD2 Masters podium. Every time he turns the music on, this cuts out and no one can hear a thing. Thank you, congratulations. Why is he putting the music? Every time the music goes on, no one can hear the microphone at all. Well done, congratulations. Congratulations, perfect, son. No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
D20. Okay.
Yeah, there's no. Okay, the next class, history in the making in 2021. For the first time, we have official grand final champions in E20, and making his way onto the podium, representing Poland, David Oleszna. And finishing in second place, his best ever grand final result, representing Sweden, Hannes Morin. But your winner, another trip to the top of the podium for the tricolour, representing France, Oscar Pelmele. Now, this class is obviously supported by chassis partner Sodi, but presenting the drivers with the awards, the manager of Rotax currently, Mr. Stefan Gruber. Stefan gives David his medal first. The very first electric grand final champion in years to come, when everything is electric. They will look at this as the very first one. David Oleszna gets his podium, his trophy on the first time at the podium. We've had a Welsh driver, a Polish driver, a Welsh driver. Half Welsh, there we go, it's good enough. I'm taking it. Landau International Raceway, Global Home of World Motorsport, birthplace of champions. We got it in there. Hannes Morin gets his trophy from Stefan Gruber and also gets a medal first. So Oscar Pelmele celebrated his birthday this week. Not a bad birthday present. Is it a mechanic? Oh. His trophy. And now the gifts. He gets his visor. Oh yeah, David's got his hands full there. Visor, sunglasses, and for the winner, an MIR customised race suit and some sunglasses. And it's great. Wait, hello, David. I love the way he said that in proper Polish. He did. He goes, "I need a new one now." Lovely. But another great family occasion here on the podium, because the winning mechanic, Christoph Hallemal. Make your way out of the podium, Christoph. Fantastic family occasion. His mechanic certificate presented by Stefan Gruber. Well done. And now we would like to ask the drivers to remove their hats for another rendition of the national anthem of France. Hannes.
The senior classification is still provisional. So I think it's better.
It's official.
But because they cannot wait.
Vai lá confirmar com ela. I think it's Nations Cup.
Senior.
Nations Cup. Nations Cup.
Nations Cup.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you ask for a representative of the France team to show up for the Nations Cup?
Congratulations. And now if we'd like, Christoph, if you don't mind. Okay, Christoph, if you don't mind just coming up. The drivers, stay there. Drivers, stay there. One more official photo for the photographers. Oh, yeah, he's a bit worried now, is David. So, one more official photograph. I have.
They changed to senior.
Oh.
Okay, but we met.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in history, please put your hands together once more time for the E20 Grand Final Podium. Right. Oh. Okay, this is broken. This is broken. This is broken. Hang on a sec. Would someone... Oh, Oscar. Where's Oscar? Tell Oscar to stay. Oscar, it's broken. Careful. No, Oscar, you stay. You stay.
He will stay for the Nations Cup.
Yes. What is next? So I'm getting told 10 things by 10 different people. What is next? Senior. Okay. Provisional. Right. Ali, hello. Okay, ladies, we have one more class to do, and then the Nations Cup. The senior Rotax results remain provisional, so the provisional top 3 in senior Rotax, supported by Sony Kart. In third place, representing Great Britain, Sean Butcher. In second place, representing Great Britain as well, Kai Enter. But your winner, a 2-time Grand Final champion, representing Team UK, Mark Kimber. Now the trophies being presented by Ali Abbas from the Bahrain International Karting Circuit. Sean gets his medal. So we didn't have many Australian drivers here, but Sean, Anglo-Australian, so Australian get half a trophy. Something like that. Ali Abbas and his team here at the Bahrain International Karting Circuit have been nothing short of superb all week. Kai Hunter gets his runners-up medal and P2. Congratulations. And finally, a junior Rotax champion in 2016, a senior Rotax champion in 2021 provisionally, Mark Kimber. Mark has now competed in 3 grand finals and has finished either first or second on each occasion. A truly remarkable award. The iridium visor and the sunglasses for Sean, and for Kai, for Mark, the MIR customised race suit and sunglasses. And obviously Mark is so special, he did his own mechanics. Oh no, it's his dad. Also, Mark Kimber, please, the winning mechanic. 3 families, lad and dad mechanics. There's the big man. There's the big man. Congratulations. Now, we'd like the drivers to remove their hats for the playing of the United Kingdom National Anthem. Partying on the streets of Solihull tonight. Congratulations. Now, Big Mark, not Little Mark, if you'd like to come up the side. One more official photograph. All the drivers for the official photographers there. Oh, I think we can get you up on the top step. Go on. Oh, Kai, could you play a trope? Well done, boys. There we go. Your provisional 2021 Grand Finals Senior Rotax Podium. Don't drop it, lads. There we go. Congratulations. Well done. Do we have any names of any people present? No, we don't have no names. No names? Okay. Well then, sir.
Thank you. Elmo is going to...
Yeah, I got, yeah.
Can you announce the raffle afterwards so that the people stay?
Yeah. Okay, we do have a raffle for prizes. Oh, this one. We do have a raffle for various prizes. I haven't got my tombola just yet, but there is a raffle for prizes at the end of this next award. And then we have the sundown party. Sun's gone down, but there is a sundown closing ceremony. Now on to the Nations Cup. The Nations Cup, all 61 nations competing in the Nations Cup. This year, finishing in P3, getting their award from Rotax Karting's very own Helmut Vogelsam, it's Team Canada. Pierre-Luc Wallet, collecting his, representing Team Canada, finishing second in this year's Nations Cup, the Netherlands. So representing Team Netherlands, and representing your winners, Team France. Mathieu Davigny, Pierre Wallet, and Mr. De Upers. So France, Netherlands, Helmut Vogelsam presents the third place nation, Team Canada, with the award. Also presents Team Netherlands with their award. But once again, top of the Rotax Grand Finals nations, Team France. Do we have the anthem?
Sorry?
Do we play the anthem?
I think so.
And so, for the third time, the French national anthem. Now you've got to sing it just as loud. Where was the clipboard where was the clipboard? I had the order of service. Ah, yeah. Okay. Thank
Now you're going for D-I-C-K.
Oh, sorry.
And then who is second?
The Netherlands.
And third?
Canada.
Canada and first cross.
They should not drink, no. They should not be drinking, should they? They should not be drinking, should they? They should not. They should not be drinking alcohol out there, should they? A lot of people. Okay, the next one, thank you very much. Your Nations Cup podium. Oh, picture. I make one mistake a week. Ceremonies. One final podium. Well done, congratulations. This is Nations Cup, ladies and gentlemen. We would also like to remind you that alcohol is strictly prohibited on the circuit. We would also like to remind you that alcohol is strictly prohibited. Now the next awards. So, please, the next awards. I'd like to hand over the microphone to Rotax. Right. What is it? So this is the BIKC honour, where we can honour our wonderful hosts here at the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. I'd like to say, hand over the microphone to Rotax Grand Finals organiser from Corridas Karting, Arnaldo Frias. Would you like to say a few words to our wonderful hosts?
Organizing this event, there is always a lot of people behind the spotlights, and they are really, really very important for the support and for the commitment that they had with this event. Thank you very much to BIKC and his employees, because they did a great job, and we want to thank you for this.
So please make your way up onto the podium from the Bahrain International Kart Circuit. Hassan and Ali and Mohammed, please, and a round warm applause for our hosts. Congratulations on a wonderful event, for making everybody feel truly, truly special. And once again, okay everybody, official photograph. Thank you once again. Bahrain, you have been incredible. Thank you very much, Bahrain, and all the staff here at the International Kart Circuit. I haven't finished yet, hang on. So, on to the raffle. Oh, a bit of bingo later on as well. Hey. Right, raffle, because people are going. So please, we don't disappear just yet. We're going to have a raffle, bit of bingo and an Elvis impersonator. How's that?
The number, we will just draw 3, and if they're not here, they should come to us, and we will give.
Okay, what are the prizes? The vouchers?
Yeah, for the vouchers.
So, there are 3 vouchers for €3,000, €2,000, €1,000. The only catch is you've got to spend it on PCR tests. Apart from that, okay, we're going to draw Christian. Well, hang on, we can't draw it backstage. Whoa, we can't draw it backstage. We've got to draw it in front of the people. I'm not drawing it. I'm not being held responsible. Okay, this is for a £3,000 voucher. Euro. €3,000 voucher. Or 47,000 PCR tests. The winner is Salim Rifai from Team United Arab Emirates. Mr. Rifai, from the UAE.
Come up later.
Okay, you come up later if you're not here, or we'll put it in the post. So there we go. So hang on a sec. Going well. 3,000. So he's 3,000. He or she. Salem could be a woman. Who knows? €2,000 voucher, courtesy of Rotax, or somebody. It is from Saudi Arabia. Our first Saudi driver, Rayan Al-Rayan, who went home yesterday. Perfect. We haven't got far to Bahrain, it's only that way.
Yeah, we do it.
There we go. There we go. Our first ever Saudi Arabian driver. And €1,000 in euros goes to Diaz de la Vega. From down the road. Diaz de la Vega from, I'm imagining South America, but I could be wrong. Ooh. Okay, next and last, we get to the venue for the next Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. What do I do now? Is it going to come up on screen? So, we are going to Redland, brand new track in Redland. To make the announcement, the 2022 Grand Finals. We are going back to Portimao in Portugal for the third time. Say thank you. Okay, yes.
Well, that's a wrap from our prize giving ceremony here at the 21st Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals in Bahrain. It's been a fantastic week, lots of amazing racing, exciting racing, and of course a celebration of all the Rotax champions from around the world. So once again, thank you to Rotax, and thank you as well to everyone watching, following the live stream this week. And remember that you can watch all the track action and all the event videos right here on YouTube at Rotax Karting. There's lots more to see as well on social media from across the week. Great videos, photos and news. So check that out. And if you haven't already, download the Gazette, the official program of the event, on rotax-kart.com. So once again, thanks to everyone from all around the world, all the many nations who followed, and of course everyone for supporting the live stream, and most importantly supporting all the participants this week. It's been fantastic. It's going to be hard to beat this, but as you see, we're off to Portimao, and I guess for now we have to say goodbye. So as well, from the team here at Kart Data, we'd like to say have a happy, a prosperous and a very healthy festive season, Christmas or whatever you're doing, celebrating the holidays. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in Portimao next year. Bye.